Ready? Well, good morning. And good morning, everyone. How are you this morning?
I just woke up and my coffee is brewing.
Oh, he hasn't had coffee yet, everyone. Let that be a warning. I have something to read to you first off before I even make sure that the stream is good. First of all, everybody, hello in the chat. I've got an update. You ready?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you ready? Okay. So, this morning, I'm going to read to you the update about the bomb threat. Okay. This came in
Oh,
last night. Okay. So actually, this has been released as a notification. So the statement goes as follows: just after noon on February 8th, 2023, a clerk at the Colleton County Courthouse received a call from an anonymous number. The unidentified male caller claimed there was a bomb in the judge's chamber. The clerk immediately notified the security office, and the courthouse was properly evacuated. Immediately, agents with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division and detectives with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office began working to identify the caller. The SLED bomb squad assisted with a search of the facility. As a result, no threats or devices were located. As the court was cleared to resume, SLED agents and Colleton County detectives traced the target phone to the Ridgeland Correctional Institute in Jasper County. South Carolina Department of Corrections personnel were notified and reacted swiftly to locate a cellular device in the possession of inmate Joey Dean Coleman. An initial forensic examination of the phone confirmed the components were a match to the device used to call in the bomb threat to the courthouse. At this time, no direct connection has been identified between Joey Coleman and Alex Murdaugh or the Murdaugh trial. CCSO detectives have obtained a felony arrest warrant for Joey Dean Coleman for the phone call threat, and the Colleton County Sheriff's Office remains the primary investigative body for this incident with outstanding professional assistance from SLED and SCDC.
so was somebody in the same jail cell or same jail as him?
In Jasper County. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that was purely accidental.
You know, I just an accident. You know how that
Well, it's
goes.
all an accident.
You know how that goes with the good old boy network. It just looks that way. You can't prove a thing. now, Beck. Just look at that way.
Found a cell phone on him, huh?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
Wonder where they found that. Never mind. We don't want to know that part.
Oh, there he goes.
You know,
Look at that.
it's pretty interesting. I'm sure he isn't manipulating prisoners in the jail with him at all, because he doesn't do that. He's so non-manipulative.
That's right. He wouldn't do it. He would not. He's a good old boy. He's a good, upstanding citizen.
Yes,
And he is innocent until proven guilty. Let's be
he
fair.
absolutely is. He absolutely is.
We
We
shall.
could say one thing for sure: he definitely did the financial crimes. So we know that is true.
Well, though
That
there's been many of that part that he's actually admitted to, but there's a
yes.
lot he hasn't yet. He still does have to go on trial for a good portion of that. You
Oh,
can
that's not
see.
finished.
No, no. That's why. That is
Oh, that's right. They
why.
paused it because of this shit, didn't they?
Well, it's not like they like. Well, Creighton Waters can only convict you on one crime at a time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That they went with the most important one.
Yes, yes. This one, is definitely up there. Mhm.
Yes, ma'am. Do we remember what day the book was passed to AM by a family member? Good
I
question.
don't
Always.
think it was the same day. It may have been after, but I do know that that the way the family was acting, it all heated up after that. I do think it was after always, but I'm not sure. I know we started hearing about the family's behavior. Wasn't that like the day after the bomb threat? I'm not sure. We could go back to the articles. That would probably date it for us, but off the top of my head, although you're feeding Beck here with some good gossipy like time frame, and he hasn't had his coffee yet. That's not a good thing. It's not a good thing.
Uh-oh. Give me some conspiracies.
Yes, that's it. Like, but no, I can tell you that I definitely think it was around the same time, but I don't know if it correlates. But it is interesting, isn't it? Like,
It is.
Ali says it was before the bomb threat. Thank you. You know what? If you remember the time frame, I'm going to go by with you. And I definitely, everybody needs more coffee. Let me put some more coffee in the chat for y'all. Look at
please.
listen. Did you hear that? I got all Southern.
For y'all.
Y'all, Jersey crossed the
Now
border. Look out.
Y'all just enjoy that coffee right there and just wait a minute and we'll get this sucker going,
no.
all right?
Oh no. Let the rumors fly. Let the rumors fly. No. But anyway, yesterday was interesting. Let's do a little quick wrap up before, I've got the stream ready to go. I've got like the witness list ready to go. The time frame is all still the same. Brandy Churchwell didn't have much to do as far as changing the time frame. She has a website now, Beck, by the way, and so she puts out that lovely chart that she made for Twitter. She puts it out updated on her website. I also heard she's making a YouTube channel too. Yay. Like, she's getting into it.
Nice.
It's going to be good. She's very detail oriented. It's going to be very interesting.
That's going to wear her out. That's a full-time job. If you want to put out content on YouTube.
Yeah, I also want to shout Effin Reagan for putting all of the interviews on her channel, because it's not monetized, and she got them all ad free and all the way through. The 3 interviews with SLED, with Alex Murdaugh, they're linked below also. And she's got them out there for everybody that's covering the trials to use, for no problem at all. So it's nice because there's no cut in by the news networks or advertisement or anything like that plays with it, like some of them on YouTube are. Hers are like straightforward. And they're all 3 linked below too. Also, the SLED agreement, the SLED, not agreement, but the SLED document, all right, that Rudowski was using for the timeline. We've got the condensed version down there, but I also have the other one, the more involved one that they use back and forth as evidence in the trial right now. And also the opening statements are linked down there, because you know how important they are to go back and see what was the case that they were going to present and whether or not they've done it, So I don't know. How do you think the defense is doing, Beck? Oh, he's muted. He may be getting more coffee. I'll ask you, chat. How do you guys think the defense is doing so far? Let's see.
Okay, that's it. I just muted while I was stirring because it's so loud.
Who got the popcorn? Never Darling needs popcorn. Pass the popcorn, please. I already got the coffee out there, so one of you give her some popcorn. And I don't know, Tony, why smuggle a phone into a prison to make a bomb threat? Much easier to use a payphone. Exactly. Why didn't they use the prison phone system? Because they
That's why
record
I
all that.
think. Yeah, that's why I think that the guy already had it in his possession. And it's not easy to get a phone off of a fellow inmate unless there's a deal struck or you beat the shit out of him and take it. So I'm thinking he probably made some comments and the guy said, well, I have a way I can do that for you.
Exactly. Sandra says that they have confirmed on Crime Network that Alex Murdaugh is going to take this stand today. Some of these channels have been confirming it since yesterday, and yet it actually wasn't until this morning. So I'm not sure, but that will be exciting. That will be so exciting if he is, because remember, Judge refused to set parameters ahead of time. He refused to say that he was going to handcuff the cross-examination on what they were allowed to ask. Now, we all know what evidence is in there already, and a lot of those financial crimes are in there, which means Creighton Waters on those particular issues is able to, if it's been entered into evidence, he's been able to talk about it. He's able to ask him about it. But he is going to have to be careful because, there is the thing of not wanting him to incriminate himself, right up there,
Grateful said Alex and Coleman are not being held in the same facilities.
Oh, okay. So there you go. They're different facilities. Thank you for that. See? We got to
maybe the guy just thought he was helping a fellow thief. I don't know.
True. And Hi Inquisitor, good morning. Hi.
Yes, they do.
He says phones are easy to get into prison. They fit in your wallet, And Jin,
yeah, those
I agree
little
with
burner
you.
phones.
Jin says the defense has convinced him that they're barely competent. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't make any comment about. I'm really confused with the defense. I feel like there are some screw ups, but I feel like at the most part that their whole goal throughout this is just to cause doubt, because that's all they have.
Well, but that is exactly the number one thing that the defense is supposed to do. So, like, they're doing a good job.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
Pete
they are working on that, but they're also causing doubt on their side of the aisle.
Of their competency.
Like, are they competent? Yeah, exactly. It's not the right kind of doubt.
Big Jim Griffin and his big old feet all putting his foot in the door all the time to allow everything they didn't want to talk about to come in and be talked about. Like, absolutely.
That boy's got a clown shoe on his left foot. I'm swear to God.
Exactly. And Pete Hutchins says he will never, we'll never say never until A does take the stand. Because Alex stole the stand is the next hashtag. Absolutely.
Until he steals the stand.
Yeah, until he steals the stand. Yes. Oh God.
Oh, I love you guys. Turtle said, if you haven't heard a good conspiracy by coffee, start one. Oh, let me tell you what, Turtle. You want to hear a conspiracy theory? Take my coffee away from me. I will make up. It won't even be a conspiracy theory. I will make up a way to kill people to get my coffee. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, no, don't.
I will have a plan of attack to retrieve coffee.
YouTube, that was a joke. He's not here masterminding a plan. Please, YouTube, don't take my channel. I swear that
it's a coffee joke.
He would never do it. He would never do it. Yeah, just threaten violence. Why don't you? Okay, there we go.
It was a pre-coffee joke.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think YouTube understands the difference. Okay, defense are doing a marvelous job for the prosecution. I agree,
yes,
Turtle. I do. Tony says maybe Alex Murdaugh screwed over the defense team in the past. Maybe it's revenge. Like, I was thinking they cashed the check and then they're like, there you go. Thanks for the coffee, Liam. Thank you.
Ooh, what video with BCE did you receive from Always? Claire?
Well, wait a minute. What video did I receive with BCE from Always? Hold on.
She asked if you got to watch it last night.
Oh no, we're talking about the No, I didn't. Let me see. Where did you send it? Did you send it in Twitter? I don't see anything in there. Hold on. Nope. Oh, you mean in the if you put it in the Discord, I probably haven't yet, to be honest. Always. I don't know. Oh. Yeah, if it's in Discord. No, I retired quite at an earlier hour. You know, we were all playing games and I left at a decent hour last night to timestamp my video. And then, you know, I was down for the count. Definitely.
Yeah, I went to bed right after that game was over, or right after I left that game. I left right after you. And,
well,
and
the jury, Pete says, the jury almost will intend to say guilty. Alex taking the stand is looking for one or sole jury member, if not a tainted jury member already there. I get it. It's kind of a desperate move for Alex to take the stand. It doesn't normally happen in murder trials that the accused actually tries to defend himself. And in this case, I don't know about you guys, but I think it's pretty precarious for him because like all his lies are open to be questioned. And maybe he thinks that that's the only way he's going to persuade the jury, but maybe he should pay attention to what happened to Amber Heard. She took that stand. She thought that they were all going to be sympathetic to her, and she told her heart-wrenching story, and they turned on her. They just turned on her. Like it's very dangerous. But you know, if you're trying to say that you're a family man who could never do it, the best thing to do is to get up there and cry about it. Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. If that's
Morning, Charlie.
But while you're crying, they get to ask you things like, "Why did you lie about being at the kennels? Why did you lie about touching the bodies? Why did you lie about heading in the other opposite direction of your mother's? In what time were you really at your mother's? How long were
I
you
think he
really
just
there?"
wants.
And I
Right?
want them to ask him, "Did you burn your clothes and shoes in the smokehouse?" No, I need to know. Like, I need to know.
Well, I would love to hear BCE say, and so where did your clothes go, Alex? What's he going to do? Plead the fifth on that one, or makes? Oh, I left it on the bathroom floor. Well, it wasn't there next morning, buddy.
It wasn't there, and neither were your shoes or your underwear or anything else you leave when you take everything off to take a shower. Why is only your pants there? Like, don't
you
tell
don't
me
even clean up your own clothes, but you picked up your underwear. That must
That
have been
is
difficult for him.
that
The
was
poor guy.
that was very telling for me that only a towel and pants were there when you know everything else should have been there too. You know.
Neverly.
Hey,
Darlene said no. Alex is going to wear the clothes to the stand.
oh, he's gonna wear them to the stand in the sneakers. He's gonna put them up there and go, "See how you like me now?" Yeah, okay, that would be so funny, but not funny. Like, no. Hey, Charlie. Good morning. Good morning, Charlie. And Autistic Shill, if I get a vote, I would say change it to Shilly Shill because I like the way Charlie says that. I think it's funny. I think it's cool. Always has dropped the link to the video that she was talking about with a big Creighton energy there. Yeah, you could drop that a few times, Always. That's great. Thank
maybe
you.
Bubba ate the clothes, Turtle. We don't know.
Oh, they Bubba.
He said Bubba burnt the clothes.
Yeah.
No, Bubba's on the good side. He's not one of the bad guys.
Yeah,
he was only just being a silly dog.
Yeah, it's only 2 minutes, that video, but I can't. I'll bring it up during break probably because they're already late, and I don't want to chance taking down the feed. You know what I mean? Because as soon as I touch that feed, they're going to be there. Good morning, Alice. Good morning.
It's true.
So
it is true. Oh goodness.
Yeah.
See what else we got in the chat. Yeah, Tony, and which one was it? Was it Pete or one of the other guys that Tony were talking about? What if there's a tainted jury member? Well, it could be, but you know that's just kind of the chance you take anytime you draw a jury out of the public.
With Pete, Pete and I have been saying that from the start. Like, if you look at the chat, at least once a day, Pete and I refer to the fact that Alex has probably already greased all the palms that he can. Yeah, they definitely have done something, because that's how he operates. That's how he operates as a lawyer. That's how his standard operation was. Like, we've been joking about that back and forth. This is like, definitely. T Horn, good morning. Defendants most often take the stand to explain a self-defense related murder. Alex Murdaugh thinks he is smarter than everyone and thinks he can explain his way to at least one jury member. I agree with you. This man does think he's the smartest man in the room. Obviously, he got away with crimes for so long. I'm sure he just thinks he's just going to smooth talk them. But we'll see. I mean, we didn't leave anyone on the witness stand for cross or anything. They actually tied it up. So whoever we see first thing in the morning will be brand spanking new. Ain't a surprise. And it could be Alex. And they did say they were going to finish up by Friday. Like Friday. So they've got today and tomorrow. And they have already countered the digital evidence the best they could. And they actually went after the sled investigation in total with several witnesses. And they have brought up their character witness, Buster, to explain that people do take showers. And that's not on... It's not really strange to have your pants in the bathroom, and that
not
Alex
necessarily.
Alex was heartbroken after this, and he knows nothing about financial crimes or problems in his family, basically. And Buster would like us to believe that everything's just fine. Everything's just fine. Yep, everything's just fine there. There's nothing to see here. Look over there. Mm-hmm. The Rocket Couch says any case with a flirt in the jury is doomed. This is true. They just believe whatever.
Why does Flat Earth change the trajectory of bullets? Or
Paul says, well, with this trial back, this case is more than most cases because every jury knows the name Murdaugh before they started. Exactly.
Oh no,
they
I
couldn't
agree
even
with you,
make
Pete.
it.
I agree with you.
And that's And then Paul says, or will Waters make him crack and confess? I wouldn't want to go up against Waters in cross. No, I would be afraid of that if I was him. But it seems like he thinks he's a challenge. So we'll see.
Yeah, but Turtle, you got to remember, everybody say, well, he has no money.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where's the $7 million?
Yeah, but
see, that's the thing. There's money missing. Anybody sleazy enough to help him is going to think he's got money stashed somewhere, because that's what sleazy people think. Yeah, that's my opinion on that one.
Well, yeah.
What do I know?
He's not going to show where it is, though, if he intends to keeping it. And I don't think he's going to get out of jail.
God, no, he's not going to show where
I don't
it
think
is.
he's going to get out of jail. And you see, I made it on time. I was on time, everyone. I want you to notice. But Judge Newman, he's not on time again this morning.
Alex is having trouble because he can't find his underwear.
Maybe he needs to iron his shirt or something, change his clothes because he's gonna be on the stand. Liam says, "You can't handle the truth." Moment, I get it. And wait a minute, Paul takes that back because never mind. Alex did steal the confession. It's not like it's gonna happen. Oh, that's a contender for hashtag of the day. Starting right, Paul Baxter. Starting right. Okay.
I think it's funny how they all want to talk about how, they keep showing him crying and he's trying to act so upset and everything. But, I was thinking, I've thought of this 500 times and I don't know if I've said it yet, but if you kill your family members, do you think you're not going to cry afterwards? If you're not like a cold-blooded killer? That's what cold-blooded killer, they kill somebody and they just don't give a fuck.
Okay.
But, for somebody who is not a practiced killer, that could still make them cry. It might be regret. It might be, it didn't go the way, I didn't mean to kill this one, whatever, anyways, just a thought.
No, I hear you. But let me channel Bearded a little bit here. You all know Bearded Heretic. And Luke would say, listen, you can't really judge them by their emotions. Everybody acts differently. To cry, to not cry is a very personal thing. So, really.
And that's exactly my point. Like, seeing him cry can mean something or can mean absolutely nothing.
It's
You
going to
know?
mean judges in the house. Judges in the house, everyone. Here we go.
All right. All right. All right. I'm ready to get the sucker going.
Make sure that this. Oh, it would help if I had it all the way up.
We're going to ask you in a minute to advise Alex Murdaugh on his rights concerning testifying. Before we do that, though, I'd like to renew all previously made motions concerning the financial crimes that were allowed in by Your Honor's ruling under 403.
He already told you no.
Maybe 401.
He's trying it again right now?
Yep.
That we would renew our motion to exclude that testimony. And now, because it was included, our advice to Mr. Murdaugh would have been different in terms of taking a stand if that material had not been allowed under motive. But since it was allowed in under 608, we would object to it. I just want to put on the record that our advice, had that not been allowed in, our advice as to whether to take the stand or not would have been different. I want to put that on the record. I'm asking you to strike the financial information, and we perhaps would need a recess then to give him different advice about what to do. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Ward.
Your Honor, obviously we've addressed
Oh, what's going on with that?
with the court, but the Honor has considered this and admitted it, and we've stayed within those boundaries, and I'm not aware of any reason why in this trial we change the rules. I have detail, we're just reiterating the arguments made to Your Honor before.
I'll be right back.
Anything further? No. Of course, previous that the so-called financial crimes and other crimes and/or bad acts have determined them to be relevant, material, and admissible, having given the 403, 404 analysis, as well as the race justice analysis. And the trial has proceeded with many witnesses testifying regarding these issues. And the court will not change course during the trial and provide any special exception to Mr. Murdaugh with regard to testimony regarding the matters that the court has already determined to be admissible. With regard to the advice of counsel, Mr. Harpootlian, you stated for the record the basis for your advice. Of course, the defendants. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, first of all the financial information, misdeeds are in the record, basically. I mean, the amounts, very specifically. So at this juncture, two things happen. One, he has not been convicted of anything in regard to financial crimes. So normally they couldn't ask him about those crimes because he hadn't been, he hadn't been convicted. You got to be a crime that carries a year or more, those kinds of things. It meets none of that. So then you go under 608 and it's character evidence. And it's going to be fair game. We disagree with, there's a Fourth Circuit case that seems to restrict it a little bit, but we disagree with the process whereby he couldn't come in unless he was convicted. He takes the stand and they're going to ask him extensively about each and every one of these events in an effort to commit character assassination. This is what we warned about. You told the jury it only goes to motive. And this obviously goes well beyond that and vitiates Your Honor's earlier ruling, or at least it gives them two grounds now to argue why it's relevant. And our advice was, had that information not already come out, we would be sitting here with no financial misdeeds in the record. And we believe that the jury, high likelihood of the jury acquitting him, because they haven't proved motive. They haven't proved, there's no forensic evidence whatsoever, no confession, no eyewitness. It's all, as you say, in denying our motion for a directed verdict, it's circumstantial. This is just a naked effort of character assassination to influence the jury, that he has committed these financial misdeeds or misrepresented other things. And as a result, no matter what charge you give the jury, we're fearful that if he hasn't explained any of that, they will hold it against him. And again, it all goes back to your original ruling to motive. I'm not sure they're arguing motive after Mr. Tindley's testimony and after Dawes Cook's testimony, both of whom said there wasn't a storm coming on Thursday, the 10th. So again, our advice would have been different had Your Honor not allowed. I mean, if you would strike all that testimony and tell them to disregard it, in all likelihood would not put him on the stand or not advise him to take the stand. I just want to make that record.
You just restate what you've previously put on the record and which you have argued throughout the trial, and I certainly understand and appreciate that.
And it's compounded this new problem if he takes a stand. And we think, in all due respect, and I'm arguing what we argued a month ago, that what's going to happen is we're going to spend the next day or two or three, the state going through the minute details of each one of these offenses. We've already, in my opinion, this is a Bernie Madoff trial. This isn't a murder trial. This is all about financial misdeed, not about.
No, this sounds like a good jury argument if you want to make the argument.
I'm not convincing you.
It's an argument that you can make to the jury. I've ruled on the issue, and I do not know what the questions that the state intends to ask. I cannot forecast the next 3 days, as you have just done, as to every minute detail the state will seek to introduce. And all rights are preserved as to any and all testimony and anything that is objectionable that you all wish to object to it. The court will rule when those objections are made.
In Your Honor, I appreciate that. All we're saying is, if they have carte blanche to go into the minute details and talk about who the victims were and do all of that and do that, it's going to take a week more, especially with our objections, and then have to redirect them on that. And haven't we wasted enough time on financial matters?
All right. I'll give you an opportunity to respond if you desire.
Your Honor, again, the court has ruled. I don't think I need to address it any further.
Yeah, when a defendant takes the stand and testifies, he has no right to set forth to the jury all facts which may be favorable without exposing himself to cross-examination. Whether or not a defendant testify is solely the right of that defendant. The court makes no recommendations pro or con. I have no role other than advising the defendant of his rights and to ensure that he understands his rights so that he will make an informed decision with regard to testifying after consultation with counsel and anyone else he might want to testify, consult with. Do you wish me to engage in that colloquy at this time with Mr. Murdaugh?
Your Honor, I think it would be good for you to engage in that colloquy now. We have one short witness before he would testify, if he continues to want to testify.
All right. Mr. Murdaugh, you'll come forward and in front of me, and clerk, if you swear him.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and the truth and nothing but the truth?
Murdaugh,
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. At this time, I'm going to explain to you certain of your rights. If you do not understand anything I say, please let me know, and I will explain it in greater detail. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, we have now reached the stage of the trial in which you are presenting your defense. And you have the right to claim the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. This amendment states in part that no person shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. And this means that you cannot be required to testify. You do, however, have the right to testify on your own behalf. However, no one can make you testify. Whether or not you testify is a personal right, and no one can waive this right except you. If you decide to testify, you'll be subject to the same rules that govern other witnesses, and you may be examined and cross-examined on any relevant issue in this case. If you decide to testify, the decision on your part must be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made with knowledge of the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment and the consequences of your decision to testify. As I understand it, you have no convictions involving dishonesty or false statements or for any crimes punishable by more than 1 year imprisonment. But as it relates to any other relevant issue as determined by the court, you may be examined or cross-examined on any relevant issue. Do you understand?
I do, yes, sir.
If you decide not to testify, I will instruct the jurors that they cannot give the fact that you did not testify any consideration whatsoever, and that there is to be absolutely no prejudice to you because you did not testify. It is left entirely up to you whether or not you testify. You may talk with your attorneys, Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Griffin, Mr. Barber, Ms. Fox, family, friends, or anyone else, but the final decision will be left entirely up to you. Do you understand what I've explained?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you have any questions whatsoever as to what I've explained?
No, sir, thank you.
Yes, sir. And you've talked with your lawyers about whether or not you've testified. Mr. Harpootlian just suggested advice he's given to you. The court has no comment whatsoever as to whether you should or should not testify. But do you wish to confer with lawyers some more about whether or not you should testify?
No, sir, I don't need to talk to them anymore.
Have you made a decision as to whether you're going to testify?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what is your decision?
I am going to testify. I want to testify.
All right, very well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we'll have one short witness before Mr. Murdaugh.
Very well. If you will bring the jury.
Whoa. Well, I don't know how you guys feel, but I see eek, arg, ook, oof, all kinds of comments in the chat. I could actually hear the collective, oh my G, oh my gosh. I'm just saying, I think it's foolish. I think it's foolish that he's going to testify. I really do. They're bringing the jury. Here we go. Oh boy. Oh, damn. I know all of those letters. I can't say all those letters, Pete, but I feel you. I totally feel you. Maybe it's his only chance to sway one juror, perhaps, because, like, working on the sympathy, I think it's a desperate move. I'm not a lawyer, but I think that's why Harpootlian is saying, listen, we would have advised him differently, but they do not want him to testify. I could tell they don't want him to testify because they practically, in their opening statement to the judge, said they don't want him to testify. They said they would have gave him different advice if he had stricken the financial information.
Sure, thank you. Good
So,
morning.
here we go.
Day number 23. The defense's case, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Nolan Tuten. Good morning. Watch your step, please. Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You'll come to the witness stand and have a seat, please. The microphone is very sensitive and we have to get right up on it. But if you would state your full name again and please spell your last name, please.
Nolan Tuten, Tuten.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you please tell the jury a little bit about yourself?
I grew up in Hampton County. Grew up around Paul and Maggie. I went to school at Wade Hampton. Played sports with Buster growing up, and just we're lifelong friends.
What do you do?
I work in the timber business.
Okay. And do you know Alex?
I do.
Okay. And how long have you known Alex for?
Pretty much my whole life.
Did you spend a lot of time with Alex and his family?
I did.
Okay. And how would you describe your relationship with Paul?
He was one of my best friends. Considered him like a little brother to me. We were really close.
How about tell the jury a little bit about Paul?
Paul's one of those guys that you could call him at the drop of the hat and he would come. He was, there for you always. He would call you nonstop all throughout the day, every day. And, he would do, whatever he could for you, whenever he could for you. And
How often did you talk to Paul?
every day.
Every day. How often did you see him?
A couple times a week, most weeks.
And when you saw him, where would y'all be?
It depended. He would come to my house. I would go to Moselle. I would see him on the boat. We would just go hunt together, fish together, just do whatever we really felt like doing.
Okay. And other than hunting and fishing, what else did you guys do together?
We hung around Moselle. We farmed at Moselle. Whatever we felt like doing, really.
And when you were with Paul outside doing these activities, did he have his phone with him normally?
Most times, yeah.
Okay. And did he ever put it down?
He did sometimes, not a whole lot. It was either in his hand or in his pocket, but if he had something in his hand, he would, set it down either in the truck or somewhere close to him. It would be within reaching distance.
Okay. What was your impression from the time you spent with the family as to how they got along?
They all had a really good relationship, I felt like. When I was around, there was always kind of laughing and, a good relationship, good family relationship.
Did you have a nickname for Alex?
Big Red.
Okay. And how would you describe the relationship between Paul and Alex?
They had a really good relationship.
Would you say that Alex was patient with Paul?
He was.
Now, you mentioned that you guys hunted together. Are you familiar with the types of guns that Paul had?
I was.
Okay. And did he ever use a 300 Blackout?
He did.
Okay. And what's your understanding of where he got that?
Buster and Paul got two for Christmas one year. Buster had a black one, Paul had a tan one, and they were at Moselle, and then Paul's went missing or, got stolen, whatever happened to it. And then there was just the black one at Moselle that we used more or less.
Okay. When you were at Moselle, what did you do with Paul?
Rode around, played around at the house, messed around at the sheds. You know, we would go ride the buggies, ride in the truck, you know, go fish, go hunt, go farm.
When you rode around at Moselle, what vehicles would you ride in?
It really depended, honestly, what was closest to get into from the house. It was, you know, sometimes my truck, sometimes Paul's truck, sometimes golf cart, Ranger, whatever we felt like riding in.
Okay. Did you ever ride in the black Ford F-150?
I did.
Okay. And are you familiar with where the kennels are located?
Yes.
At Moselle? Okay. And if you and Paul were at the house, would you guys typically walk to the kennels or would you drive down there?
We would never walk. We would drive or ride something.
Okay. And were there ever times where you noticed Paul with guns in his trucks on Moselle?
All the time.
Did he have the 300 blackout with him in the trucks?
A lot of times, yes.
Okay. And were there ever guns left in the shed by the dog kennels?
They were sometimes, not a whole lot, but there were, you know, sometimes left there and then picked up later.
Okay. What about the hangar?
Same.
Now, Maggie, tell me about Maggie.
She was she was a very sweet woman. She would, you know, do whatever. She treated me like I was one of her own. She was just really, really sweet woman.
And would she go down to the dog kennels?
She would.
Okay. And how would she get there?
It just depended really. She would drive her car sometimes. She would walk sometimes. She would ride her bicycle. She would ride a Ranger, a golf cart. You know, however she felt like getting down there.
Okay. Let's go to the day of June 7th.
Okay.
Walk me through that day.
That morning I got up and I talked to Paul either over the weekend or Friday or one of those days when we had talked about CB had sprayed the sunflowers. And so I'd gone out to Moselle that morning and rode by the sunflowers to see if they were actually dead yet or not. And I noticed that they were dead. So then, you know, Paul and I talked, I don't know, around 10 or 11 that morning and about kind of coming up with a plan about how to get them plowed up under and replanted. So then I went to work and stayed at work all day pretty much. We were supposed to go out that afternoon and start plowing the sunflowers under. And I got stuck at work late and talked to Paul throughout the day, and I wasn't going to make it that night. And then, so I went home after work. And then I got the call around 10:30 or so, 11, sometime around there, and came back to Moselle and you know, everything had happened.
When you talked to Paul that morning, what, if any, understanding did you have as to where he was?
He was in Okatee. He was working for John Marvin at the time.
Okay. And then you guys made plans to meet at Moselle that
That's
afternoon.
right. Yes.
Okay. When you called him on the way home, what, if any, understanding did you have as to where he was?
When I talked to him on the way home, he was driving from Okatee to Moselle when I spoke to him.
Where were you when you got the news about Maggie and Paul?
I was at home.
Okay. And did you go to Moselle?
I did.
Okay. Did you see Alex?
I did.
How would you describe him?
He was pretty distraught. He was, when I got there, he and I saw each other and we both kind of walked towards each other, and he gave me a hug and just started crying and told me they were gone.
That may be all I have. Beg the court to stop it. Clarification. Your plans to meet up with Paul on June 7th,
Right.
was that plan to address the issue you had seen in the with sunflowers?
That's right.
Okay. No further questions.
By state.
Nolan, good morning. How are you?
Good. How about you?
Doing well. Nolan, we've we've met a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
Prior to trial, we've
Yes.
met in Colleton, we've met elsewhere. We've had quite a few conversations. Is that fair to say?
We have.
And you've had a lot of conversations with law enforcement also.
I
They were
have.
sometimes there at the meetings.
Yes.
You were as close a friend as Paul as there could be. Is that fair to say?
I feel like that. Yes.
And I just want you to say again, he was the kind of guy that if you needed something in the middle of the night, you could call him.
Yes.
Was he going to be there for
He
you?
was going to come.
Flat tire side of the road, Paul's there for you.
He was there.
You also, I think, and Maggie, I think you referred to her as a second mom.
I
to you.
did.
Kind of, they adopted you into the family. You were treated like one of the group. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
And what year did you graduate high school?
2014.
And what year was Paul at Wade Hampton?
He didn't go to Wade Hampton.
Oh, what year was he graduating high school? Sorry.
I want to say 17, maybe
So-
17 or 18.
So you were a little older than Paul.
That's right. He was the same age as my younger brother, Nate.
And your younger brother, I know we already heard, we saw, it's Nathan too,
That's
right?
right, yes.
And he testified previously in this trial.
That's right.
So your years in high school would actually align with
Buster's.
more Buster's, and Paul was a little younger.
That's right.
I think you mentioned that Paul was an avid cell phone user. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
He used it all the time.
Yep.
Which may be part of the reason why he was so responsive when you needed something, because he always was there to answer the call or respond to a text. Is that
That's
fair
right.
to say?
Yeah.
Do you consider yourself someone that has a fair amount of knowledge about firearms?
I feel like it. Yes,
Are you an avid hunter?
I am.
And you've had a lot of experience with firearms yourself,
I have.
and a lot of experience with the family's firearms.
Yes, sir.
Gain kind of a knowledge of what people tend to use or favor.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that? Well, first, before we go there, let's talk about the 300 blackout. Paul's 300 blackout. I think you just testified to that they received as a Christmas gift.
Right.
Now, Buster's, when they received it, Buster's 300 blackout was what color?
It was black.
And Paul's 300 blackout was what color?
It was like a sand color.
And you hanging out with Paul, and I'm going to talk about somewhere in like 2017, 2018. Did you go to a Halloween party with Paul?
We did.
Did you actually ride with him?
From my recollection, yes.
And it wasn't uncommon for Paul to have his kind of favorite guns in the car with him. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And on this occasion, when you went to this party, did Paul have that 300, his tan 300 blackout with him?
He did.
This is back in like 2017, 2018,
It was a while ago. Yes, sir.
before COVID.
That's right.
The new designation, before
That's right.
COVID, after COVID. And tell us what happened. What happened that night?
I mean, we were at a Halloween party and we had been around Moselle most of the day, and we left, and then later on the gun was gone. The gun was missing. Whether whatever happened to it, we no longer had it.
So it was there before you went to the party, and then y'all come back and it's out of the car.
That's right.
Now this was a really nice rifle, right?
It was.
It was a fairly expensive rifle, and the scope on it is a very expensive scope.
That's right.
So it wasn't like it was misplaced. It was. Do you believe it was stolen?
I believe so. Yes.
All right. And then going to guns, did Paul have a shotgun that he favored?
He did.
Was it and have you paid attention to any of the trial?
I've watched some. Yes.
And is it, without going ahead and rooting through the guns, is it that camo in color Benelli Super Flag Eagle 3 that the state has in evidence?
That's right.
That's Paul's shotgun?
That was the one he favored the most. Yes.
And then did Paul also have a 300 blackout on him at all times?
He did.
So
Most times.
what did Paul do after his rifle was stolen? What did he use then?
When his rifle was stolen, he more or less took Buster's as his own. So
He started using Buster's. Is that because Buster really didn't use that very much?
Buster was in school. either in Wofford or in Columbia. So Buster came to Moselle a fair amount, but Paul was there more. And so Paul just, used it as his own.
And then Buster had a shotgun he'd favor. I think we'd already heard about it, but is it a Benelli Super Black Eagle Model 2?
That's right.
And do you know the differences between the Super Black Eagle models?
I do.
Then I think your brother already testified to that, but there's markings on the shotguns that you can look at and tell if you know what you're looking for.
That's right.
And then I believe Alex favored a Super Black Eagle Model 1.
That's right. He either shot the 1 or the 2.
So we have 1, 2, and 3 models.
Right.
For the same Benelli Super Black Eagle, but models 1, 2, and 3.
That's right.
And those are all 12 gauges typically that was used
That's
as
right.
a kind of general use.
Mm-hmm.
I think you also mentioned that about guns being left down at the kennel area. You said it was occasional. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
They weren't stored down there, right?
That's right.
Permanently. Nothing was stored down there.
No, nothing was stored down there.
And it was usually, if guns were left, would it be mostly in just the hunting seasons?
That's right.
Okay.
It would either be during, the hunting seasons or, if Paul was cleaning out his truck, he would.
And when are the hunting seasons for like deer and duck and turkey? When are those hunting seasons?
Deer season is typically in the fall, sometime August to January. Duck season is, around Thanksgiving to the end of January. And turkey season is March 22nd to May 1st, somewhere around there.
Were you, and you spent a lot of time at Moselle. I think you already talked about that. Were you around before the, how many entrances and exits are there at Moselle, the property? Were you around before when there was only one entrance and exit? So when there was only one entrance and exit, the main entrance and exit, where was that one?
That was by the kennels.
Okay. And is that actually where the mailbox is?
That's right.
And I think packages are sent that way.
They would typically go to the shed, to the hangar.
And then at some point in the future, a second exit was created where some brickwork was done, sort of leading from the house. Is that accurate as well?
That is.
You all spent a lot of time at the kennel area, kind of the hangar kennel area.
We did.
It's kind of a good collection point for whatever y'all were doing, whether it was working on the heavy equipment there or hunting and getting ready for things. That's
correct?
A fair thing to say? It's a good collection point.
Yes, sir.
For y'all. And I think out there there's also a processing shed for if you killed anything.
Yes, sir.
And if you all are down there and say Maggie or Alex were at the house and they obviously knew you were down there, would they tend to come drop by before they would leave just to see if y'all needed anything?
More often than not, yeah.
All right. And knowing Paul as well as you do, is it, and we've heard a lot about him, is it fair to say that he had a lifestyle that was just fairly unpredictable?
Absolutely.
I mean, he was traveling the state, whether it was Columbia, Charleston, the Low Country, wherever. He was everywhere, right?
That's correct.
And he actually kept clothes in many different places just for that reason, because he was such a traveler.
He did.
So you talk to him almost every day, right?
That's right.
But for those that maybe weren't so close to him, it would be fairly hard to even know where he was going to be on any given day.
That's right.
Unless you kept in frequent contact with him, right?
That's fair to say.
He was everywhere. Any given day during the week, who knows where he could be.
Mm-hmm.
Fair
Yes,
to
sir.
say? All right. So I'm going to talk to you about June 7th, 2021. And that's the day you lost your best friend.
That's right.
And that's a tough day for you. Is that right?
It is.
You talked to Paul that day on the phone.
I did.
In the morning and afternoon times. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And I know you just testified to it, but walk me through again, if you wouldn't mind. I believe y'all were talking about the sunflowers. They died.
We were.
And You often helped out on the farm. Is that also fair to say?
I did, yes.
Meaning farm related stuff, tilling the ground and planting seeds and all that stuff.
That's right.
You're pretty active in the maintaining of the duck ponds and the corn fields for the hunting purposes too, right?
That's right.
So if Paul needed something, he'd call on you.
That's right.
He'd call on you to help out.
Yes.
And is that what happened on leading up to and on June 7th?
Yes, it was. He knew that I was riding by because typically when you spray something, it takes a couple days before it actually takes effect. So it happened. CB sprayed them, I want to say Thursday or Friday. So we really couldn't get a good idea what was actually done, the harm that was actually done until a few days later. And I was going to be riding by Moselle that morning to go to work. So I just swung in there to check on them and see what it was, where we could come up with a game plan on what to do.
And you have pretty free use of the property, meaning you could show up and come and go as you please. That wasn't weird, right?
That's right.
So the fact that you went there that morning to check on stuff, that's actually pretty normal
That's right.
for you. And so you show up on that morning and check the sunflowers, and they're dying. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So the decision was made that y'all would have to. And why do you need sunflowers? What's the purpose of those?
They attract doves. We plant them, kind of corn, sunflowers in the dove field, to have dove hunts.
So it's important for hunting purposes, it's important to maintain a dove field. You call it the dove field.
That's
or
right.
the sunflower field.
Yeah, it's a good attractant.
So the decision made then to till the field and replant the sunflowers.
That's correct.
It wasn't too late in the year, in the season. You could still get some good growth out.
That's
of it.
right.
And this is something you're pretty familiar with, and you've done a number of times before with Paul.
Yes, sir.
All right. So what do you relay to Paul then?
I talked to Paul, told him that they were in fact dying and we had to restart. So he and I had talked about coming up with a game plan, meeting up that afternoon at Moselle to go ahead and get the tractor hooked up and begin plowing them under.
And ultimately, you weren't able to make it that day. Is that
That's
true?
correct.
Okay. What did you have going on?
I got hung up at work around the Columbia area.
So the plan then became we're just gonna do it later,
That's
right?
right.
We'll do it sometime later in the week.
Yes.
Now, leading up to these events, you received a Snapchat from Paul around 7 p.m. Is that right?
Sometime around there, yes.
Sometime in the evening time.
That's right.
And tell us what that Snapchat's like a video image that someone can send you.
That's correct. Yes.
And tell us about what that Snapchat was.
It was a video of the John Deere Highboy sprayer. One of the cylinders on the back to spread the boom to spray was leaking pretty bad. So he was sending me a video to show me how bad it was leaking.
Okay. And a tiller is a piece of farm equipment. Is that correct?
What is it?
Sorry.
Repeat your question.
You said a tiller? Is that
The Highboy?
Highboy. Is that a piece of farm equipment?
It is.
And is that the thing you would use then to plow the fields?
That's what we would use to spray.
Spray. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. And it was leaking some sort of fluid, meaning it was maybe broken.
That's right.
All right. Now you've in all the times we've met, the number of times, did you have a chance to listen to what we call it, kind of the kennel video?
I did.
And did you when listening to it, did you identify the voices on that video?
I did.
Having known the family, what voices did you hear on that video when you
Paul
heard
and Miss Maggie in it, Mr. Elliott.
All right, down at the kennel area too. If you're down there at nighttime, I assume you've been down there around the nighttime, the hangar kennel area. It's actually fairly well lit area if the lights are all turned on. Is that true?
Correct.
So not only is there the hangar lights inside the hangar, but then there's lights on the outside of the hangar as well.
That's right.
Is that true?
Yes.
And is it true then also that the kennels have lights, both fan lights and overhead lights?
That's correct.
So if you're down there in the middle of the night, even though there may not be any, street lighting or anything like that, the kennel area and the hangar are all brightly lit with like fluorescent lighting.
Yes, sir.
And would you be able to see the lighting if you were at the Moselle house? Would you be able to look down if it's nighttime? Would you be able to look down and see the well-lit area?
You could, yes.
All right, so we're on June 7th. What's the last communication you have with Paul?
That phone call.
And
phone
you
call
go to
and
bed.
Snapchat.
Sorry, go ahead.
The phone call and the Snapchat.
And you then go to bed that night thinking it's just any other night. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I think you testified to it, but you were woken up at what time?
It was around 10:30. Between 10:30 and 11, my mom had called me, and she had heard something had happened at Moselle. So I tried to call Paul and text Paul and didn't get a response. So I got in the truck and rode over there as fast as I could.
And at the time, were you living fairly close by?
I was living closer to Alameda. It was probably a 20 to 25 minute drive to Moselle.
When you arrived at the scene, what entrance did you go to initially?
Initially, I was coming down Moselle Road, and I noticed all the first responders over towards the kennel area. And so I pulled in there, and they wouldn't let me in. So then I backed up and came in through the brick columns and made my way around. And
when you arrived, what did you observe?
Oh, when I got there, there were a lot of first responders out, and I could see two bodies laying, one by the corner of the shed and one by the feed room door, and they had sheets over them.
And by the time you arrived, law enforcement had already cordoned off the area.
They had,
but you could, where the tractor equipment was housed, you could kind of stand around back there.
That's correct.
And even though it's set further back, you could still see sort of the scene.
Yes.
Who was there with you when you arrived?
When I arrived, it was myself, Alec, Randy, Ronnie Crosby, Mark Ball, and I think that's it at the time. People started coming when I got there. A lot of people started coming, showing up.
And I know you testified to it, and it's obviously understandable, but everyone's pretty upset, right?
Yes.
And when you did you have a chance then to interact with Alex?
I did.
And is he here today?
He is.
Is he sitting at council table right there in between his lawyers?
Yes.
And I think you said you hugged. Is that right?
We did.
And what thing did he repeat to you twice?
The boat wreck.
That's the thing he said to you.
That's right.
And did he also ask you to get in touch with Rogan?
He did.
And you know Rogan Gibson?
I do.
Friends with him as well?
Yes, sir.
So the two things he says to you there is, two of the things he says is the boat wreck. I think he said the effing boat wreck. Is that right?
He did.
And get in touch with Rogan.
Yeah, it was a little while later, but yes, he asked me to call Rogan.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
Thank you.
Redirect.
You mentioned that Paul would clean his cars out down by the kennel area,
Right.
his trucks. Are you aware that he took his truck in to be serviced
I
that
was.
Friday?
Yes.
Okay. And he cleaned that out before he went?
Yes.
And if you're at the house in Moselle Can you see in detail at night what's happening at the kennels?
You could just see the lights you could tell that the lights were on, and you could see the roof, but that's really about all you
So
could
just
see.
the roof and just the lights.
That's right.
Okay.
You noticed something was down there, but you weren't really able to tell exactly what it was.
Okay. And going back to June 7th, you went out there in the morning for the field.
That's right.
Okay. And did you see the black Ford F-50 up at the house?
I did.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a short break. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, I do believe Dick Harpootlian is going to speak here before we go to actual official break. But the break is 10 minutes. They're already a few minutes into it. Our feed is behind, but I'm going to correct that right after Dick speaks.
Cool.
Everyone be seated. Mr. Harpootlian, do you need any additional time to confer with Mr. Murdaugh?
He indicates he doesn't need to talk to me. It hurts my feelings, but we don't need any break. However, Your Honor, he does need to visit the restroom before we start this process.
All right, we'll take a recess about 10 minutes.
Okay, that's our official break time. And I'm going to pull the feed over and make sure it gets back to the right time.
I noticed he has a
Beck, how you
very
doing?
nice suit on today. I'm
Yep.
all right. I left because I thought the
He does.
feed was me because my internet does that. And then I got the chat and I was like, oh, damn, I shouldn't have left.
I don't blame you because I was panicking myself, and I want to thank everybody for actually helping me with that and telling me it wasn't my feed, it was them. But it did end up that because I was playing around with it, the feed ended up a couple minutes behind. But that's okay because now we're caught up. They had a break in between. We didn't miss any testimony. The beginning was a little choppy with the audio, but that was them. It's going to be everywhere that way. So what can we do? Yeah. Well, welcome,
That is it.
Erica. Nice to see you. I doubt he's going to confess on the stand, but that would be quite the turn of events, wouldn't it? Wow.
That would blow my mind if he just said, yep, I did it.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
I
that
hope
would be
you've
crazy.
Have you finished your first cup of coffee now? You're all good? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm right at the bottom of my first big cup, so I'm gravy now.
That's good.
Is this yeah? Halco said the judge making sure. Is this really what you want to do?
Hey losers. Oh, thank you, Bearded. We love you too. Tell me
shit.
it always makes my morning coffee to have Bearded call me a loser first thing in the morning. Thank you. You were here earlier. What, did you just come back to say that? Like, weren't you just here a few minutes ago?
I didn't see
Alex, oh yeah, he was in the chat. Yes, he was. Yes, I know. If you could see an avatar, but if you could see, I'd be smirking, winking at you too there, dude. You would. You went into a meeting. Yeah.
You got to look at Shill's new name.
It was Shilly Shill, wasn't it? Oh, Shilly Karen virus.
Karen virus.
I am not going. I refuse to acknowledge this disorder of you guys with her in her name. Like, I'm not acknowledging. Like, she drives me crazy with that. I can't keep up.
I've changed my name like 5 or 6 times since I've been on YouTube for almost 4 years now. And people kept going, oh, we don't know who it is. I'm like, I don't change my picture. You know exactly who it is. Nobody else has an icon like I do in the chat.
Oh, there you go.
Know who it is.
Well, Well,
Yeah,
as
just
soon
don't
as
change your icon and your name at the same time. Nobody will know who the fuck you are. Yeah.
I have never changed it. Like this avatar is my brand. I mean, the avatar might change position a little bit, but it's the same face and the same cat ears. I changed my glasses from my cool sunglasses to my reading glasses, but that's about it.
Oh yeah, you
Um,
did. I didn't even notice. My bad. That's cool.
Oh no,
Like,
this
she's
thing
like,
this
we're on
way.
trial.
No, Beck, nothing to notice. The cool sunglasses are from like summer. It's been this way the whole trial. You wouldn't have noticed the change. Like it was
Oh,
been this
okay.
way. It's okay. Yeah. Don't confuse yourself. Yep.
It's
I
not hard to
know.
do
I
sometimes.
he has an icon like that with a bearded cool guy with a backwards cap. Oh, like you're twinning. You're
Oh,
twinning.
nice.
Yeah.
Nice, brother. I like
Mhm.
it.
I
Your
also
avatars
have
remind me of
yeah.
playing Borderlands.
Right.
I don't think I've ever played that.
Yeah, to remind you guys, I've also got the levels of analysis video down below from Bearded Heretics so that you guys could check out the different ways to analyze some of this evidence that's coming out. Might be interesting, take a view. That and like I said, all the interviews are down there. The witness list for those of you that like to keep track of that kind of stuff. Just remember the witness list is everybody that could have testified, not everybody that did. Okay, you kind of had to keep track of who came on and who didn't. They just had to lay it all out who they might bring up, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. He's got the I like this. And also Beardy says, I also have this cool California surfer voice for an Englishman. Come on.
For an Englishman.
For an Englishman. Where do you get off thinking that's California cool? Like, come on. I mean, it's cool, no doubt. Like, I'm a fan of the accent, absolutely, but still, it's not California cool. No.
It's like, right, man. Saying 10,
yeah.
brother.
Yeah. Oh, like the turtle from Dora. Well, I don't
Try to
know.
do
I'm
English
excited.
with California surfer. That's really hard to do.
I don't know.
I'm excited too. I can't believe he's freaking testifying. Tell me one person here who's not excited about this happening, because this has been our dream since day one.
I just don't know how it's gonna go. Like, I don't know. Do my beat British? No, I will not.
And bloody British.
No. I don't have it. I don't have an English accent. I'm Jersey all the way, but I do know a lot of terms and cultural type items that I'm familiar with because my household. But no, no. You come up here and speak British for us.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. That's all I got is bloody British.
We would make a mess of it. We'll leave that to you. You do it so well, Bearded. I'm gonna leave it to you.
Right. Crikey.
No, he teases me all the time. Like, Claire, were you trying to be British or something? Like, we get in discussions about cookies and biscuits and crisps and chips and all of that stuff. Well.
Yeah, I agree, Liz. If he just gets up there and cries, it won't be fun.
Oh, Liam says it's a cool California surfer voice if the surfer was born, raised, and never left the UK except for holidays to surf in California. There you go. Okay. I will grant him that, but that doesn't mean that's that voice just because he holidayed there. No.
I have been in California multiple times. For work and such. I've been around a lot of Californians. I know some Californians. I cannot speak California surfer very well. I mean, I used to back in the day because it was like a thing to joke around about back in like, what was it, the 90s or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do you see this deal in the chat, Ned? He says if I do my British accent, he'll do his beat California voice next time he's on. I'll tell you what, next time you're on, you do California, I'll do English, and we'll do like that. But I'm not doing it without you up here. No. Nope. So I take that deal and amend it to a new Discord. We have an accord. It's up to you. Do we have an accord? There's an English statement for you. The Americans don't say that, do they, Bit? Do you have an
Liz
accord?
Stewart?
It's definitely something I got from my nan. Yeah.
Yeah. Claire has a interesting accent because she has been influenced by people from overseas when she was younger. So that's why she can. Her accent changes around so much.
People who had very thick accents who were my tutors in my home, actually, like I wasn't overseas, like they were like part of my life. Plus my nan is like full on English, Irish, like right off the boat, so to speak. Like
Right.
the
Yeah.
household was just I can't explain it, but if you have English and Australian tutors, you develop a cultural way of speaking. That's all I can tell you. And they were young, because like I was, whoop, they're back.
Right.
Wow, listen, the courtroom is loud this morning. Listen
God,
to
no wonder
that.
he has to
You hear
yell.
that? Woo, that
Jesus.
courtroom is buzzing. Everyone's excited about Alex coming on.
I guess. Fresh cup of coffee for the judge.
Please be seated.
He looks like he had a nice break. Looks pleasant.
Oh, you do. Absolutely.
Hmm.
Now he shut off his mic to say something to her.
You may bring the jury.
Okay, now they're bringing the jury, so he's quiet again. Well,
I tell you what, all those reporters look very, very lively right now compared to normal. They're moving their heads around. They're looking at everything. They got notebooks out. They're ready to go. I wonder with the two guys that always sit behind him, and usually there's a female cop back there with them, and they're kind of like watching Alex. Are they there to protect him or keep him from doing something stupid? I don't know which one it is. I think it might be more of a protection thing. But those two gentlemen in jackets sitting behind him have little FBI looking earbuds in that go with the wire and everything. So
they've been keeping the family away from him and everything, because like people were not following the rules. They were just like, he was there, so they were like greeting him and visiting with him as if they could, but that's how this goes when you're under arrest and you're reside at the jail. You got to follow the jail rules, and visiting hours are not during court.
Agreed.
It's not happening.
Are you guys sure this doesn't double as a church?
Well, the pews are pretty stiff, aren't they? They do look a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, it looks like it's a part-time church or something. I don't know.
Buster is third row back on the side now, so he's not all the way back. That's good. I see.
Yeah, he's right, but they are all kind of spread out along that bench. All the Murdaugh folk.
But they used to sit right where the people are sitting before. They used to sit like right behind him, and they were like, yeah. Buster's there, Colin. He's like third row. They're saying. Like,
he's actually sitting in the aisle and not over by the door this time, so don't look over by the door. He's in that tan.
Oh, there he is. I see his red hair. You just can't miss it. And I understand, because I have that color red hair. Like, you just don't miss it. Like, you just can't. You can't hide in the crowd. There's no way.
He must be nervous. He's scratching his eyebrows again like he always does and rubbing his chin.
Oh, thank you, Pete. Pete says that the Colleton County Courthouse was built by Robert Mills, who designed Washington's Monument and other DC buildings. It is a lovely building. I use it in most of my thumbnails. It is an exquisite building, actually, for a courthouse. I've been using it repeatedly. Oh, don't say that, Bearded. Don't say that. Now, come on. I know why you say it, because we steal souls, because we're so unforgettable.
No, what you
Well, don't be mean. Don't be mean about it. It's not our fault that we're overly charming and unforgettable. Now stop it with that. Stop it with that.
No, you see, it's not out. You guys, you got to remember, Alex is not a ginger. He's a strawberry blonde. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, Alex is not. We don't claim Alex.
No, he's
Gingers
not a
do not
ginger
claim
anyway.
Alex. No. Buster, we've got no choice but to claim Buster. Okay.
Charlie, I'm mostly ginger and can confirm.
We don't, Charlie. We're not claiming you either, because you're one of those blonde gingers too. You're one of the you guys. You blonde gingers are the untrusty ones, not us. Like gingers, like you know, you're a pseudo ginger. Those blonde gingers, like Alex. Yeah.
Paul Hutchins. Are you saying the building was built by Robert Mills? Is that
Oh.
what you're saying?
Yes, it was. Yeah, that's what
Oh.
Pete said. It's the one who did all of those wonderful buildings in Washington. It is a
Yeah.
wonderful courthouse. It's in all my thumbnails. It's a beautiful building. It's
Oh, yeah,
exquisite.
it's beautifully
It
built.
really is. Yeah.
I trust my gingers. I just wanted to wind Claire up.
I know.
Damn it, heretic.
Because he does. Because that's the one thing about gingers. We do wind easy, don't we? He knows it too. Like, it's not that hard to wind a ginger. Just call him Ginger. That was my nickname in school for so long. Like, nobody even knew my name was Claire because everybody just called me Ginger.
Oh, always grateful's Auburn. Look at that. We're getting more redheads coming in here.
No, yeah, that Discord, everybody's an avatar, but it's full of redheads. Like, we run in packs. Look out.
Well, that's like all my hair looks light to medium brown, but when
Mhm.
I'm out in the sun, it's red. Yeah, it's like a strawberry blonde. Reddish
I think
color.
we're all nervous about this testimony. Look at, we're talking about hair color here. For like, the Alex Murdaugh is about murder. You hear that?
Murdaugh.
Did you hear
is about
that,
to take the
Bearded?
stand.
Did you see? Just your presence did it to me this time. You didn't even say it in the chat yet. Alex Murdaugh, the accused murderer, there, I got it right, is actually going to testify. And we're talking about our hair color. I know, right, Pete? Let's go. Like, come on. Get him on the stand. I'm ready.
Charlie said he studied jinjitsu extensively.
Oh.
Charlie, you cracked me up, you little fucker. Oh, you guys are hilarious. The whole
And-
chat.
I'm going to go look, Colin, but I don't have it open on the PC right now. I don't have Discord right now, guys. So if you're sending me things, I won't see it right away, but I'm going to get there. I'm trying to make sure, like, I shut everything down when I thought the feed was going wonky. I panicked this morning, even though it wasn't me, it was them. I automatically, because of prior problems, thought it was us. Oh, yes, Judge Newman
you.
looks so serious.
Ma'am, you will not be able to sit. You cannot sit there. You cannot sit in the jury box.
Oh, someone's in the jury box.
They were.
Wanted to
I
get a
bet you
good
it's one of
view.
the photographers. There's one photographer that always scoots really close to the jury over there to try to get better pics of the whole court. And when the jury wasn't there during the
You call your next
404, she
witness.
was in the box sitting there, but there was
Thank
no
you,
jury,
Your
so
Honor.
he didn't care.
Mm-hmm.
The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, wishes to take the stand.
Watch your step. Yes, ma'am. You place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. You swear or affirm that the
What do you
testimony
think's
give
going to
today
do is
will be the
direct?
truth, the whole
Harpootlian
truth, and
or
nothing but the
Griffin?
truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the witness stand.
I don't know. Oh, there's your answer.
And if you don't mind stating your full name again and spelling your
I
last.
think we're going to see some BC
I'm Alex
energy
Murdaugh.
today.
Murdaugh. Good morning.
Mr. Murdaugh, on June 7th, 2021, did you take this gun or any gun like it and shoot your son Paul in the chest in the feed room at your property off Moselle Road?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June 7th or any day or any time?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take a 300 blackout such as this and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot a 300 blackout into her head, causing her death?
Mr. Griffin, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime, ever.
Mr. Murdaugh, is that you on the kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It is.
Were you in fact at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I was.
You lied to Agent Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June 7th and told them that you stayed at the house for dinner.
I did lie to them.
Did you lie to Agent Owen and Agent Croft on the follow-up interview on June 10th that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was at dinner?
I did lie to them.
And in the interview of August 11th, did you tell Agent Owen and Agent Croft, did you lie to them by telling them that you were not down at the kennels on that night?
Yes.
Alec, why did you lie to Agent Owen, Agent Croft, and Deputy Rutland about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
As my addiction, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking. It could be anything that triggered it. It might be a look somebody gave me. It might be a reaction somebody had to something I did. It might be a policeman following me in a car. That night, June 7th, after finding Mags and Paul, don't talk to anybody without Danny with you. All my partners were just repeatedly telling me that. I had a deputy sheriff taking gunshot tests from my hands. I'm sitting in a police car with David Owen asking me about my relationship with my wife and my son. And all those things coupled together after finding them, coupled with my distrust for SLED, caused me to have paranoid thoughts. Normally, when these paranoid thoughts would hit me, I could take a deep breath real quick, just think about it, reason my way through it, and just get past it really quickly. On June the 7th, I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think I was capable of reason. And I lied about being down there. And I'm so sorry that I did. I'm sorry to my son Buster. I'm sorry to Grandma and Papa T. I'm sorry to both of our families. Most of all, I'm sorry to Mags and Paw. I would never intentionally do anything to hurt either one of them. Ever. Ever.
Did you continue lying after that night? Did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
You know, oh, what a tangled web we weave. But once I told the lie, then I told my family, I had to keep lying.
Alex, tell the jury what happened on the evening of June 7th, starting when you met with Paul.
I'd been at work that day, a fairly normal day. You mean start in the morning or?
Sure, start in the morning.
It was just a regular morning. Maggie was leaving to go out of town. She was going to a doctor's appointment, and she had some stuff to do at Edisto, where she was having some work done on our house at Edisto. But Maggie was there that morning. She went to leave, and she told me she was doing these things. I always asked Maggie to come back home and stay with me. But anyway, Maggie had left. She did her thing. I went to work, did work. I learned from Paul that.
Who's Paul?
That's Paul, my son Paul Murdaugh.
And your name for him is Paul.
Yeah, we called him Paul.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And Buster, Maggie, I called him Paul or Paul Terry, but Mags called him Paul. Buster called him Paul. A lot of people called him Paul. But anyway, I learned about I had known that CB, the guy that worked for us, had sprayed the sunflowers. I knew about that, but I'd been out of town. I didn't know they were dead. Paul let me know they had died. So we had to replant the dove field. That's our dove field, which the dove field is just a big social part of having property. People come, and it's just a social big part of it. So the dove field was a big deal. So when the sunflowers got killed, we knew they were dead. Paul was coming home. And I learned that early Monday morning.
And and we'll catch back up, but at some point in time, did you meet up with Paul?
Yeah, after work, I met Paul at the property.
And we're going to backfill and talk about more of the day, but I just want to focus in on that evening right now.
Okay.
When Paul gets to the property, what do y'all do?
First thing we do is we go to the dove field, and we look at the dove field. And
how'd you get to the dove field?
He had come in my brother's truck. We got in my son Buster's black pickup truck. We called it Buster's truck, or the black pickup truck. You've heard it called too, but I call it Buster's truck.
Okay, so you're in Buster's truck, and you go to the dove field. Tell the jury what else.
Well, that's the first thing we do. We go to the dove field and we look, and it was clearly it didn't. You could tell they were. You could tell they'd been sprayed, and you could tell they were dead. They might have still had a tiny bit of life, but they were dead. So we knew that. So we knew we had to replant the whole field. So that didn't take but a second. But after that, Paul, We just rode the property. We spent time together. We rode around and we spent time together on the property.
Did you go to the duck pond?
Oh yeah, we went to several food plots. We went to Single Oak Stand, we called it, which is across the road. I know we went to the Bridge Stand. We went to the duck pond where we stayed for a minute, and
Did you,
I can remember the duck pond specifically because I had helped Paw plant the dove field and the corn in the dove field. So sunflowers, corn, and I had helped him plant the corn in the dove field. Paw had planted the duck pond by himself, and he's making a really big deal to me about how much better the corn was doing in the duck pond than it was in the dove field. We stayed there for a little while. We were at the cabin for a little while. We rode around the cabin looking at it.
no, cabin is what?
That's it's just a little small, it's truly a cabin. It's a 4-room structure. It's got a little living area, a little kitchen. It's got 2 little bedrooms and 1 little bathroom. And that's what you've heard talk about, where the kids stayed some summers. And
Is that what the jury's seen, some overhead pictures? It's right there on Moselle Road?
yeah, it's right up on Moselle Road, and it's very close to the driveway that goes to the shop and the kennels.
Did you spend any time at the shop, you think?
Oh, yes. I mean, the shop was, that was sort of the hub. That was the main place. If you weren't at the house, you might be out going to this field or this food plot or this duck pond or this part of the river, but the shop is where the kennels were located. That was, you were always there. Something was always going on there. You're always doing something there. That's where all the tools were. That's where all the equipment was kept. That was the main hub.
Right.
And so we were there that day. There was a point in time where we unloaded a bulldozer that had been on a different part of the property. It was on a trailer. We unloaded it and sprayed it down real quick. That was just one of the many things we did that day.
One of the things the jury's seen, Alec, is a Snapchat video of you and doing something with a tree. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
And so what was happening there?
That's just part of when we were riding. That particular location where that was is at a food plot that we called Sawtooth Oaks, and it was named that because there were some sawtooth oaks that were planted there that you can't see in the picture. But what that tree is, at all these food plots, there's an area where it's not as big as a field, but it's like a field where you plant vegetation for wildlife. Like it might be cowpeas or soybeans, but you plant, and then there's a feeder to attract deer. Then we planted these little fruit trees on these stands. And what you see me doing is fooling with a fruit tree that I'd been tending to. It had fallen over. I had straps on it. I had strings on it that were holding it up. One of the strings popped. I undid the other string, and it was falling over, and Pawpaw was laughing at me trying to get it back upright. And it was just a fruit tree that I'd been dealing with for years. And it wouldn't stand up straight.
And were you and Paul having a good time at that point?
You could not be around Pawpaw You could not be around him and not have a good time.
Were you close to Paul?
You couldn't be any closer than Pawpaw and I and Buster and I were and are. He's just wonderful.
And it's one of the things you enjoyed doing together was just riding the property?
I love doing anything with Paw. It was an absolute delight. But yeah, one of the things, I mean, Paul's passion. I mean, Paul was passionate about a lot of things, but that property was really a passion of his. I mean, he loved to work it. He loved to work with fields. He loved to work with food plots. He loved to hunt. I mean, he'd work on the roads. I mean, he would work on all of it. I mean, he would work on the structure. I mean, he worked on the whole property. It was his passion.
So on the evening of the 7th, jury's been inundated with data from various different sources, but
Sure.
just ballpark, can you, knowing, what we know now after reviewing everything, but roughly when do you remember Paul getting there and you getting there and starting to ride the property?
Now that I've had the benefit of seeing all of these records, Paw got home, I believe, a little bit before 7 o'clock. And I got home a little bit before him. I think the details had been that I got home around 6:42 or 6:45 or something like that. And Paul got there, very quickly thereafter,
And then,
by 7 o'clock.
so you rode the property for a while. Do you remember when Maggie arrived?
Yeah, it was later than that. It was 8 or after 8. I think it was after 8 and looking at the records, a little bit after 8.
And do you remember her arriving or where you were when she arrived?
I believe that I was at the shop when she came through, which would not be unusual for her having been away. If Blanca had gotten the mail or somebody had gotten the mail, maybe not. But if somebody had not gotten the mail, it would be perfectly normal for her to pull through there. And I believe she did pull through there that day. And Paul and I were at the shop, I believe.
And then what did you do after Maggie arrived?
Maggie went to the house, and I know that. But shortly after, however, I learned that Maggie got home, I went to the house when Maggie got home, and I left Paul at the shop.
So, and what'd you do when you got to the house?
I saw Mags, talked to Mags, and I took a shower.
The clothes that we saw in that Snapchat video was that the clothes you had at work that day?
Yes, those are the clothes I had on at work that day.
And the jury's seen you in those clothes and what's on June 7th. How tall were you and how much did you weigh?
On June 7th, well, I'm a hair over 6'4", right at 6'4". On June the 7th, I was about 265 pounds, 264, 265.
And this was in June 7th.
Yes, sir.
When you're outside riding around and do you get hot and sweaty?
Absolutely. I mean, Paul and I had done some things. We unloaded the bulldozer, cleaned the bulldozer. We'd fooled around. Yeah, I mean, I sweated. I was heavy, and taking prescription pills also makes you sweat worse, or at least taking oxycodone makes you sweat more than you normally do.
So was it unusual for you to take a shower when you got back to the house?
Not at all.
And after you took a shower, what did you change into?
I changed into the clothes that you've seen in this trial, shorts and the shirt.
Okay. When you got out of the shower and changed clothes, what'd you do next?
I went back out where Mags and Pawpaw were, and
What were
for
they
dinner.
doing? What was going on?
Mags had, as you've heard, Blanca had prepared dinner, but it had been cooked earlier. Mags had fixed, I know Mags had fixed mine and her plate because I didn't fix a plate. She may have fixed Pawpaw. Pawpaw was eating, and Pawpaw was almost done eating by the time I got back out. which also wasn't unusual. I mean, Pawpaw was always on the go. I mean, he never sat still. And, you know, he'd sit down to eat, but then he's going on to his next item.
And,
So then Maggie and I ate.
and do y'all eat at the table? Do you eat at the den? What's your normal habit?
We would do both, but I mean, when we ate at the table, it was really sort of more formal or not formal, but just more of an organized thing. Our normal, what we would normally do on a regular evening is we would eat in the den in front of the TV. And that's where we ate that day. I ate on the couch, the table. Maggie had a little, a TV tray that she kept over there, and Pawpaw would usually sit in a recliner and eat off of the ottoman.
Was the TV on?
Yes,
Was that normal for the TV to be on?
yes. TV, if we were in the house, the TV was on.
So what happened next, Alan?
Pawpaw moved on doing whatever he was doing. I don't know if he was in the gun room doing something, or he was in his room doing something. He was outside doing something. I actually thought he'd gone to the shed, but in looking to the shop, but in looking at the benefit of having these records that we have, I know he was still at the house or somewhere around the house doing something, but he wasn't in there with Maggie and I. But Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and I had eaten dinner. I laid back on the couch where I was sitting. Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and she asked me to go, and I didn't go at that time. I didn't want to go.
Why didn't you want to go?
It was hot. I just had a shower. I knew I'd end up doing more work, sweating more, and the dogs is always a chaotic scene, and I just didn't want to go right then.
Well, let me ask you, what had you done the previous days, like Friday and Saturday and Sunday?
Start with Friday or
Yeah.
go backwards?
Yeah, start with Friday.
All right, on that.
Just briefly.
So 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. So June the 4th, my dad was in the hospital in Savannah, Georgia, at Memorial Hospital. And I went down to visit him Friday afternoon, and I stayed with him in the hospital. I spent the night there. You know, he was real sick. I mean, he was having a hard time.
Did you get much sleep Friday night?
No, I mean, I had a real sweet nurse found me. At first, there was just a hard chair in there like this, but a nurse found me a soft chair, sort of like a recliner. So, I mean, I'm sure I slept, but I didn't sleep. You know, I didn't get a night's sleep. No, sir.
And then Saturday and Sunday?
Saturday, we had plans with Buster and Brooklyn. Y'all have heard about Brooklyn. It's Buster's wonderful little girlfriend. And Max and I had plans with them to meet them in Columbia to go to the South Carolina. It was a regional baseball tournament. And South Carolina was playing Virginia, I believe. So when I got back from Savannah and met up with Mags, at some point we headed to Columbia. So, I mean, there wasn't a lot going on in between there. We headed up to Columbia and met Bus in Brooklyn.
And then, did you stay in Columbia Saturday night?
We did. We went to the ball game, and I remember it was an evening game. We went pretty early and tailgated. Maggie had reconnected with a college friend who coincidentally had married a college friend of mine. And they had a son that played for Carolina. He was a first baseman and a really good little player. And we met them and tailgated with them, and it was a lot of fun. They had a lot of the parents of the players that were playing for Carolina, and it was It was a fun time. We tailgated and then we went to, and it was a night game. So we went to the game and the game got over. You know, it was fairly late into the evening. And after that, Bus, Brooklyn, and Mags and I believe we went to the restaurant in the hotel where we were staying, but we went, had dinner, and then Bus and Brooklyn went home, and of course Maggie and I went to our room.
And then get up the next day, and was there another game?
Another game the next day. That's right. And
then you, after that, you head back to Moselle with Maggie.
yeah, we went to the game. That's right. Mags and I go back to
Moselle.
Moselle.
The jury's heard about, I think Ms. Rass talking about you bringing Krispy Kreme donuts to your dad.
Maggie loved her. She spoiled my dad and always taking him something. My dad loved sweets, and she and I picked up donuts and took Krispy Kreme donuts to him.
And then y'all both spent the night together at Moselle on Sunday night. Did you both spend the night at Moselle on Sunday night?
Yes.
And then the 7th was a work day?
That's right. It was a Monday, June the 7th.
Hang on. I'll rephrase it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Was Monday the 7th a work day for you?
Yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to give that background. And so moving forward to when you testified previously about Maggie asking you to go to the kennels, were you tired?
Oh, yes, I was tired.
And you had just had a shower?
Just had a shower.
And you said that, well, did you go with Maggie to the kennels
No.
immediately?
No, I did not.
What'd you do? What did she leave?
Yes, she did. She left and Pawpaw was gone.
Do you know how she got to the kennel?
At the time, I didn't, but now looking at these condensed records and understanding the timeline, it's clear to me that she rode with Pawpaw.
And did you stay in the house?
Yes,
For how long?
not long. I laid back on the couch, put my feet up, and like many times when Maggie asked me to do something that I didn't want to do or didn't start out doing, I changed my mind and decided I'm gonna ride up there. And I did.
And how did you get to the kennels?
I went on a golf cart.
Was the golf cart at the house, the main house?
Yeah, it was. And it was there most of the time.
And when you got down to the kennels, what was happening?
It's just what I thought it was. It was a little bit of chaos. I mean, it's clear to me that Mags had just let the dogs out. The two dogs that were out were really her pet dogs. One is Grady. You've heard about a black lab. That's Grady. That's Buster's dog. And the other is the yellow lab that you've heard about. That's Bubba. Bubba was mine and Maggie's dog, but it was really mine, Maggie's, Bus, and Pawpaw's dog. It was a family dog. But Bubba's the dog I hunted. I mean, Maggie loved Bubba. She loved Grady too, but I mean, she had a special place for Bubba. But anyway, when the dogs first were let out, the first thing they would do is they would run. If you look at the overhead picture that you've seen, there were planted pines right behind the kennels. So you got the kennels and the chicken coop sort of form an L shape. And in that L was some planted pines. First thing the dogs would do is go out in that kennel, and, you know, Bubba and Grady, I think, learned this from Bubba, but Grady would do it too. But Bubba had to mark every tree. I mean, he would go and he'd do a little number on this tree and that tree. You know how dogs do, and it's marking his territory. And so that was the first thing those dogs did when they came out. When I got there, those dogs were in that area. So that's why I believe that it hadn't been long before they'd been let out. Grady was chasing guineas, which was a normal thing to do.
What are guineas?
Guinea fowl is a guinea fowl is like it's like a chicken. It's a domestic bird that, you know, we had them. They make a lot of racket. It's like a, you know, I know this sounds silly, but it's like a guard bird. Because anytime, you know, they just make a lot of racket anytime anything unusual is going on. If anything disturbs them, it could be a person, it could be somebody driving up, whatever, they're going to make a lot of racket. So Grady's chasing the guineas. You know, Paul's fooling with Rogan's dog Cash. Maggie's just kind of standing there watching the dogs, which is normal. And they were in that place. As the dogs are out longer, they branch out more. But at that point in time, they were right there. So that told me they hadn't been out a long time. Bubba catches a chicken. I'm talking to Maggie for just, you know, a short time before Bubba catches the chicken. I take the chicken, I put it, when Bubba didn't chase, these dogs didn't chase the chickens to kill them. And they didn't normally kill them. They did kill them sometimes, but it was about the chase with those dogs. And they were proud when they caught one. You could just tell by the way Bubba would prance to you when he brought the chicken to you. He was proud that he had caught it, but he wasn't trying to kill it. And so most times the chicken wasn't dead, and that chicken wasn't dead. But a lot of times they would be stunned and they would be just real lethargic. So you had to take the chicken and you had to put it up somewhere where, you know, the chicken could be by itself for a minute and it would eventually, usually, you know, come back to normal and go on about its, you know, whatever chicken does.
Did you get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I did. I took the chicken from Bubba and I put it on top of that.
Now we've seen, you know, this video of Paul with Cash, Rogan's dog. Did you know that was going on? What do you remember about that?
Yeah, I knew Paul was fooling with when I pulled up on the golf cart, Maggie was standing back sort of where the driveway would be. It sort of runs out at the feed room. The storage room is what we call it. It's been called the feed room. But it sort of ran out. Maggie was a little bit further up where she could see back in that angle where the dogs were. Paul was fooling with Rogan's dog back towards the kennel. If I remember when I first got there, Paul was more in the driveway, but then I knew Paul was in the kennel fooling with Cash, yes. But did I know what he was doing? I didn't know exactly what he was doing, no.
Did
I knew he was fooling with his tail.
Was Cash in the kennel when you pulled up, you think?
Not when I first got there.
Did Bubba or Grady have any collars on?
Yes.
Which, both dogs, one dog, do you remember?
I don't know about Grady, but I know Bubba had on his, what we call a tracking collar. Paul, for his hunting dogs, Paul had a series of tracking collars. And I think there were 5, it might've been 6, but it's a tracking collar that had a device that would tell you where that collar was, so that Bubba was bad about, you know, he would stay close for a minute, but then he would take off, and he especially do that on Maggie. He would take off and run, and so he had on a tracking collar that if he did that, you could, you know, you could know, okay, he's, you know, a half a mile down here. It's not going to follow him, but so far, but it would follow a good long distance, so you could go get the dog. If he ran off, which Bubba frequently would do, especially when it was just Mags and Bubba. And so Paul probably would have been the one to put that on Bubba.
So you've got us where you've gotten the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and put it up on a doghouse or something?
I believe what I put it on, and I don't remember this, but I've seen pictures and all this, and I saw the chicken sitting on top of the what looks to me like a portable dog crate. Wherever it was sitting on there is where I would have put it up there. You know, I don't have any reason to believe anybody else moved that chicken, and it ultimately, that chicken did die.
And what did you do after you got the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I got out of there. I left. I went back to the house.
All right. Well, look, before we do that, we've seen the dog kennel video with Cash and Mr. Davis. And we slowed it down for him. Do you see the water hose in that video on the ground? You remember seeing that?
Yes, I do.
Was the water hose out?
Obviously, in the video, but I don't specifically remember that, but I can look in that video and see it.
Right.
But that's not something that I noticed.
So, but you've seen it in the video here.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. And then the two dogs were out.
Absolutely. Bubba and Grady.
And then you head back. How did you get back to the house?
The same route. I mean, the same route I'd come on. I came down the driveway, made a left on, you saw my route in the car. I drove that same route.
My question was obviously wasn't clear enough. What, were you in a vehicle? You walked? What mode of transportation did you use to get back to the house?
Same way I came. I went back in the golf cart. And it was the golf cart, if you remember, that Mark Ball testified that he saw where we normally would park it. You pull along the front entrance, and either you come in from the left and you'd go just past it and be on the right, or you'd come in from the right and you'd be just past it on the left. And that's where I got in it, and that's where I put it back.
Did you do anything else before leaving after you took the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
No.
We've heard about Bubba being stubborn. How long did it take you to get chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Well, Bubba could be stubborn, but Bubba would listen to me. And another thing, when Bubba had on that collar, one of the other features of that collar was.
What did Bubba have on the collar, or was it Grady?
Bubba had on the collar.
Bubba had the collar.
I know Bubba had a collar on, and I'm not sure about Grady.
Okay, go ahead.
If I misspoke on that, there's no question about it. Bubba had on a collar. I assume Grady did too, but I didn't. I didn't. Even though I saw Grady, I didn't notice for a fact that Grady had on a collar.
Okay.
But he probably did.
So
makes sense to me that he did.
How long did it take to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
It didn't take long. Number one, Bubba's coming back there to show me, hey, I caught this chicken. So he's not running from me. He's proud of that fact that he caught this chicken. So, I mean, he comes right up to me. Bubba was really strong, but you know, you take your thumb when the dog's clenched and his mouth's a little bit open. All you do is you take your thumb and you push his gum in really tight against those sharp teeth, and his mouth opens right up. Took the chicken out and put it on, I believe, the portable dog kennel.
And then left.
And then I left.
Then leave. Okay. And did you go back to the house?
I went straight back to the house, to the air conditioner.
And what did you do when you got back to the house?
I lay down on the couch.
And then what? Well, I mean, was TV on when you went back?
Yeah, the TV never got cut off.
So you went back to the house, you laid down on the couch, and then what happened next?
I'm not positive I dozed off for a minute or didn't doze off for a minute, but I got up off of the couch and I made up my mind I was going to visit my mom.
Had you spoken to Barbara Mixon earlier in the day?
I did.
And,
I talked to Barbara most days. If I didn't see her, I talked to her.
And what was your understanding of your mother's condition late on the afternoon of the 7th?
She was agitated, which she got agitated when my dad, we were putting my dad in the hospital. I mean, he had a lot over the 18 months, 2 years. I mean, my dad was in the hospital. He was in the hospital a lot. And my mom, I believe my mom knew when my dad wasn't there because, I mean, she would get agitated. I mean, that's just the only term you can think of. She'd get agitated. She'd cry a lot. She'd be fussy when she normally wouldn't be fussy. I mean, I know Alzheimer's patients are unpredictable, but I'm convinced she knew because it happened frequently. And Barbara Ann told me, your mom's agitated. You need to check on her. I gave her medicine. She's resting. So it wasn't anything urgent, but she's resting. So what Barbara would do, and Barbara could handle her better than, I mean, my mama, we all love Barbara. My mama loved Barbara. Barbara could get my mom to do things that nobody else, when she'd fuss for anybody else, including me or my brothers or my sisters, Barbara could get her, in order. And, but Barbara had given her medicine and to settle her down and calm her down. And that would sometimes make her go to sleep for a little while. But then she'd be agitated when she woke up.
So did you go check on your mom?
I did.
Where did you park when you got there?
You saw the pictures. There's 2 exits off of that deck. One of them to the right, one of them straight out that back door. I would have parked to the left. If you're coming down these steps, if these are the steps, it would be to the left and back over there.
All right.
Which is where I always parked, or where we always parked anytime you were going in that entrance.
All right, I'll stop there and ask Doug, if you don't mind pulling up State's Exhibit 524, which is the GM OnStar data, and slide 38, which is in evidence. Can you see this the slide with those dots?
Yes, sir.
Alex?
I can.
And the red dots here at the that seem to be joined. Where is that in relation to your parents' house?
Where the arrow is?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's back in the area where I'm talking about. All right, so if you look in this picture, all right, you see the you see the open area with the green grass? That's the front door. Okay, yeah, right where that circle is. That's the front door. If you look closely at the house, you can see a big dormer right in the middle of the roof. That's right over the front door. The white thing to the left of the house, that's like a parking pad where the driveway ends. And there's a parking pad. So you go, if you follow the driveway all the way to the house, you're gonna run straight into a carport, all right, by the carport door. Just to the left, before you get to the carport, is this area that you can see here. That's part driveway, mainly parking pad.
All right, I'm gonna Doug, if you'll pull up Defendant's Exhibit 130, which is in evidence, please, sir.
Yeah.
And from this photo, can you point out roughly where you parked that evening?
All right, this is the entrance to the right that I'm talking about. There's an exit and an entrance right in front of that door that you see there. So if you came down those steps, walk to your left, would be down there would be where I parked.
Oh, would you have parked on the grass?
You get on the edge of the grass. back there. There's some grass there for sure, but it's not the area up here by the house where it's sodded and
Sure.
this grass that you can really see in this picture. So it may be on the edge of the grass, yes.
In relation to the satellite dish, are you looking at this photo? Are you to the right of that?
Yeah, you'd be to the right of that satellite dish.
Okay.
Yes.
And
I believe
was-
that satellite dish is right on the edge of the, there's a hedge and like you see I don't know what you call it, a border, like a border where the grass ends and the flower bed or whatever it is starts.
right.
I think you can't see it, but I think that satellite's probably close to that border.
All right. Well, let's
So it'd be to the
Let's pull
right of
another-
that in this picture.
Doug, will you pull up at Defendant's Exhibit 134? See if this is a. So
Yeah.
is the door that you're talking about?
That's it.
The stairs are those the ones where you would enter?
Right. These are the steps that I used that night that we always used. And one of the reasons being is my dad, this door goes into what we call the breakfast room. The breakfast room leads right into the kitchen. And so straight through this door, all of the breakfast room is kind of to the left. That door goes straight through another doorway. There's no door there, but it's like just an opening. It goes into the kitchen. Immediately to your right of that entrance into the kitchen is the entrance into where my mom and dad's rooms were. So if you went through that door, you were in a little area that had my mom's closet, my dad's closet. A little bit further, you go into my mom's bedroom. If you went to the right, you would go, my dad and my mom didn't sleep in the same room at this point, but the bedrooms were, they were back to back. There was a door going from one to the other that was blocked, but it was there. And then there was a bathroom. So this is really the part of the house that at their age was getting used. So that's why you went in this entrance, because my mom and whoever was caring for her was always in her bedroom, which would be just on the other side of the room that has these windows that you see to the right. All right, those would be the windows for the room where my dad slept.
Right.
And then my mom's right on the other side. The kitchen's right there. This is the part of the house they were always in.
And are you the only one that would pull up in the back like that?
No.
Is it common for your brothers and your sister to do the same?
Oh, we all did it. I mean, we all parked in the same way. If you knew you were going to the front of the house, or if you knew there was a crowd there, or for whatever, you may park on the driveway, but if you knew under normal circumstances, my dad always stayed in the breakfast room where he had a recliner and a TV. That's where my dad always was. My dad you would never go catch him sitting in the den up front or in a living room. He just wasn't up there. He was in this room watching TV, or either he was on this back deck. And my mom was in her room, which was just off of that, or she might be in the kitchen or the breakfast room.
And when you got to the house, who was there? Your mother's house on the night of June 7th.
My mom was there and Shelley Smith was there.
And what did you do when you got there?
The first thing I did was I knocked on the door. The door was locked. I knocked on the door. Shelley didn't hear me.
And then what'd you do next?
I called.
Called what?
I called my mom's house to let Shelley know I was there. Please come let me in.
Okay. And is that the house phone that's been referred to?
Yes,
Okay. And did she let you in?
sure.
And then what happened next?
I went in and I visited with my mom. I mean, you want me to go into detail on that?
Well, just briefly. Yeah. What'd you do?
I went in the house. In my mom's bedroom, my mom had a bed that was where she slept in normal times. It was like, a bed with, the poles coming out of the corner, a poster bed that coming out of the corners. And she had a bed like that where she slept, but she didn't sleep there anymore. But it was in the room. It was a hospital bed. So when you walked in the room, her bed was to the right. Against the wall to the left was a hospital bed, like a single bed, but a hospital bed, and a TV. And then there was a recliner where whoever was helping her would usually sit. So I went in and I sat down on my mom's hospital bed. And I just talked to her for a minute. My mom was awake, and I held her hand. And
What kind of condition was she in?
her condition was not good at any time, but given her overall condition, she seemed to be doing pretty well. I mean, she wasn't agitated like I thought she would be, or like I was worried she would be, or like Barbara had described her at that point. So she wasn't agitated. And, I just talked to her. Anytime we talked to my mom, we always tried to be real positive and, upbeat and just, and I just talked to her. I just talked to her, made sure she was okay.
Did you stay seated on the side of her hospital style bed, or did you move around?
I stayed there for a few minutes. I stayed there and I talked to her more than a few seconds. Right. Then, but I didn't stay there. She did look tired. So I got up and I went and I think I sat on my mom's bed for a minute to start with, and then I lay down on mom's bed. Just, that's what I normally did when I went in there. Like a lot of chairs in, and I was back on the bed.
Now, when
talked to Shelly and we watched TV.
Now, when you're talking about your mom's bed, are you referring to her regular bed?
That's right. Not her hospital bed, not the bed she was in, but her bed, the one I was talking about with like puss.
Right. Let me skip something. Was Maggie planning to go over to your mother's with you that night?
No, she wasn't planning to go with me that night.
Okay.
No. In fact, Maggie didn't really visit my mom. She loved to visit my dad, and she loved to spend time with my dad. And she spent a lot of time with my mom when my mom was healthy. But, by this point, my mom, she was a shell. She was a shell of her old self. And
Okay.
it was kind of sad to go and visit her anytime. She wasn't healthy. And Maggie didn't like to go and just visit my mom.
When you left Moselle to head to Alameda the evening after you'd gone back to the house at Moselle,
Say that again, Jim?
What exit did you use of the Moselle property when you're going to Alameda on the evening of June 7th?
I went out the main gates, which would be straight ahead. You've heard of the two gates. There's the shop entrance. There's actually several entrances, but the main ones we used, there was an entrance by the Dove Field. There was an entrance further down by Sawtooth Oaks, but the main ones we used were the shop entrance and what we call the main entrance, where the brick gates were.
Did you go? Why didn't you go by the kennels on your way out?
There wasn't a reason to go by the kennels at that point, and I was going to Alameda, which the main gate would be the gates that were closer.
Did you notify Maggie in some form that you were leaving to go to see your mom?
I tried to call her.
And did she answer?
No,
And what'd you do after that?
I think I tried to call her again.
And did she answer?
No, she didn't answer. And at some point, I texted her after that.
Well, the fact that she didn't answer on 2 times, did that concern you?
At that time,
Right.
it didn't concern me at all. Number one, she was with Pawpaw. So, no, I mean, number two, I mean, it's not unusual to not be able to get somebody all the time when they're at the house or they're on the property. I mean, you've heard all the testimony about how spotty cell service was. So, no, at the time, it didn't strike me as anything unusual.
Okay. Now, moving back to Almeda, you spent time with your mother and then you left to head back to Moselle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you drive straight back to Moselle?
I did.
Now, Alec, there's some information from the telemetry data off your Suburban and perhaps some of this OnStar GPS data that indicates that at some point in time in your mother's driveway, you stopped for about a minute. Do you recall seeing that data?
I did.
What were you doing when you stopped?
I
Do
was
you recall?
getting my phone that my phone had gotten, there's a console in the middle of my car, and my phone had gotten down in the console, between the console and the seat where you couldn't get to it.
Were you, during that minute or however long it was, were you disposing of murder weapons, Alec?
No,
Were you disposing of bloody clothes?
no.
And your ride back to Moselle, was it, were you driving faster than normal?
I was driving however I drive, normal way that I drive.
When you got back to the Moselle property, how did you enter the property? What entrance did you use?
Came right back through the main gate,
And what'd you do then?
went straight to the house.
And when you got to the house, what'd you do?
I went inside.
Were lights on when you pulled up? Or?
Lights were on in the house for sure. I can't remember if there were floodlights on or not. I don't believe there were any floodlights on, but there were definitely lights. All the lights in the house were on, yes.
And when you, how long did you stay inside the house, roughly?
Now that I've seen the benefit of these records, I was in there several minutes.
Obviously, I mean, were you surprised that Paul and Maggie had not made it back to the house?
You know, I don't know if surprised is the right word, but I mean, I thought they would have been back by then, you know, but I mean, did it cause me to go into any, it wasn't like I was shocked. But I mean, I thought they would be there. I mean, I distinctly remember, you know, I went and looked. Sometimes I was very hot natured. Number one, I was hot, I was heavy, and I was taking pills. So I was always hot. Maggie was always cold. Sometimes she would watch TV. We had a TV in the hunting room. You see on the wall there. Sometimes Maggie would be in there watching TV where she could have the thermostat different than we always kept it cold in the main part of the house. So I know I went in there and looked in there for her. It's not unusual for Maggie to be taking a bath and be not able to hear me. So I went back there and I know I did those two things and looked in those two places. and they weren't there. And so, you know, I knew they'd been at the kennels, and I assumed they were still up there.
So what'd you do?
I went to the kennels. I may have tried to call them. In fact, I probably did try to call them. I would think I called them. But as I sit here right now, I'm not positive, but I would think I did. Would think I tried to call them to see.
And Alec, did you drive down to the kennels in your Suburban?
I did.
What'd you see?
Saw what y'all have seen pictures of. So bad. Can I have some water? Yeah, I went to
Did you see them on the ground when you're pulling up in your Suburban?
I did.
And what'd you do when you came to a stop, Alec?
I think I jumped out of my car. I'm not exactly sure what I did, but no, I got out of my car. I know I ran back to my car, called 911. I called 911. I was on the phone with 911, and I was trying to tend to Pawpaw. I was trying to tend to Maggie. And I just went back and forth between them.
Were you going to Paul and Maggie while you were on the phone with the 911 operators?
Yes. Yes.
And in a little bit, I'm going to play the 911 tape, but I just want to ask you, and you've told law enforcement that's been played here in the court, what did you do when you went up to Paul at some point in time?
And Paul. Paul was so bad. At some point, I know I tried to check him for a pulse. I know I tried to turn him over.
When you say you tried to turn him over, why were you trying to turn him over?
I don't know. I don't know why I tried to turn him over. Me and my boys laying face down. And he's done the way he's done. His head was the way his head was. I could see his brain laying on the sidewalk. I didn't know what to do. I mean, I tried to turn him over. So I grabbed him by the belt loop and tried to turn him over. And when I did, his phone popped out. His phone popped out. And just picked it up and I put it right back there.
Do you have any idea how it popped out?
I mean, I know it came out of his pocket when I pulled on his belt loop. When I pulled him to turn him over. And it just popped out. And I mean, it popped right beside him. It sat right beside him.
Were you able to turn Paul at all?
I mean, I didn't. I don't know if I was able to. I didn't turn him over. No.
What side of the what side of Paul were you when you were doing this?
I was on the side that was away from. I was on the side that was away from where my car was.
Okay.
I mean,
What'd you do with the phone?
I put it back on Pawpaw.
You know if you put it, you know which way it was pointing, upside down, downside, anyway?
Couldn't tell you anything about it. I know his phone popped out. I picked it up and I put it back on him.
Did you see any messages on Paul's phone?
No.
Did you go to Maggie?
Did.
Did you touch her?
I did.
Where did you touch Maggie?
I think I touched her down just around like, I don't know. If you ask me exactly, I think I touched her down around her waist, but I don't know. It was so bad. Excuse me. I mean, I know I went back and forth. I went back and forth between them. I know I did.
I'd like to play, Doug, the Colleton County portion of the 911 call, which is in evidence as defendant's exhibit number 9. And Doug, this is the long version, the first clip, and stop it when I say stop it, please.
2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds.
I'm still here, okay?
County Communications.
Colleton, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line calling from 4147 Mobile Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Mobile Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot?
Alan, when you say I've been up to it now and it's bad, what are you referring to?
I'm talking about what I saw was what y'all saw pictures of. And I mean, it was bad. It was terrible. And when I first got there, I know I got out of the car. And I mean, I know I got out of the car. I mean, I knew. Got out of the car, but right at first, I don't think I went all the way to them. I think I ran back and And that's when I called 911. And so I called 911. And while I was doing that, then is when I went to Maggie and I went to Paul. And so that's what I think I'm talking about.
Okay. Keep going, please.
Oh, no, hell no. Do it now, it's fast.
Okay, how do they shoot? Do they shoot themselves?
Oh, no, hell no.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am, they're on the ground out at my kennel.
Okay, and did you see anyone?
He shot in the head, and he shot really bad. He shot
Okay, where is he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but there's blood everywhere. I can see his brain. Face down, I tried to turn her a little bit, but she's got a hole in her head.
Okay, is he breathing at all?
No, nobody.
Is she? Okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No, I just here.
What color is your house on the outside?
If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am.
What?
Alex, right in there, you say the word here. What, are you calling anybody or anything?
No, I'm talking to that dispatcher.
And what did you mean when you said here?
If you listen to that call, one of the first things she asked me, one of the first things she asked me was, did they shoot themselves? And I knew there's no way. I mean, I knew they didn't shoot themselves. There wasn't a gun. They didn't shoot themselves. And she'd asked me that. And then she asked me another question, something about that. And you hear me say here, and then you hear the thing talking. I'm telling her here, and then I say something, and then you hear me say, if that's what you're asking. And I'm letting her know they didn't shoot themselves. I'm saying here, and then I give her an explanation, which you can't hear on that phone, but it's obvious to me what I'm doing. And I say, if that's what you're asking me. So like David Owens asked me on August 11th, did I call a dog or was I talking to somebody? There was no dog that was out and there was nobody there.
Well, let's talk about that briefly. Well, when you got there and you saw Maggie and Paul, where were the dogs?
The dogs were in the kennels. Dogs were in the kennels. They were wherever they were when law enforcement got there.
And you've seen pictures, and they called Dale Davis to the stand and talk about the hose rolled up. Did you roll the hose up?
No.
Did you do anything down there at the kennels when you got there other than call 911 and attend to Maggie and Paul?
No, I do know that I was trying to find a flashlight. I was trying to find a gun. Other than those things, no, I didn't do anything at the kennel. I didn't do anything with any hose. I didn't do anything with any dogs.
Was there anybody with you?
No.
All right, keep going, please.
It's white. You can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdaugh.
Okay, did you hear anything or did you come home and find out?
I've been gone. I just came back.
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
Oh, man. Oh, should have known.
Alec, we just heard you say, I should have known. What are you referring to?
I said, Paul, I should have known.
What were you referring to?
I was referring to Paul got so many threats. Didn't take serious. Think twice about. I'm just telling him, Paul, I should have known. I don't specifically remember saying that, but I can clearly hear myself say that.
Okay. What kind of threats did you understand Paul was receiving?
I mean, Paul got the most vile threats. I mean, the stuff that was on social media. I mean, it was. I mean, you couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it. It was so over the top. Truthfully, we didn't think anything about it. I mean, it was just so crazy that, we just, I mean, people talking about what he was going to get and how they were going to do this and get him. And I mean, it's stuff you really, I mean, we disregarded it because it's so over the top. Thought it's so over the top.
Keep going, please, Doug.
Okay, what is her name?
Maggie and Paul.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie?
Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
What? Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
Well, you were asked the last time you saw them, and you said hour and a half, 2 hours ago, and then she followed up 2 hours ago. You just heard that?
I did hear that.
Um,
And I said approximately to her
Right.
question.
When was the last time you saw them, Maggie and Paul?
Right after I took the chicken from Bubba.
And the video we've seen is timestamp 8:44 p.m. Is that correct?
That's right.
So was it shortly after 8:44?
It was.
And
It wasn't long after that because you can hear when Bubba gets the chicken, and it wasn't long after I took the chicken from him that I left.
and then you called 911. The records of that, but do you remember roughly 9:07 or right before 9:07?
I mean, I've seen the records and seen the transcripts, yeah.
And then this is, and the records of this, but this is some minutes into the conversation with 911 operators, correct?
That's right. Like,
Knowing everything we know now, I mean, was it roughly an hour and a half the last time you saw him?
it was. That would, with the time of however long it took to get to this point, however many minutes that is 10:10 to 10, however many, you can look exactly and see what point this is and know what time it is, but it's between 10 and 10:15. And so I'd seen them around 8:45, a little bit after.
All right, please keep going.
Say what they were doing at all?
No, I talked to her in person.
You talked to her in person?
Then please hurry.
But we're getting somebody out there too. Me asking you these questions, don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son?
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them moving.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about
Did you go back to the house and get a gun?
I did.
And is this the gun that you got? And how did you load this gun? What did you load it with, if anything?
That was gun, as best I can remember. I believe I got that gun off the pool table where you heard there were some other guns. I think that gun was laying with that pool table. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was on that pool table. Would have been the first place I came to. I know I was grabbing the first gun I could get. I grabbed a handful of shells out of the that I could get my hands on. I know the gun had a shell in it that I loaded, and I know I had a few shells. So,
Have you seen in this case where there was a 16 gauge shell put in that gun?
I've seen in the records and I've seen heard in the testimony that I put a 16 gauge shell in the gun.
Is that a 16 gauge shotgun?
It's not a 16 gauge shotgun. It's a
Why'd you
12
put a
gauge.
16 gauge shell in it?
I obviously didn't realize what I was doing. I mean, I know you can't put a 16 gauge shell in a 12 gauge gun and not, I mean, I've been hunting my whole life. I know you can't do that. That's not a mistake I would have made. That's not a mistake I'd have made under any circumstances other than that night.
Why did you go back to the house to get a gun?
I just didn't know. I didn't know. I mean, well, saw it. I mean, it's just, I didn't know if somebody was still out there. I don't know. I guess I didn't know.
Please keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Go back to where he said he's going to my house to get a gun, just a few seconds back, 10 seconds maybe.
I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
Back up some more. Back up some more, please.
My house, just to get a gun just in case.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about 100 yards from my house.
Al, you said you're about 100 yards from the house?
That's what I said.
Is it much further than that?
I mean, as you've heard in the testimony, it's 1,100 and something feet, but
Okay.
I said I was 100 yards.
You were wrong about your estimate?
I'm sure I was wrong.
Okay. Keep going.
And And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
I will not do that. He's been being threatened by, my son had a boat back. He's been being threatened for months and months and months. He's been hit several times and he should finally quit.
Do you know who was threatening your son?
It's too easy. Over the phone. One second.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all?
My son knows. And my son knows.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son now.
Okay.
All right, I'm going back down there.
All right, roll to the next tape of the same call.
2021, 22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds.
Are they close, ma'am?
Yeah, they've been around with you ever since you got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you.
This is a whole bloody fun.
Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are? Do you have your flashes on for me, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Not, Ally, that second clip starts at 22:13, 10:13, 58, and you're asked, you're told don't touch them. Had you touched them by then?
Yes,
And that way you told the 911 operator.
it is.
And, can you say exactly during that 6-7 minutes when you actually touched them?
I know I touched Maggie. I touched Maggie several times, but I think I didn't. I don't think I touched Pawpaw, but 2 times.
Did you touch one or both of them before you got in the car and drove back to the house?
Yes. Yeah.
One or both? Do you know?
Both.
All right, keep going, please.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
Oh.
Okay. And did your son, I know you said that he had been threatened, did your son make reports of this at all?
Yes, ma'am.
He did.
Al, you informed the 911 operator that Paul had made reports of these threats. What are you referring to?
I mean, I just know that it had been reported. I don't know that, I mean, I don't believe there was any like formal police reports or that type of thing, but I mean, it had been reported and I mean, it was well known.
Okay. So, were you saying he had filed some official report when you said yes?
No, I've never thought there was a police report or some formal report like that. No.
Do you know whether or not he made some type of report on campus?
Oh, I know he did.
What do you know?
I mean, I know that there was a time when he was asked to come meet with, God, I can't even remember the gentleman's name now, but I appreciated it so much and I never thought I'd forget it, but
Is it part of student counseling service?
yeah, he was the dean of students. But anyway, it reached out to Paw and wanted to talk to him. And I mean, at first we were concerned, you know, why they want to talk to him? And I mean, even I believe I had Paul come talk to you about that because we were concerned. Well, what are they going to talk to him about? But when Paul and Jim got there, it turns out that it was really just I mean, they were wanting to make sure he was okay. But, you know, just make sure he was okay. And I know that, you know, they were aware of the threats or some level of threats. And so, yeah, I mean, it had already been reported to them.
Keep going, Doug.
And what's your son's name?
Paul.
Paul?
Ma'am, I'm gonna call, I need to call some of my family.
Okay. Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you, can you put your gun in your vehicle for me?
Absolutely.
Okay. But we have them come in, turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you, okay? You got the flashes on for me?
I do.
Okay. All right. Just, whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay? All right.
So, Alec, did you call family after you got off the call with the operator?
Yes.
Who'd you call?
I know I called my brother Randy. I know I called my brother John. And I know I tried to call Roro. Well, Roro's not family, but I called Randy and John. And I called Randy and John.
And then you just mentioned Rodo? You mean?
Rogan. We called him Roro. I called him Roro.
Why did you try to call Rogan?
I mean, Rogan's house was like I don't know, as the crow flies, maybe 2.5 miles, 3 miles. I mean, Rogan was like family.
Did you think he was the closest person?
Yeah, I just wanted somebody. I wanted somebody to be out there.
Had you seen Rogan's name on Paul's phone in any way that night?
No.
You called, did Rogan answer?
No.
Did you try multiple times?
Looking at these records, I believe that I did, but I believe some of those are like the FaceTime calls that are to Rogan. I mean, I'm trying to call him, but I don't believe that was me, actually. I didn't FaceTime. I mean, I didn't FaceTime people. So I think that's either me trying to call him and hitting FaceTime, or that's me hitting buttons or hitting the phone.
In the State's Exhibit 519, which is the condensed timeline done by Agent Rudofsky, there's an indication, Alec, that at 10:22:09, you opened a group text message from Michael Gunn stating, "She brought the heat for Miami boys." Were you reading text messages from Michael Gunn right after you got off with the 911 operator?
I heard them ask that question. I can promise you I wasn't reading any text messages.
There's also an entry, Alec, that says at 10:40 p.m. that you did a Google search or a Safari browser search for Whaley's at Edisto while your wife and son are laying dead on the ground. Did you do that?
No. Whaley's is a restaurant at Edisto that we ate at a lot of times. We got takeout from a lot of times. So I'm assuming it was in my search history, pulling up the restaurant, and I obviously was trying to call people or dialing, and I hit that. I wasn't doing any Google searches.
And is one of the persons that you dialed that night a wedding photographer?
It's a guy named Brian White. I saw that on the call log. Brian White's a guy who was in my, what do you call it? Contacts, that is a videographer that I've used in cases. I haven't used him in 2 years. And he's a good guy, but we're not personal friends, so I certainly wasn't calling him.
So were you, what does that indicate to you, that those actions on your phone, how do you account for that?
Obviously they're unintentional. I mean, I'm doing something with my phone trying to call people, but I'm not trying to call those people. I'm not doing a Google search for any Whaley's restaurant, and I'm certainly not reading any text.
I want to ask you,
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to go to the jury room for a break in about 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case. You'll stay put, Mr. Miller. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Step down.
Oh my.
What a mess.
Wow. You know, there's a couple of things that he said in there. He's like adding to the story, and it seems there's going to be quite an interesting cross coming up. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
I'm really trying very, very hard to listen and to be open-minded and try to hear.
Me too.
And I am a little surprised at myself, really just not believing a lot, like still hearing all the extra information he's throwing in. This is what he did in all his interviews prior. He just kept adding information that wasn't added. He's twisting things a little bit, but now I've got all the other things that he said prior, to go against. Unfortunately, his first thing out of the gate is, I was paranoid, I was upset, I lied. I'm sorry. Like, as if that makes it, like, you had all this
Yeah,
time. You had all this time to say that to the state, to
year and a
say that
half.
to everyone, and yet you waited till you're on the witness stand to give another interview and say that you're tired. He fought them. He wouldn't come back and talk. So, like, why? Like, I don't get it.
T1 said the gentleman 3 rows back you mentioned, someone mentioned a black guy that wasn't buying it. I believe is a lawyer for one of the families Alex has wronged.
There are quite a few lawyers. There's so many lawyers in that audience. Like, everywhere Alex goes, that's his friends, his family, and also the people that are against him. There were quite a few from the start in the galley.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, to me, it looks like he's still trying to control the narrative. Grateful, of course, you're using the same language there as I was
was
just
about to
going
say,
to say.
Grateful just said that.
I just saw it as it was falling out of my mouth. I just saw that she's saying the same thing. Well, it does look like as though he is trying to control things a bit. I was scratching my head trying to figure out why he would take the stand, and this is it. Because only he can say from his perception, from his point of view, why he lied, why they should just believe him anyway. This is that tells you the state did a pretty good job of showing he was lying about quite a few things. Now he says, I was at the kennels. I don't deny it. I don't deny being at the kennels. But he is still saying he touched the bodies. And Cross is going to be pretty interesting on that. He said he literally tried to turn Paul over, and he's sticking to it. Where is the mess?
They all said they did not see any blood on him, his clothes, or his shoes.
Yeah, and it was like a spot, which could have been just like from anything.
And the other thing that gets me is him going, well, the record. Well, the record says. So now he's got all this information about the record, and someone said it in the chat, and I absolutely agree. It's like he's using that timeline and inserting his little stories between now, so it fits the narrative.
Well, we did see the defense trying to push back on a little bit of that, but that timeline with all the devices is very precise. And the only one who can push back on it is Alex, and I think that's why we see him on the stand. It was quite damaging.
Oh, great. Thanks, Jen. You said, have you noticed the nuts in the palm tree on the state seal? He said now he can't unsee the nuts. He just keeps thinking about the nuts on the tree. Anyways.
Sorry about that, Jen, but it's the seal they have up there all the time, too. Yeah.
Anyways, so yeah, I just think that, and let's be honest, Jim Griffin just prompted him like 20 fucking times, or 10 at least.
Yes, and there was a lot of leading going on there. But let's just say, did you notice how quiet the state was? I'll bet
they're making notes right now, and they're about to annihilate him.
That's what I'm saying. They are definitely. Do you think we're going to see Creighton Waters? I think he's already out of his chair and running laps around the courtroom. But I am hoping I see him abound to that podium, and that he is going to. This is a short break, I believe, not lunch yet. It's only 12:29. Yeah, it's a 10 minutes. God bless Granny. Lunch would be within the hour, I do believe. I don't know if they're going to let us. They didn't rest. They didn't walk away from him, did they? I think the cross is next, or no?
I missed if the state was done or not. I just know he took a break. That's all I heard.
You mean, I think.
I mean the defense. Yeah, I don't know if they're done or not. I think they paused and he called a break. I didn't see Jim Griffin like walk away and say, I'm done. So yeah, they've been keeping an eye on the family, which is why I'm watching LNC, just because they have a family cam
That's a
on.
good question.
And
Go
Buster
on.
looks like he just doesn't even care right now. And
No.
the brothers and sister are like trying not to cry.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
T1 brings us to all the viewers surprised Alex has taken a stand in this case. I believed I had asked this a few days ago, and many thought he wouldn't. This is true. I didn't think it's a good idea. I'm pretty much still not thinking it's a good idea, T1. I am surprised. I don't know about anybody else, but I am surprised because as I hear his lawyers say, we would have advised him differently if you didn't let the financial crimes information in. Meaning they were opposed. Alex is doing this. Alex wants to do this. His lawyers has advised him not to. I think it leaves him in a precarious situation with cross-examination. I think he's hoping that his defense team will just object the heck out of everything so the jury doesn't hear anything. But this is going to be very telling on the cross. Alex is he's already took a little steam out of it by going, yes, I lied. Yes, I lied. But he's only saying about the kennel thing. He's not saying about everything else.
Yep.
Okay. There was plenty of things that he lied about. He's already given detailed information about his visit with his mother that 2 people contested prior.
Yep.
2 people have already given testimony that that's not what happened. One saying that his mother was asleep when he got there. There's no way all that other stuff was going on. And the other one saying that she was quite agitated during the day.
Yeah. And then he said, oh, she was awake and fine. No, Shelley Smith already said that she was right there with her and she was sleeping, and that Alex was trying to comfort her while she was sleeping.
Right. And Barbara Mixon always said that she had already contacted them to say that she was agitated during the day. Extremely. Yeah.
Just makes him look worse, is what all it's doing.
True Bearded, he did just admit to being right there at the kennels. He's got no choice to do that. Like, it's the 15 people identified his voice on that tape. And they're not contesting when that video was created. They didn't even go to it in regards to touching it with the digital expert about time frame or anything. They did not. So he did just admit that around the time of the death, he was right there. But it's all in what the jury focuses on. I've learned from listening in other trials that sometimes, the jury will come out later and I'm so confused, and the foreman will say something like, yeah, well, we just didn't look at all of that. That just recently happened to me. They didn't look at any of the evidence. They focused on a few things they thought were more important.
I think him taking the stand just shows how much of a narcissist he is. He thinks he can get away with everything. He thinks if he can talk to somebody, he's going to convince them, I'm Alex Murdaugh. I can convince anybody of anything. Well, the gig is up, buddy.
Yeah, T1 says he did lean towards taking the stand because he always, due to his history, he had always successfully covering up the truth. True. And when it comes to it, he thinks he will convince the jury. I'm sure he thinks if he gets a chance to explain everything away, he will. And that's what he was trying to do. Add more to the story. He's putting in extra. He's changing his story a little bit. Yeah, I'm just like, once he said, like in the beginning, he just said he lied and he apologized to everybody for it. And I think he's just like throwing himself on their mercy. Like, believe me now, because they're going to be able to prove I lied about everything else. But believe me now. I don't know how they're going to feel about that. There may be sympathy there. After all, he's up there crying that his wife and his son were dead and he found them. And some people are going to be quite moved by that.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely. Because, typical person has typical human emotions. You lose someone, you're going to be hurt by it. But just like Bearded said and a couple other people said, and also me, you can be upset afterwards. You can have regret after killing people. It doesn't mean that you're a stone cold killer that's just not going to have any emotion.
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes, and I think Bearded was speaking about that in the chat frequently, but even he is looking at the testimony and saying there's just something. What's this? Like something just seems off, and I am actually shocked at myself in not being as empathetic as I think I would to somebody in this situation. And I don't know if it's the prior testimony or just the way that he's doing it that is setting me back. But I'm like kind of looking at it very. It's not moving me.
always said we may have Grisham in the gallery.
Can you imagine? I think he may have been. I thought somebody said that yesterday. There was a man there in a dark blue suit and a yellow tie. Looked a little similar, but I'm not sure. Like there's rumors of it, but nobody has actually said so.
And who do we mean by Grisham?
John Grisham, the crime, like he's a writer of
Okay, I
novels.
was thinking John Grisham. I just didn't want to assume. I wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, when anybody says Grisham, that's what I think. Unless she means someone else, but somebody else had said something along those lines yesterday that I was thinking of. So that's tying the two comments together. But it does
Well,
seem.
if you saw him, then there's a book coming out based on this.
Well, well, I don't know. He writes well, I don't know if he do it on this. He doesn't do like true crime, but he writes about lawyering and crime a lot.
Yeah.
And he's from the South, and it's all very South tinged. And for
Yeah.
me, they're quick reads, and I just love it because of the whole legal aspect of it. But
Yeah, no, absolutely. And yeah, this is right up Grisham's alley. And
Mhm.
no, I know he writes fiction, but the way this this trial's going and all the details and all the objections and blah blah blah, like it's a lot to take in. It's good information. Yeah, like right, Mary Beth, research. Yep, I agree.
No, it would be interesting, but I just don't know what to do with this testimony of his. Like, Twitter is just like, yeah, right. Like, I put a couple of tweets in there. You're gonna say you lied, and then we're supposed to believe everything else that comes out of your mouth. I don't understand. Like,
Yep.
you had a year and a half to say that, and you didn't. Next you're gonna walk out in the outfit that they're looking for. Like, come on, you want us
Yeah,
to,
right.
like, mm.
Yeah, it's
Oh, and
definitely
how about
yeah.
making sure everybody knows he does not trust SLED? How about that? Like still throwing SLED. He wants to throw doubt at at the whole investigation the best that he can. That was quite sneaky too.
Well, that's what I said is, he said just sat there and said, I didn't trust law enforcement. I didn't trust I didn't trust anybody.
Mhm.
I was paranoid. He says he finds his wife and his son dead. And he's like, hurry up and get them here. Hurry. Well, a minute ago, you just said you didn't trust them at that time. Why do you want them to hurry now? They're already dead.
All right, okay.
Anyways, I didn't like that part.
Here's a link to the tweet that has the picture thing is John Grisham, but I'm not sure. I'm not so sure yet. But you guys can look and see what you think. He's sitting right in front of Buster.
I got to look at his picture. Okay. Oh, he's a former Mississippi state representative. Oh.
Yeah,
That's where he got it all from. Okay. Now I know what he looks like. I'll keep an eye out for him.
You may bring the jury.
How come
Yeah,
everybody
Griffin's-
wants their judge's chair? Don't get Wrecker started on that chair if he's listening. I don't know, he might be at work or what he's doing, but don't get him started because he won't stop about that chair. Please.
Yeah, Griffin's up at the podium again, so they definitely were not done questioning him, so we were right.
Griffin? You mean Murdaugh? Stop. Like, stop, dude.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
No, he's
Yeah.
at the podium. Griffin is at the podium still, so we
Oh,
were right. He was
Griffin.
not
You mean
finished.
Jim Griffin?
Yeah.
Okay. No,
Yeah.
I'm looking at Murdaugh. I'm looking at a picture of Murdaugh right now on the stand. That's what I mean.
Oh, I know,
Yeah.
but I was checking out the other feed, so I was letting you know that
Mhm.
I was just letting you know we were right.
Yeah.
The statements.
Godless Granny. I hope Alex doesn't steal John Grisham. I love those books. Like they're the only ones I have time to read anymore because they're quick.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mm. Yeah, he's going back. I see what you mean. He's going back. Look at Creighton. He's so relaxed.
Of course he is.
Creighton
He's
Waters.
loving
Oh,
this.
I should not use just his first name, but Mr. Waters there. Look at Creighton
Alex,
Waters.
you've talked about going to Paul's body and Maggie's body. Do you recall getting blood on you, on your hands, or any part of you?
Yes.
Do you know with whose blood you would have gotten on you?
I know I got blood on my fingertips.
Can you differentiate, whether it was Maggie or Paul?
It's probably both. Except with so much blood. But
There, turns out there was a drop of blood on the steering wheel of the Suburban. Do you know how that got there?
I mean, if it was fresh, I put it there. If it was not fresh, Maggie drove my car all the time, but I assume it got there from me touching Maggie and then touching the steering wheel that night.
And then I think maybe there's possibly blood on this gun, maybe not. Do you know if you got transferred blood on anything else that night?
If Maggie's blood's on that gun, then I put it there. Maggie didn't really fool with guns other than to put them up.
There's did you submit to a GSR examination that night?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, and that Brian Varnado testified about.
Where your hands were swabbed?
That's right.
And then your clothes were collected by, I don't know if it's Agent Owen or someone else.
That's correct.
And turns out there's some GSR on your shirt and on your shorts. And did you handle this gun? This is
Yes.
This is item 22 that.
Yes, I basically had that gun with me until I put it up against my car. When the police officer, I think it was Mr. Green, got there, I put it against my car.
And I think Nolan had testified that this is, one of the shotguns Paul liked to use.
It is.
Was he meticulous about cleaning his guns?
Pawpaw?
Yeah.
No. Now, when he cleaned it, he was meticulous about it, but it was far and few between when he actually cleaned them.
Your shirt went through testing and analysis, and you were part of this case, provided results of that, were you not?
Yes, sir. I wasn't provided at the time. I've seen them.
Right.
Seen all these records.
You, well, just let me ask you, did you get on your shirt high velocity blood spatter from being within a distance of a shooting Maggie or Paul?
There's no way that I had high velocity blood spatter on me.
Had you seen reports that said that at one point in time?
I have seen reports that said that.
Just to be clear, were you anywhere in the vicinity when Paul and Maggie were shot?
I was nowhere near Paul and Maggie when they got shot.
After SLED collected your clothing that night at the main residence at Moselle, you remember changing in? You remember what you changed into?
Do I remember?
Yeah.
I know I changed clothes, and I've learned since then what I had on, but I don't.
You don't remember? Okay.
Don't remember that at all. But I understand I had on athletic shorts and a t-shirt.
Sure. And other people have talked about this. I'm not going to repeat it, but where did you spend the night, or where'd you go to after leaving Moselle when you left for the evening?
We went to Alameda too. We went to my mom and dad's house and we stayed there.
And who went with you?
I believe that Bus and Brooklyn and I rode together. John Marvin might have been with us. I know John Marvin stayed at Alameda with us. I just don't know if he rode in the same car we rode in. But I know I rode with Buster and Brooklyn. I know that for a fact.
And the next morning, what'd you do? And we're talking about daylight hours on June the 8th. What did you do?
And we basically got up and came back to Moselle.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember what time. There's things I remember about that morning, but I don't remember exactly what time we left.
And Alec, we'll get to this more detail, but during that period of time, is it hard to remember times, what time things started and stopped, and how long things took?
I mean, it's definitely hard to remember. Now, looking at these timelines and all these records, I mean, it sure helps, but to just do it off the top of my head is very difficult.
Okay, and we'll get to more of that. When you went back to Moselle on the morning of June the 8th, do you know whether you took a shower there or took a shower at Alameda or took a shower at all?
Now, I know we took a shower at Moselle. I did not take a shower before I left Alameda. We basically got up and went to Moselle. Maggie's mom and dad.
They were there?
They were coming. Tell them, see them. We got up, and we got up from Alameda, and we left, and we went to Moselle.
And do you know? Do you even recall SLED coming in and searching the house for anything on the 8th?
I knew that. I knew they were doing it. Yeah. I knew they were doing it. But I don't remember. I wasn't out in that gun room and see all that video and all that. But I knew SLED, was coming in there. I mean, we made the house available for them to come in there. So, I mean, I can't tell you details, but yeah, I remember it.
Did you at one point just tell SLED they had carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime?
I told SLED they could do anything, anywhere, anytime that they wanted to. Anything to do with me, my property, my cars. Even though I didn't own the cars, I would get my law firm owned the cars. I would have the people. They had full, whatever they wanted, they were welcome to.
And did you have any discussions with David Owen or anybody at SLED about consenting to General Motors to get that off the car?
Every time that I talked to David Owens, I would ask him about getting OnStar data and GPS data from phones.
And why was it important to you to get OnStar data and GPS data from the phone?
To confirm where I was saying I went, what I did, GPS. At that point in time, I knew that Maggie's phone had been taken. And I knew that my Suburban and my phone and Maggie's phone never crossed paths. And that was extremely important to me. And I asked him about it every single time we talked, every single time.
And speaking of Maggie's phone, did you know her password to her phone?
Yes, I knew her password.
Did you know her password to her computer?
Yes,
Did she know your password?
yes.
Okay. And when Maggie's phone was located on the side of the road, did you provide SLED the password to her phone?
I did. I think I actually provided it to John Marvin, who provided it to SLED, but I'm the one who gave it to him.
Right. And your knowledge that Maggie's have these location services on her phone, she used them frequently.
All the time. One of Maggie's things that she liked to do was there's that app called Find My Friends that you can see what other people are doing and they can see what you're doing. Maggie loved me, Bus, Pawpaw, Brooklyn, Grandma, Papa T, Marion, the three girls, Lizzie, and there were a few others, but the people that were closest to her, she had them all in her phone, and she loved to look at that phone and see where people are, and she'd love to surprise you. Like, let's say you're at Walmart, she looks on there, and she'd love to text you, get me a TV from Walmart or something, like she follow you and see where you were. She used it all the time. And so, I just knew that there would be GPS data on Maggie's phone.
Alex, when you're being interviewed on the night of June 7th and again on June the 10th, what was your understanding as to why they were interviewing you? Why were you being interviewed?
On June the 7th and June the 10th?
Yes, sir.
What's the question again?
What is his understanding of why SLED was interviewing him on the night of June the 7th and again on June the 10th?
And the basis for the objection?
401 and 402, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
Relevance, Your Honor. His understanding is not important. What he said is important, Your Honor.
Response.
Well, I can, it goes to his, his follow, it goes to his state of mind. I mean, that's what it goes to.
Objection sustained.
Did, why was it important to you to be able to get data from the Suburban, data from your phone, and data from Maggie's phone?
I knew at that point in time, I knew since I was the person who found Pawpaw and Mags that I was a suspect. I mean, they kept talking about this circle, but I mean, I knew that it was very important for me to find that, to get that.
And what was your belief as to that information? What would it have done for you?
There's no question in there that it would demonstrate that I couldn't have done this.
And when was the data from General Motors off that Suburban finally obtained?
It was either this past Saturday or the Saturday before that, according to what was said in this courtroom.
During this trial?
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge, was GPS data able to be located off Maggie's phone?
No, I mean, not just to my knowledge, it was not able to be gotten. You know, the testimony was in here that it couldn't be gotten. It only went back to June the 9th. Everything before that was erased on Maggie's phone.
Now, when, starting June the 8th, when that Moselle, did a lot of people come to support you, be with you on June the 8th?
On June the 8th,
Yes, sir.
like the next day?
Right.
Yes, sir. A lot of people.
And you mentioned your Maggie's parents and family came as well?
Yes, sir.
From that moment, June 8th, when folks, family came and to Moselle and you met with them, were you left alone by any of your family members the rest of that week?
No, I mean, I was attached to Buster. At the hip. But, I mean.
And what
no,
happened on?
I wasn't.
And what happened on June the 10th? Besides being interviewed by SLED?
My dad died. My dad passed.
And where did you stay and with whom did you stay on the night of June the 8th, the night of June the 9th, the night of June the 10th?
On the night of June, you asked me to start on the 8th?
The 8th, yes, sir.
All right, starting on the 8th, I stayed with Buster every night. I stayed with Buster, and as long as Brooklyn was there, I stayed with Buster in Brooklyn. But we stayed with, I'm pretty sure that's beginning on the 8th. I know the 7th we stayed at Alameda, and I believe on the 8th we started staying at John Marvin and Lizzie's at Greenfield.
And how far is Greenfield from Alameda?
As the crow flies, I mean, it's no distance. It's less than 5 minutes. It's probably few minutes away.
And who stayed there? Did John Marvin and his wife Liz stay there as well?
Yes, John and Lizzie. All right, John and Lizzie stayed there and their kids, Bus and Brooklyn and I. I know Bubba and Maymay stayed there. Well, Lizzie's mom and daddy stayed there. And my daddy's best friend and his wife came in there. I believe they came before my daddy passed. I know they came after he passed and stayed there.
And how many nights do you recall staying there at Greenfield?
So I stayed at Greenfield. The 7th was a Monday. I stayed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Greenfield. I know that for a fact.
And the Maggie and Paul's funeral was Saturday, is that right?
Now, I heard that in this courtroom say it was Saturday, but.
So the memorial services?
Nah, their funeral was on Friday.
Oh, it was on Friday.
I know that for a fact too.
And then your father's funeral was on Sunday?
My father's funeral was on Sunday, and it was my father's funeral. I forget the term. But Sunday, I mean, that's when we put Papa and Max. That's when we buried him. We didn't bury him when we had the service on Friday. because I don't think they were done. But that's when we buried them, along with my dad, on Sunday.
And Alec, what'd you do with the following week, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Starting when now?
So the
Monday.
day after your dad's funeral.
All right, Monday, I went to Grandma and Papa T's, Somerville.
At some point Monday.
In the afternoon. You mean what did I do when I got up that
Yeah,
morning?
well, where did you stay?
We stayed at Greenfield Sunday night. So we woke up at Greenfield on Monday.
So, and Sunday night you were with the same family members, your brother and Brooklyn and Buster and.
That's right.
Okay. And Liz.
And Lizzie and Lizzie's mom and dad. And I believe Donnie and Paula were still there, but I can't remember when they left.
And then you went to Somerville with whom?
I believe I went to Somerville by myself, but I know Buster in the car by myself. I can't remember if Buster and I rode together, but I think we might have had separate cars. We probably did ride together that first day. I don't remember, but I know I went to Somerville and Buster was in Somerville with me, with Grandma and Papa T.
And Somerville is where Maggie's parents live?
That's right. That's Maggie's mom and dad. Maggie's mom is Grandma, and Maggie's dad is Papa T.
And did you stay with them for a few days in Somerville?
I stayed with them longer. In Somerville, yeah, I stayed with them. We stayed in Somerville Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then we went to Greenville.
Okay. And what was in Greenville?
My niece. That was she was having a baby, and Maggie had just been. She's just been so excited. So she's just so proud of those girls. She was so excited about the baby. And so the baby being born just became such a big deal to me.
So was the baby born?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went up?
Baby born. Beautiful little baby girl. Beautiful little mom.
And then did you go up to the lake after that?
We did. Well, I mean, we stayed. This lake, Kiowee, that y'all heard about, is really close to Greenville. And so when I say we went to Greenville, we really went to Lake Kiowee. But we went up there because, you know, and when she had the baby, I want to say the baby might have gotten born shortly after we got there, like Thursday, but I think it was Saturday before we could go and see them and see my niece and see the baby. So, you know, I mean, that's where we went, was to Lake Kiowee. But they live in Greenville.
On the morning of June 16th, I think that was that Wednesday. I think that's a Wednesday. Where'd you wake up?
Somerville.
Did you ever go to Alameda on that day?
On Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe so.
Did you go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning on the?
I know for a fact that I didn't go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning. I was in Somerville. I didn't go to Alameda at any point early in the morning. I was in Somerville, and I'm not positive about this, but I know they did I know some of those records they have, it was sometime before I left Somerville.
Did you ever take during that week, let's just start with that week following your dad's funeral, did you ever take a tarp into the house at Alameda? A tarp, a blue tarp?
The week following my dad's funeral?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
There's been, I don't know where it is in any of these boxes, but this blue rain jacket. Have you ever seen that before?
Never seen it before, never touched it, and don't know anything about it.
Did you, did you ever remember taking a tarp at any point in time over the house of Alameda?
No, I don't remember it. I don't remember taking a tarp over there, but you know, I mean, Shelley's got something in her mind about that, and there may have been some point, but I certainly don't remember it. And it certainly wasn't anytime around my dad's funeral or the weeks following.
I think we talked briefly about your recollection of times, and
Okay.
and I just want to play Doug from State's Exhibit 517, which is the August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds. You could pull that clip up, and I want you to listen to this.
Okay. Tell me again what it is.
It's August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
All right.
Can you go to 5 minutes and 52 seconds?
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We have been.
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We have been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably. Okay. 10 o'clock maybe at the latest. Okay. Something like that.
Al, on this tape, were you being asked when you went to work on the 7th?
Yes.
And you said 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning?
And then I think it said 10 o'clock at the latest.
Is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
Now I've seen all these records. What does it look like? What time you went to work on the 7th?
A little afternoon.
All right. If we'll go to the Doug State's Exhibit 243, which is the June 10 interview.
You know, Mr. Griffin, on that same date, though, I also, if you play that thing, and I don't know if it's right then, but if you play that further, I also told him the best way to see exactly when I went in that door is to go and get my information from my law firm. And I told them that we have a, you know how things are electronic now, where you don't have a key, you have a key card, and you have a key card in your wallet. And so when you use it, it creates like all this other stuff, a digital footprint. And I told David Owens that he could go get it from my office.
And was that a common response of yours when you were asked about specific times that you would give them, your best estimate, but you would point them to where they could find the most accurate data?
Yes, sir.
You did that more than once?
Yes, sir.
So if we've got the June 10th interview, which is State's Exhibit 243, and Doug, I'd like to go to 9 minutes and 59 seconds. And here you're being asked, when did Paul arrive at Moselle?
Roughly what time in the afternoon?
You know, I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
You know, and we rode, we just rode around. We rode around.
So did you tell him on June 10th that Paul got there at 5 o'clock time period?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I obviously did.
And was that incorrect?
Yes, sir. It was incorrect.
And what time did you, looking at the records now, what time did it look like Paul actually got there?
And looking at the records, it's clear that he got there sometime around 7 o'clock.
Did at some point in time you have a conversation with Shelley Smith about, how long you were over at Alameda on the night of June the 7th? Do you remember?
I don't distinctly remember having a conversation with her about how long I was over there, but I know that I told Shelley Smith that SLED was going to come and talk to her, and that I'd appreciate it if she would talk to them, and that she just needed to tell them the truth.
And did you take extra care not to talk to people that you knew SLED would be talking to?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
After this boat wreck that you've heard so much talk about in this courtroom, there were social media, newspaper. It went deeper than that, but there was so much talk about how I, fixed witnesses and structured the investigation, just things that were totally false, that were absolutely baseless, but it was said repeatedly. It was reported repeatedly how I'd done this and with this witness and influenced this police officer and all these things. So I wasn't taking any chances.
I want to ask you about, you can take that down, Doug. Thank you. Ask you about the August 11th interview with David Owen at the SLED office in, I think, here in Walterboro. Do you remember that?
August 11th, absolutely.
Had you requested that meeting?
I've been requesting, what I'd really been requesting is some information. I've been begging David Owens to come meet with me, and specifically I wanted Grandma, Papa T. There were so many questions that I couldn't answer. And I've been begging him to meet with me and to meet with Grandma and Papa T. I've been begging him for weeks and weeks.
And did, when you went into the meeting on August 11th, did you think that's what it was for, to give you an update?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the meeting, they let you know that you're their prime suspect.
What was said.
Mr. Griffin?
I'll rephrase it. By the conclusion of the meeting, did they make it known to you that you were suspect?
Oh, there's no question about that. Absolutely. Now, he used a lot of, you hear it talk about how I'm in this circle and he can't get me out and this and that, but there's no doubt in my mind. There was no question in my mind what was going on.
And and during that meeting, did they show you the Snapchat video of you trying to stand up the fruit tree?
Yes.
And were you questioned about what clothing you were wearing?
And I can't remember this. I can't remember if he showed me the whole video or he showed me a picture of it. But I was definitely showed that information. I was definitely shown those clothes in that meeting on August the 11th.
And what clothes were you wearing?
The same ones you see in.
And do you remember what kind of pants?
It was khaki pants.
And what kind of shirt?
It's a button down, short sleeve button down. I call it a dress shirt, but short sleeve button down dress shirt.
Like shirt you got there, but just short.
Just like this short sleeve, and it was colored.
And it was, what color was it?
Blue with some blue stripes.
And were you questioned about when you changed out of those clothes?
I was.
And did you have a follow-up? Did you have a conversation after that meeting with SLED with Blanca about what you were wearing that day?
Absolutely.
And what was the purpose of the conversation with Blanca?
Well, they made an issue about that in that meeting, and I asked Blanca about those clothes that I had on earlier that day.
Did you ask her specifically about the blue shirt?
I asked her specifically about all the clothes.
Okay.
What I asked Blanca about specifically was, did she remember getting my clothes after she came back? When she came back to Moselle, did she remember getting my clothes? It's specifically what I asked her.
I see. And why were you asking her those questions?
Because on August the 11th, they had made an issue about me wearing those clothes, not having changed clothes when I was in that Snapchat video. So that's why I went to Blanca.
Did they ever ask you on August the 11th whether asking for those clothes? Can you produce the clothes? Have they ever asked you for those clothes?
No. As far as my understanding goes, my clothes were never an issue in this case until y'all figured out, as my lawyers figured out, that there was no blood spatter on me.
Sir?
Is that objection, Your Honor? 401, 402, and beyond in speculation, Your Honor.
Mr. Griffin?
It's a matter of public record. It's a matter of public record.
What is?
The issues with the shirt and the blood test.
It's a matter of public record.
Filed in this case, yes, sir.
The objection is overruled.
I'm well aware that my clothes never became an issue in this case until my lawyers proved that this blood spatter that they said I had on my shirt from my wife and my son was a lie, and that there was no blood on my shirt. And once they filed the documents and they proved that that was a lie, all of a sudden, the clothes I was wearing back on that day became an issue. And that's in the weeks leading up to this trial.
Now, Alex, after the Maggie and Paul were murdered on June 7th and 8th, where did you stay and where did you keep clothes?
Right. Say that again, please.
Where were you staying overnight? Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever spend another night at Moselle after June 7th?
Never spent another night at Moselle.
Why not?
could have. Didn't want to.
Okay. Where were you staying? When we talked about the days and weeks, a week afterwards, but where were you staying when you got back from the lake, Kiowee and Greenville?
I stayed. All right, so when I got back from Greenville, so
Yes.
that would be all right, so the first week, up until my dad's funeral, then, all right, so that'd be the second week. All right, so after I know Bus and I stayed with Grandma and Papa T as much as I could. You know, I stayed with, I stayed with my brother Randy a lot. I stayed with my brother John a lot. Bus and I stayed at Edisto a little bit. But at the beginning, I really stayed with either my brother Randy and his wife Christy, or I stayed with my brother John and his wife Lizzie. And basically at that time, Buster worked for Wild Wing at that time, and they had been so kind to him and they let him be off just for a ridiculous amount of time. They were so good to him. So he stayed with me. When he had to go back to work, he would stay at my brother John and Lizzie's because it was close. So I would stay with Randy and Christy in Hampton. When Buster was there, I would almost always go to John and Lizzie's when Buster was there. I would go to John and Lizzie sometimes when Buster wasn't there. But Johnny Parker, one of my partners, had a guest house his mother-in-law had lived in when she was sick. That's really, it's right at the foot of Randy's drive. It's 100 yards, 70 yards from Randy's house. And I was going to move into that house until we figured out where I could live. So I had clothes there. I had clothes at Randy's. I had clothes at John Marvin's. I had clothes at Chichesi, which is, I think you heard Buster talk about Chichesi's, like where we went to the river, and I had clothes there. I had clothes in Somerville. And I still had clothes at Moselle.
So you're close. Yes, sir.
Last question.
No, this. So were your clothes spread out a lot of different places?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
We'll break for lunch and return in an hour and 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
Wow, wow, wow.
Oh, I can't wait for BCE.
I'm hoping it's Creighton Waters because he's going to tear this up. Thank you, Godless Granny. You're welcome as long as you can stay. The link is up at the top. Oh, that goes for
Recess,
anybody
let's
else that
see,
wants to
it's
talk a little bit.
1:25. What's that?
Yep.
2:40?
Yep, 2:40.
Recess
It's
to
2:40.
1:25. It's 1:25 now. We'll be just chatting amongst ourselves until 2:40. I'm going to stay. Hopefully Beck will stay. Godless Granny will come up in a little while.
Absolutely.
Anyone else that wants to join, no pressure though. If you can't, you can stay in the chat. I am very happy to see some of you here. I know how late it is, Dr. Silkman over there. Yep. I did notice that he didn't want to go anywhere near the actual crime scene after. Did you notice all the little comments trying to actually account for all the little pieces of evidence they did have, like the blood on the steering wheel or the GSR in the car or all of that? He is actually trying to account for everything that was in the trial. You know, all those files he's been taking back and forth? Like,
testimony. Again, where he was staying.
Whoa. What is that? Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. They don't normally pop in like that, but did you see that? Alex made big news. The feed even is doing a live reporter thing during the break. Wow.
Yeah.
Like that kind of caught me off guard a little bit, but I muted the tab. Well, I'll have to pay attention to it down there. But yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, OT1, stand up and stretch. Did you notice not even Judge Newman was riveted. Not even he wanted us to have a stretch break in between. We just kept going and going and going and going. Yeah, and oh my gosh, I couldn't believe it.
I think he just wanted to get the defense's part over with, like just let him do it. Because he knows they're just going to rehash everything and try to put doubt in the jury's mind. That's the whole point of him being up there.
Yeah, Pete says that reporter was trying to join the chat. Let me tell you, as soon as I muted her, she jumped off. She stopped. Like it's back to the screen. It's ridiculous. Like they just
must have been an accident.
Yeah, they just did that to blow my headphones off my ears. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Like, thank you very much. You didn't even have anything to say. I think she said 3 sentences and then she went away. Like just enough to get things going. Well, oh my gosh, I do hope that it's Creighton Waters. I can't imagine it won't be, since Creighton Waters has been the cross for all the key witnesses. He better take the lead here, if not A.G. Wilson himself, which I don't think he could, but still, would that not be lit? Like, I do think you all need to get some refreshments. You need to stretch, because you're not going to want to miss 1 second of cross. Not 1 second. It's the whole buildup of it. Alex has actually left quite a few loopholes here for them to talk about. He has actually added information to the case.
Yeah.
While he was trying to account for all the evidence that they have, he has given them so much to talk about. I don't even think they have to go into the financial crimes. They're going to be able to rip up his testimony. What stood out to me is immediately he knows the one piece of evidence he can't deny, that we all know, that all witnesses have been able, from state and defense, have been able to identify him as being at those kennels and that he lied. The first thing out of the gate is, I lied and I'm sorry. I was paranoid because I don't trust SLED, and I knew that they were coming for me. And I'm just devastated about that. I'm so devastated about that. And here's where I add the rest of it. This is not him talking. This is what I'm thinking in my head as he's talking. Yeah, you're so damn sorry that you wasted the state's money for 1.5 years when you could have cleared this up from the start. Why didn't you tell them the truth? Why didn't you tell them the truth? Because an innocent man tells the truth. Okay? An innocent man doesn't have anything to fear. An innocent man who's a father and a husband wants justice for his dead family members and will tell the truth, so they start looking elsewhere. But no, you let them worry about your clothes instead of bringing your clothes to the damn police. You let them worry about whether you were there at that place. You knew in August 21 that they knew about that video, and from then on you still lied. You knew right then in that meeting that you were busted, and you didn't say, oh, I forgot, I must have been under pressure, I was paranoid. Yes, I lied, you caught me, I don't know why I said it, I'm not saying it anymore because obviously it's not true. Where's the fortitude and the integrity? But instead of doing that, he just doubles down on the lie with attorneys for 2 years.
1.5 years. Yeah, 1.5 years before they had the trial date. Yep.
Exactly. Just doubles down on it. And that to me should stick out by the jury. But he's also very sympathetic. He's crying. He's like upset. He's like, a reasonable person would say, gosh, if it was me, I would be so upset. Of course I would lie. Like I would absentmindedly lie about it. There is a window here of opportunity that will allow the jury to make allowance for that now, unfortunately, because we all look at him and they're listening to what he says, in my humble opinion, as if they were him. What would you
Yeah.
do if your family did? How upset would you be? Okay. And so they're going to make allowances for the mistakes that he made.
Yep.
They are. But how
wanna-
can they make an allowance for no blood? He's still doubling down
None.
about touching that body. Now he's saying he had blood on one of his
On his
fingertips.
fingertips. What about
And that
your
might-
white shoes, bro?
Yeah, but see, isn't it funny how the blood now appears on the fingertips after he's
blue.
heard the evidence that they found a couple of drops places? So he knows better than to say there was a whole bunch of blood and that he changed his shirt, which would be more reasonable. Like I might even believe him if he said, "Yeah, I got messy and I was so freaked out, I took my shirt off. I changed my shirt." Like
I think that if
I
he had a
washed my
blood
hands. Yeah.
If it was me and I was really trying to hide a crime, I have two things to say, and I'll let Granny go because I know she's got some shit to
Oh,
say.
yes.
I would have, instead of worrying about getting rid of the shirt, I would have went back to the scene, put the shirt on, and just, or even after they're dead, and just cover yourself with their blood. I was hugging, they're my family, I love them. That is way more believable than no blood. Being covered in blood would be way more believable. Second thing I'm going to say is I find it interesting that he said he was paranoid, scared of SLED, scared of law enforcement. Hey, dispatch lady, hurry up and get them over here. They're dead. Why? Why was he rushing them? Why did he want them over there so bad? They're already dead, and yet he hates the cops, and he's paranoid about them because of his drugs. It can be both.
It wasn't even the drugs. The drugs might have made him paranoid, but his statements are clearly that they already are raking me under the coals, saying that I paid for obstruction in the Mallory Beach investigation. There's already rumor about this. He testified.
Well, I
that
know, but at
they
the
were adamant
beginning,
about
he
that.
said he didn't trust the cops because of his drugs. So I was just taking what he said at the beginning and what he said half an hour later and going, what the hell, that doesn't make sense.
Because he was on drugs, because of his habit. Yeah. So
Right,
God
but he
bless
was okay
Granny.
with them coming later.
Yeah. I
And
don't
hurry.
know.
People are dead. Hurry.
Both things can be true at the same time, though, because he has two dead bodies with their heads blown off, in his yard. So
Well,
he's gonna need somebody to come. He's
Well, he
like,
probably
no.
wants them to get it done and over with before the family gathers. Got to have the house cleaned, the blood cleaned up, so everybody can get together and mourn, and he can look good.
Yeah, he did say no very accurately and emphatically. Did you catch that, Godless Granny? He was quite clear when asked direct questions. Did you shoot Paul? No. Did you shoot Maggie? No. Did you handle the guns? No. Like
I did
at any
not hear
time.
that portion, but
Yeah.
that doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, that's the main reason why he took the stand.
And
because
then-
juries do like to hear that.
And one thing that he did say that stuck out to me, there's a word that he used that really caught my eye, or my ear, rather. He said, I would never intentionally hurt Paul or Maggie.
Yes. Everybody in the chat was like, intentionally.
Everybody typed that word over and over again. It's all over Twitter, too. Like, everybody noticed it.
Well, you really can't deny that you would unintentionally harm someone. I mean, if you
True.
didn't mean to do it,
Isn't it
it's pretty
funny,
hard
though,
to say, well, I would never unintentionally hurt you. Well, yeah, you could. People do it all-
Exactly. But my point was more towards how everyone focused on that word as soon as he said it, because most people are not believing his testimony.
Yeah, yeah.
That's my point, is that they focused on that word as if, you're not telling me you didn't do it. Nothing you're telling me is telling me you didn't do it. People were still focused on any word he said that would say, okay, gotcha. Everybody's looking for the gotcha moment, because it's not a very popular opinion that he's innocent.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But, oh boy, did anything that you did here stick out?
Well, of course, all the stuff that you already just talked about with the blood. I mean, that was so obvious.
Mhm.
And I don't see how anyone could listen to that and not figure out that he's lying.
Right. Especially when he's actually his whole testimony is geared towards what is in the files already. It was almost like watching Jim Griffin lead him, as he should. Let's be clear. We're all upset that we think like Jim Griffin is leading him. It's not that his job to make sure that if he's going to take the stand against his advice, which let's be clear, he's on that stand against his attorney's advice.
Yeah.
Harpootlian and Griffin made it quite clear that they didn't want him to take it because the 404B testimony is available and it's in the record and it's open for cross, and they don't want him to take the stand. They told him that, and they told the judge, if you would make a ruling to protect him, we would support him being up there, but we don't. We would have made a different decision. But I don't know. As a lawyer, Granny, can you see the risks here for him?
Oh yeah, obviously. And like I keep saying, the prosecution's going to have a field day with this. They're just going to destroy him over, why did you lie? Why did you lie to the police if you weren't guilty? Why would you? What possible motive was there for lying to the police as soon as they got there?
Right, because there's more than one lie. There's more than one lie. They
Because
go
he
after
said
that evidence. Yeah.
They told him that his friends told him when they got there, the lawyers, don't talk to anybody. He had already lied to the police before that.
Okay, but they're telling him don't talk to him.
Yeah,
He gave 2 interviews within 48 hours. He did talk to them. He sat in that car and talked to them willingly. So
he
he's
was
saying
talking
now,
to them he was talking to the cops before anybody else got there, when just the local cops arrived.
he was leading
He was already
them,
spilling
right?
his guts.
He was
lying.
leading them about the rifle. He was leading them about what he was doing. He was leading them about what he wanted them to know about Paul being threatened. He was leading the narrative completely. And now he's saying, but I was like all upset, and I wasn't really talking to anybody because my lawyers advised me not to. My friends who are all lawyers told me not to. But he did the whole time. It's evidence. It's documented. It was a 4-hour interview, right? And then 2 days later, even longer. And then 2 months later, even longer. Okay. And now he's trying to twist it. Did you hear him try to twist it? That the reason that the August interview happened is because he demanded it.
Yeah.
He's trying to twist it that he asked for the cell phone data. He asked them to look for the GPS data.
Yeah, whatever.
Right.
That's going to be really easy to counter. You just call back the people that called him, and they can even show where they called him or emailed him or asked him to come in, and it's just going to prove that he was lying on the stand.
Hey, Granny, I have a question for you. Speaking of that,
Okay.
since the state has already rested, can they recall a witness?
Yes, those are rebuttal
Okay.
witnesses. You can
I
call
didn't know
rebuttal
if they
witnesses.
could later. I wanted to confirm that. Okay, thank you. And
Once
also,
they rest, right, then they bring them all
Yeah, they
back.
can
But
still
they
call
get
back,
crossed
yeah.
also, don't they? Godless Granny, they'll
Right.
get crossed
But
at the
what
same.
they do is after the defense finishes their case and they rest, then the state can call rebuttal witnesses against what the defense presented.
Okay, after they rest.
And that can
I
be
want
a
to point
new
out real
witness
quick.
too, can it not? It can be an actual someone who hasn't been on the stand already, from what I understand.
It can, but it has to be someone on the list.
They are on. That's why there's 255 people on the list.
Exactly.
Exactly.
They covered everybody, right?
Yes.
I want to
Creighton
point out real
Waters did a
quick,
good job there.
Dr. Silkman said, state needs to ask him just one question. Who moved his wife's phone from her body while he was present? Done. And I absolutely agree. It shows that, he was there, and then her phone left at her phone got thrown within a minute and a half of him leaving the property.
Because
so who did
yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Why did Maggie run down the road a quarter mile, throw her phone over, come back, and then get killed?
No,
I
they
wanna
know
hear
that
excuse.
phone was in the GPS when he got tossed. They know that.
Yep.
Okay.
I know.
Phone
Here's
was
the
in
other
the
thing.
GPS. What do you mean?
I mean,
by
in
that?
the vehicle,
Oh.
the
In the
GPS
vehicle,
data
according
was
to
in,
the
like, they're
GPS.
showing him slowing down his vehicle right where the phone was tossed at about the time they're thinking that the disorientations and things happen. And they're trying to say the defense brought forth an expert that said, well, no, the phone would have did a portrait thing again if it did. But then but the other expert said, no, if it was locked, it probably wouldn't have. If it had
Yep.
actually locked, it would not. It could have been tossed and just landed that way. But actually, they have him going to the road right past where the phone was found, slowing down his vehicle, and then speeding up to 85 miles an hour.
I
Why
don't
would
get
you do
why
that?
he tossed the phone in the first place.
Well, because he doesn't want to get caught with it. But here's
But
what
why not
caught
just
my
leave it where it is at the scene? Why
Yeah,
did he even pick it up?
exactly. Here's what is catching me about his testimony today. He is saying he has the passwords to Maggie's phone. Okay.
Mhm.
I don't recall him ever giving them to the SLED officers. I don't recall. Maybe he did. I'm not sure. I do recall testimony that he said he could get them from the sister or the mother, that he was sure that they had it. But now he's saying he had it and everything was open. So why did he state that other statement? And I could be recalling that incorrectly, but I don't believe I am. I do believe he said in one of his interviews when they asked that he did have access to the passwords because he was sure the other family members had it, but not Paul's, because Paul was so secretive. That testimony I do believe hearing, and I think it was from the interviews, but I'm not sure.
I think so.
Then now I'm also wondering, there was great evidence put forward that he kept turning his phone off. And now we're hearing that he knows so much about cell phone data and what comes out of it, that he was so adamant that they follow it, that looks even more premeditated to me, because he was trying to prove that the phones weren't together, because he said twice, if not 3 times during this testimony, that his phone and Maggie's were never together. Why does he want us to know that? Because he carefully planted evidence to the opposite, or manipulated evidence to the opposite, and we're not noticing it enough. And I don't know if I read too many novels or I watch too many detective books things, but that stuck out to me so much. Like, why do you keep repeating that? Oh, I see, because we're not paying attention to it, and you went through all the trouble to make it obvious, and we're not making enough effort in how much time you put into your alibi. I'm so sorry, Alex Murdaugh. Like, forgive me, but no, I still think you had that phone with you the whole time.
Liam
I
says
think
that if her phone is gone, maybe he could claim robbery as another possible motive. And I said, but nothing was stolen. You have a house full of guns. If you're a robber and you're just trying to sell shit, you're going to steal all those guns. You can get good money on the black market for those suckers. And none of the guns were missing except for the ones that were already claimed to be missing before and involved in the murder itself, like the 300 blackout, two blackouts missing, and 1 shotgun. So no one, he said himself, nothing was moved, nothing was displaced, everything around him was in order. There was nothing missing from inside the house, nothing. So yeah, I agree, Dr. Sullivan. There is no evidence of anyone else.
Yep, that's it, Dr. Silkmeat. I'm right there with you, because if he's innocent and he actually wanted those killers found, then why not admit to them immediately that he lied? Why not admit where those clothes are, or what he did with them, or why they're misplaced? Why not admit that the reason he looks so clean is that he washed off? Because apparently he did, because now he's trying to say he had blood that nobody else saw. Nobody else saw. Everybody else around him is blind, obviously. Only he saw the blood. Only he did.
So when did he stop to wash his hands?
Jesus.
He didn't say that part.
Exactly. And why won't he admit to it if he's innocent? Okay, these are the things that stick out to me, is always the missing part. The missing part. And he won't actually come clean, nervous or not.
He's Jesus, and when he stands in front of someone, the blinding light just blinds them.
Well, do you know that happens a lot when you think you're the smartest man in the room, don't it, Godless Granny? And he's trying to, he is, to me, I don't know if I'm trying so hard not to prejudge him, but we all know that's kind of hard for me based on everything else I've heard so far. And I'm sure you're all feeling the same way, but I really do try to pull it back, and I'm really trying to listen to him. And the more I listen to him, the more infuriated I got. Like, there you go again, trying to control the narrative. What are you doing here? Dude, you got the perfect opportunity to come clean here. But we've got a year and a half where you're going to wait until the trial day, where you're going to be convicted guilty, to try to turn a jury and try to make it like you're telling the truth, when you had the opportunity to do that for a year and a half and you chose not to. You chose to waste the state's money. You chose to fight them with lawyers repeatedly.
Yep.
Instead of just saying, I had no idea my clothes were so important. I would have gave them to you. This is what I did with them. Where are they?
And by the
He
way,
burned
during
them.
this whole testimony, during any of this, at one point, has he asked, when has he asked, do you have any suspects? Do you have any clue who did this? When?
Bingo.
I have never heard that come out of his mouth. Didn't
Nope.
hear it on the stand. Like I was upset and I just wanted them to find the killers. No,
You-
no, he didn't say anything like that.
You know what really points out to me is he's saying he asked for that cell phone data. He's saying he asked for these interviews. Then why during the cross did his very, very competent defense team not bring that up? How credible would that have been when that cell phone guy was out there and they said, and isn't it when they're crossing it, isn't it true that the defendant is the one who requested this be analyzed? I might believe him if I knew that. But
Yeah,
that didn't
absolutely.
happen, did it? But he wants us to think it happened now, but it obviously didn't happen because why wouldn't the defense use that to prove that he was trying to find the real killers, which no one adequately did during this trial? No one actually proved. Actually, there was testimony by his own sister-in-law that said he was totally disinterested in finding the killers. He was more focused on the Mallory Beach case and making sure that everybody was
because
his reputation was restored as well as Paul.
exactly because he's still alive and it still affected him, and that's all he's worried about is himself. I agree 100% with that.
Because this is why certain people ended up on the state's witness list instead of the defense, like the other Tuten brother, who actually thinks that, I don't want to say whether you're guilty or not, but I do know when you're not telling the truth, and we need the truth. Like, I don't think he wanted to testify against him, but he wasn't willing to lie. And neither was Michael Ball, that attorney yesterday, was not willing to lie and actually gave more evidence for the state than the defense, in my humble opinion, as to character and everything else, because he was unwilling to lie. I agree with Dr. Go ahead.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, Dr. Silkman keeps saying that he staged and manipulated the crime scene. I absolutely believe that.
Agreed.
And most of his testimony is proving it, don't you think? I mean, Godless Granny, did you actually, you can hear him adding things in to try to justify, things he put in place for his alibi. It's whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing, too, is if he was so willing, well, I told them that the key card thing tracks. He had someone, and I think it was it Tinsley that one of the partners said you had someone let you in 3 times that day. That Alex had someone let him in 3 times that day because he did not have his key card on him, and he only used it twice out of the 5 times he went in and out of the door that day. So why didn't he have his key card, and then he did? And he had people let him in and out, but he told them to go. They didn't know. He thought they were going to look at the data, and he thought no one knew that nobody was going to remember or tell on him that someone let him in. But by God, they did. They knew that I let him in 3 times. He didn't use his key card the whole day. Stuff like that. It's just, yeah.
Nope, I get it.
He didn't mention that in his testimony that somebody let him in 3 times and he used his key card twice.
No, he didn't. He's trying to insert himself into the investigation because it hit home that his sister-in-law was on that podium and said he did not make any effort to find the killers. He knows how damaging that was to the jury, and this testimony we're hearing now, for the very first time, the defense never brought it up, not once in his defense. He's bringing it up because he sees how glaringly obvious he's trying to manipulate the jury right now. He sees how glaringly that sticks out. And so he's trying to cover. But we've got evidence, and so does the jury, because as Colin said, in the meetings, was he on tape asking for OnStar and GPS from the phones or anything like it? Well, you all can double check. All 3 of those actual interviews are in my description, 1, 2, and 3 labeled from the day 1 in the vehicle, in the sedan. 2 days later, when they came to where he was staying and everybody was there, and then the August 2021, they're all down there ad free as YouTube videos from Mindfolk and Rakin. She She actually recorded them because she's got a non-monetized channel, so there's no ads on it. No, nothing comes up. No channel logos. Everybody's free to watch them, share them. We can hear for ourselves whether he did. I don't think he did. I think the defense would have brought it up if they did, and it would be glaringly, to me, like irrepresentative of them not to. If he had done that, it would have spoke volumes while they were bringing those experts up. It would have really helped the jury see that he was actively looking for somebody else.
Hey, Granny, what do you think about this question in the chat? How do you make a narcissist crack? Press them on something they cannot control or explain and watch them come unglued? Like, what's your opinion on that? How would they get
really,
to him?
the best thing to do is you let them testify first, and you listen carefully to what they say, and then you just use what their own words against them.
Okay.
And that will be, how do they use his statement about the kennel video against
Right.
him? I can't wait to hear
Exactly.
that. They're going to be great pushback on that. And one of the things I hope to hear is, you had a year and a half to come forward. Why didn't you? I want to hear that. I want to say, if the clothes aren't such a big deal, Alex, where are your clothes? Where's the shirt?
Yeah.
Where are the sneakers? How come they both disappeared at the same time?
Yeah.
Or what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And where did his underwear go? The maid testified he always left his clothes on the floor, and she would pick them up the next morning when she got there and wash them. So why just a pair of pants if he never ever picked up his clothes?
And here's the thing that I'm going to do, like our usual thing, because here's Bearded's going to come in and go on. And I'm with you, Bearded. He says, I'm not so convinced he's a narcissist. I'm not sure. Here's the thing. I went through the whole thing with Bearded once before about narcissism. Most of the time, the people we think are narcissists are actually just very heavily laden with narcissistic type behaviors. But when it goes to qualifying them through the DSM as a narcissist, only like the act, it's actually rare. I think it was like 5% or something like that. It's actually very, very rare how many people would have it. Most of us have tendencies of something like it that you could classify to that disorder. Am I saying it correctly, Bearded? But it would be really rare. It's very difficult to actually label them that way as an actual true narcissist. So, and because Bearded is in the field and is always reminding us to be careful about labels in mental health with people, which I agree totally, we tend to say more like narcissistic traits. And I'm not trying to correct anybody. I'm just putting the information out there because it's available to me after learning it very well in conversations with Bearded Heretic, and I agree with him. Because we've gone through, like we did with the psychopath. Everybody likes to call people psychopathic because of some of the stuff they do. And to actually diagnose someone as a psychopath, we actually went through the DSM in the testing with Bearded with one of his streams, and we couldn't get Hannibal Lecter as a psychopath. Let that resonate with you.
Did you know that not only psychopaths are very uncommonly diagnosed, but schizoid is less diagnosed than psychopath or narcissist? How's that for you? I wanted to say one thing here. Dr. Silkman said he definitely is a narcissist. He would make Mr. Katz proud.
He would. I said he's got a lot of the potential there, but like we can't, like he's really close. But I agree with kind of Bearded. You got it right. I think he is severely insecure, and he uses his arrogance as a defense mechanism, and he uses money and his family as a veneer for feeling inadequate. And that's very common to people that depend on drugs to get through. He's got a long-term habit of coping with a substance. So that tells you right there, he doesn't have the one key thing in narcissism that you need, and that's that fortitude that you're never wrong about anything.
Yeah.
And if you're insecure,
that's one of the main traits that I got from him.
And that's one of the things that would say, yeah, he's like so heavily laden with narcissistic tendencies. But when it comes to proving it, ticking the boxes on the DSM, that's going to stick out. You see, I listen very careful to my conversations with Bearded. I'm jaded. I get it. And now I can hear High Inquisitor right now in my ear going, I knew you couldn't leave psychology out of a murder trial. I just knew you could not. Did he not say that the other day? I could tell you what Claire did say yesterday. I bet you she said the word psychology at least 10 times. Yep.
Hey, Granny, what do you think about the as far as the testimony, like trying to be objective on all this testimony and everything? Is there anything that stands out to you that says he did not do it?
No, nothing.
Yeah, I'm the same.
And that resonates with me because I think the godless Granny looks at it as a very pragmatic, very black and white way.
Oh
being a
yeah, well,
lawyer,
she looks at the
right?
law. She's really good at that.
Yeah,
She's really,
look,
really good
yeah.
at that.
I would say that resonates with me because there's no gray area when you're looking at it, from a legal perspective. It's just black or white,
Yeah, that's how I felt. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't being biased, so I thought I'd ask. Grady,
Oh no,
'cause
absolutely, absolutely.
he's like by the law book here.
I get DMs every day that say that my stream is a bit biased for the prosecution. I said I can't help it if I think their lawyering is better. I'm going to say, I said I always know the defense is doing their job, and I do say that. And I'm not trying to be hypercritical of them, but they do piss me off with their bad manners, and they do piss me off with some of the obvious stuff that they're doing. And it's very confusing. I say, but it's not that the prosecution didn't make mistakes. I think David Fernandez was a little too pushy in his cross. I do. I think that stuff about the child and it must be midgets, and he kept hammering that in. I don't think that was necessary as much, and I think he turned the jury off a little bit with it.
Yeah.
Because what he was saying is you're not willing to look at any other possibilities, and that's not right. And I think that makes a jury think you're closed-minded. Yes, it's your job to drill in on what your story is, but you got to do it in such a way that you don't look unreasonable. You know what I mean? Like, these are average people sitting there, average everyday people sitting in that jury box. Like, Dr. Silkman said, oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
No, go ahead. That's what I was talking
Right.
about. Go ahead.
He now is trying to manipulate the jury. He should be screaming, "Find the killers of my beloved family." Nothing, zero, nada. Exactly.
Yes,
Except for
not
the fact
one
that
interview, not one conversation with anybody, including his freaking in-laws.
But right now he's trying to make it look like he did. He's peppering his testimony with all these little tidbits that were never said before. This is what I keep saying. He never said before that he's the one that asked them for the GPS and the cell phone data, that he was asking for interviews for the family to do this, whatever, that he did anything, that he didn't know his clothes were such a big deal until recently. Really? They didn't ask you for your clothes? I think they might have. I think they just
Pretty
became
sure
aware.
they did everything but watch you change your underwear.
They did have all those other videos. I mean, once it became evident you changed your clothes 3 times, why aren't you offering all the clothes? You're waiting for them, but it's a big deal, but you're not offering them. And where are they? Where are your clothes, Alex Murdaugh? Where's those sneakers?
Alex
What
stole
happened to
the
them?
clothes.
Alex stole the clothes.
Well, he did,
you know?
literally.
Mhm.
Pretty sure he burned them up.
He
buried him in his parents' house. Something. He did something with them.
Yep.
What was that? Hold on. Where was that damn comment? I lost it. Oh yeah, they were talking about Paul. When Paul becomes intoxicated, he is a very angry, violent person. His traits come out. And let me tell you, this is my opinion on alcohol. Alcohol is truth serum. When people are drunk, they have no inhibitions and they act like themselves. So I think that Mr. Happy Paul, which is typical for kids around his age that have a lot of problems in the family, and he's got people coming after him, he's going to go to jail. He's got a lot of anger built up in there, so that could also point to where you were going, Claire, with him, going after his dad about the bag of pills they found in his computer case.
Pills or all of that. I think that when he's talking about that, he is talking about the apple of his eye actually looking him like he's not so great. And from the text that we saw, it was evident that there was enough there that both Maggie and Paul were thinking he was not so great right now. Maggie is wondering why they're not settling on the Mallory Beach case, why they won't get rid of the stress of it for the family, why they can't do with less, why they can't just sell everything and get something smaller and just do the right thing. Why did they have to wait for Paul to go through criminal charges? Why did they have to upset everybody? Why can't Paul just do the right thing and say, yes, I was the one driving the boat? Because he was.
And that's the other thing. I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, that's the other thing, because Alex, probably wants him to take the whole fall, so he doesn't get any shit. So it doesn't hurt his. He doesn't get
either way.
Were they going to sue him either way?
No, because because he was the owner of the boat, and because of his interference in the investigation. There's no doubt that Alex Murdaugh was on that dock immediately, controlling the police. That no one else was allowed to come in. The Murdaugh family was allowed down there to be with the police and the investigators and everything, but Mallory Beach's family wasn't. The other family members for everyone else wasn't. Only the Murdaughs. Why is that? Now that is why those rumors started. And that is why Mark Tinsley is so aggressive about the case. He clearly thinks that everything was manipulated. And I think he's got some evidence to prove it. And I think that's why there's such contention between the families and the lawyer right now. Yeah. Nobody likes him right now. I mean, Buster Murdaugh, for being non-emotional, was giving him the finger slyly with the side of his cheek the whole time he testified, remember? Like, there's a lot of animosity there. There's some trouble. But then Buster gets on the stand and says, I don't know much about the case. Like, I never heard anybody complain about it. But he sure did know enough to give Mark Tinsley the finger, didn't he? You see, these things kind of stick out to me. They want you to be like the happy family, portray it like nothing's going on. But there's all this other little stuff that comes out that everybody is quite aware of, And Bearded is telling us the difference between a narcissist and an insecure, arrogant man. The results look similar, but the function and foundations are different. A nuance worth noting. Yes, exactly. Because of that always right thing, that a narcissist is always correct. There's no correcting a narcissist. They are right 100% of the time. An insecure, arrogant man will give you the appearance that he's right, but doesn't feel like he's right.
Right, exactly. Can you bring up Tony Regimes? You're probably gonna have to scroll up a little bit.
Okay, let's see. Is it the?
It's his last comment.
There are also the sociopaths as dangerous as psychopaths, but different traits and behavior. Yes, we went over that with Bearded. You guys got to check out some of those streams. Oh, which one?
Anyways, he said, I'd have asked him if he knelt down to check Paul and Maggie, then used his answer to show he could have knelt to fire the shots. Yes, Tony. Oh my God, yes. It's what I've been saying the whole time. He could have lost his balance. He could have ducked. He could have slipped on the damp grass because there was all that mist in the air. And I can tell you, when you're in the South and there's a lot of mist in the air, the grass is wet. There's so many different scenarios. And he definitely could have knelt down, squat, fell down, whatever, to make those lower shots. And remember, the shots that went into Maggie were down at an angle. The shots that missed her were up at an angle. I think he missed because he lost his balance, slipped, went on his knee, something like that.
Yeah, don't forget, like, it was sprinkling rain on and off that day.
Well, the guy testified that in that evening, right before, around the time the murders happened, that the fog and everything was so dense that it was getting people wet. Like, everything was wet from the fog before it started raining. But the amount of water, of course, couldn't have been there because it wasn't raining yet. But the grass was wet and everything. Everything was wet around them. And that's what happens, So I just can't see how they can say there's no way he could have knelt and missed 3 shots or 2 shots, whatever.
Oh, Granny, what do you think of this comment from Dr. Silkman? Waters needs to be very calm, controlled, and measured in questioning Alex. Feed him enough rope. Alex will do the rest.
To a point. He needs to start that way. But as soon as he's got the rope, that's the time to pull it in and break him.
Do you agree that he should keep him at the crime scene and not talk about the other stuff? Just dismantle everything he said about the crime scene to prove that he could be the murderer?
I don't know. I'm really not sure on that one.
Yeah, I think my opinion on it a little bit is that we did lose the jury with all that financial stuff a little. We proved that he's a shady guy. Well, being a shady guy doesn't prove you committed a murder. Being at the scene and disposing of evidence proves you're a murderer. You know what I mean? Like if you really want to get him on murder and not just being a bad human, you need to have him at the scene doing something or actively destroying evidence. They need to nail him with his own words on what he did with some of this stuff, how he created this alibi, what was done. The cracks need to show, or they're not going to win this case. I mean, that's how I'm looking at it. Very pragmatically, I do believe that he did it. I just don't know if the prosecution's going to be able to convince the jury.
I don't know. If I was on the jury, it would convince me, but then again, you just never know.
They
Plus,
don't let
we heard a
they
lot
don't
of
let
things the
people
jury
like
didn't
us.
hear.
Yeah, they
We have
didn't
to
let
remember
people
that.
like us up there, right? We did. We're a little jaded because of everything else that we know, right?
Mhm.
And also they don't let people like us on the jury, do they? Like they would just, yeah. What's your hobby, Claire? I talk about true crime and like stuff, lawyers and things.
Actually, that stuff doesn't always come out.
No, they'd have to ask it. Well, in Lori Vallow case, she wants to ask everybody what their religion is. She doesn't want anybody prejudiced against her for the saints
my
of
God.
the Latter-day Saints issue. Yeah. But the judge said, no, you can ask if they know anything about Latter-day Saints, but you can't ask every jury member what their religion is. And that's prejudicial in itself. Like, this is wrong. Yeah, that's what she
I also
petitioned
want them
for.
to ask Alex why he asked Maggie to come to the house to visit his parents or parent and didn't take her with when he left.
Well,
Why didn't he take her with?
Wait a minute, Beck. He addressed that. He said,
Oh, what did he
Maggie
say?
never wanted to visit with my mother. She didn't like her agitated state. She just got very sad. She didn't want to be around her. She did like to visit his father. And his father was in the hospital. So that's why he didn't go
So
to the
that's
house.
why he said that. Okay, yeah, he covered his tracks on that one. Okay, never
He
mind.
did. Yep. I just wanted to ease your mind there because I know that's
No,
been
I'm
bothering
glad
you.
you said something. I do remember him saying that now.
Yeah, he wanted to make clear that he knew that the reason, because otherwise we're all saying you couldn't take Maggie because she was dead. She would have made a mess in the car. Yeah, obviously. But the reason is, he's saying the reason is that she wouldn't have wanted to go. She was there to visit the father. From the start, he asked her to go visit the father. He never said his parents. He said father. So that was clear in the text messages. But it does seem strange that he went there without her, because also what he said, he always contacted Maggie as soon as she knew she was at the house. He called her right away, this, that, and the other thing. Then why didn't he go out and find her before he left?
I don't know. Oh, I don't know. That's I know. And why did he go see his mom when he invited her over and said, no. She said, well, I'll go and see him. And he insisted for her to come to the house. And then he didn't say anything about going to see his mom. He said he was going to go see his dad with her.
Wait, I know,
his dad
but
was dying.
Defense addressed that yesterday. They brought up Barbara Mixon, the housekeeper that is there with the mother, who said she contacted people to let Alex know that the mother was very agitated during the day and that she would feel better with a visit from family.
Okay. I didn't hear that part. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So she was the one that was saying that she was agitated, not
Yes.
Well,
Shelley
no, the caregiver said she was agitated before she went to sleep too,
that
right?
she had been agitated during the day but was now resting comfortably. She got the information of agitated from the housekeeper because they're taking care of her and they converse with each other in regards to the condition of her during the day, because it does affect the evening. Yep.
So I think there's a little bit of confusion in the chat. T1, the state, I don't know if you're talking about the state asked him about, no, his partners in the law firm or the head partner, whatever, came to him that day and basically told him he was busted.
No, that would have been Jenny Seckinger was talking to him
Jenny
at the
Seckinger.
office. She is the chief financial officer. She was asking him directly about copies of checks that she had in regards to $792,000 that was with a settlement with Chris Wilson, his best friend, that had been going back and forth with the documentation for months. She had finally heard from Chris Wilson's secretary and everything that all of that money was paid out, and that all of that money was paid directly to Alex Murdaugh and never hit the practice. She had evidence now that on this one particular case that involved his best friend, that morning, he knew the gig was up. He also heard from Chris Wilson that they had talked, that where is that money? Like, you told me that, I gave you the check for that. Why isn't it? And Alex kept telling Chris Wilson, per Chris Wilson's testimony, that he was going back and forth, that it was just a matter of accounting. Yes, I have the money. Yes, I'm going to tell them. They just have to put it in the right column and everything will going to be fine. But yet Alex never went to the firm and talked to anybody about it. Chris Wilson now knew that on June 7th, that they still hadn't straightened it out. Alex Murdaugh now knew that Jenny Seckinger was all over it, and she now knew that he got all that money and never came forward to help document it anywhere. And she was asking, when was it going to come into the practice?
Right.
That is what happened in that meeting. Yeah.
Okay, Claire,
and then she cut the
you know
meeting
more than I-
short
Oh, go
because
ahead.
he got the phone call that his father was just taken to the hospital.
That's right. Yep. And she left it alone because she was more worried about his father than the money, because they
All
still
of
had
this-
some thought in their mind it could be worked out or some
Right.
crap.
All of this is
Yeah.
exact testimony from those witnesses during this trial right now. That's not extra stuff that was out there or articles or anything. That just was what they said right now in this trial. Chris Wilson testified to it himself, that day, that was pretty prominent day, because he knew that the money that he had actually, Alex was putting that money in fake forge accounts. We heard testimony
Yeah,
later about
exactly.
that. That's where that money went. Yep.
What about insurance? Did I heard somebody say that there was, that they thought it was, and that someone else said they thought there was no life insurance. Was there life insurance?
When asked yesterday, Mike Ball said this. It just stuck out to me. Mike Ball said, when asked about the shooting, we're talking about the side of the road shooting where it was mentioned that Buster would get all this money if Alex was gone.
Right.
Mike Ball said, when asked if there was insurance, he said, well, that's what I heard. But after everything else I know, I don't know if I believe it.
Yeah, and that's why I was asking, because some people were saying, as far as I know, the answer to was there life insurance is no. What I heard was the only kind of insurance they had was the hunting insurance in case someone got injured on their property.
That's what they proved, because the defense, if not brought forward in their defense, an insurance policy or anybody to represent that there was a policy and that statement that Alex Murdaugh had made is true. They're just leaving it out there. They're not documenting it at all.
Yeah. I don't know, Karen. He was doing opiates, according to him, for almost 20 years. So she said she's wondering if the extended drug use did brain damage to him.
It's possible.
But they're not testifying to it, so it's not anything we can actually even consider. Unless they bring a psychologist up that says he's been under treatment for this kind of stuff, or they can enter it in as of him being altered. And he did not plead that way, right, Godless? Wouldn't he have to plead that way?
Okay, if he's using it like an insanity defense, yes, because that's an affirmative defense. An affirmative defense has to be raised by the defense. It can't be raised by the prosecution.
Okay.
And the other thing is, it could be used as extenuating circumstances if he's found guilty in the sentencing.
Not really, because he took the drugs voluntarily.
True. Yeah, there you go.
Erica, remember, he was well known in this community. Everybody trusted him. He walked in and set up a forge account for another company he had no part of, and the bank didn't blink an eye. He borrowed money. The bank didn't even check where his assets were. He could have walked into any insurance place and got life insurance for $10 million, and they would not have questioned him prior to his thieving. There's no way in hell they would have questioned him prior to everybody finding out about his thieving.
Bearded answered Karen's question also. He said, I think he's more likely to have a completely healthy mind and brain. His attitudes and beliefs are what are problematic, in my humble opinion.
Agreed.
Because normal people do horrible things, and I agree.
I still want to know what he did with all the money.
I know. And someone asked if in the chat if the money was used like to have someone there, wait till as soon as Alex leaves, kill them. But then why would Alex have Maggie's phone? Or why would Maggie's phone been driven down the road a quarter mile away from the driveway going to the kennels at approximately a minute and a half to 2 minutes after Alex's car took off from the property?
You know why none of that even crosses my mind anymore? There's not one stitch of evidence to indicate any other person was at the kennels at that time. Nothing. And even Alex, with all of his fortitude in trying to get rid of the very pertinent evidence that would make him guilty, he still left all these other little things that we could see, and so would anyone else, in my opinion.
Yeah.
There would be other footprints. There would be other drops of blood. There would be smears. There would be something.
Well,
no
not
one's
just
that careful unless you're like a professional or something. I don't know.
Right.
But then
But
again, they would
also,
have
if you
had to
look at the-
stage it for Alex to be blamed for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing is too, if you look at he shot Paul, shooting Maggie, went around in a semicircle, it totally looks like one person. If you have two people shooting people, you're not going to be standing next to each other shooting people.
There
You're
would
going
be
to
a
come from
lot
different angles
more.
to surprise them.
There would be a
At
lot
least
more
I would.
footprints. There would be a lot more footprints
Yeah,
in the grass.
absolutely. And footprints that didn't match the family footwear, which all of that did.
And how
by the way,
about-
speaking of footprints, I love the fact that the defense's guy clarified that was Maggie's footprints over top of everything and not the police officers.
Oh, that the defense had been saying. This is what I
Yeah,
mean by
that was
yesterday.
totally
The
the
witnesses
state side.
actually helped the state in some
Yeah.
instances rather than because they wanted to tell the truth. Oh, here's the other thing. If there was anybody else, they would have had to walk in because obviously there was, even on a rainy day, no evidence of any other vehicle showing up from any of the entrances.
Yep. None of hunting, dogs scrambling there. Yeah, Pete, remember, not just dogs barking. They had those guineas, which are like a security system, and would have been yelling and having a fit if someone came up on the property they didn't know, or if
Exactly.
any activity that they weren't used to was on the property. So
That's
not
why I
only
w-
the dogs not barking, the guineas were absolutely
Mhm.
didn't hear a damn word from them. They were
I don't
totally
know.
quiet.
Right, Godless Granny? Don't you want to hear from Bubba? I think Bubba's got a lot to tell us. And he's just,
Boy,
I
if we
really,
could pick apart that dog's brain, him and
Yeah.
Grady and Cash saw everything.
what a great Charlie Brooker episode. If you put one of those memory devices on, but we could just see what that dog was thinking. Yeah.
Or put one of those voice boxes like in the movie Up so the dogs can talk.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't come out as barks.
Yep. Or
Alex,
just call Dr. Doolittle to
kill
the stand and have
mom.
Dr. Doolittle translate.
There you
Exactly.
go. Alex, kill mom. That's all he needs to say.
I know, Colin. Bring on Bubba. Like, Bubba's my hero. Like, somebody meme Bubba for me. I need Bubba with a blackout gun. Like, yeah. I do.
Exactly, Turtle.
Wearing
What
it. Wait, I need
killer would
Bubba.
trust that there would be family guns available, and if it was a robbery, like someone brought up earlier, nothing was stolen. Those people had I don't even know how much money on the black market worth of weapons, like 20 shotguns and 5 to 10 handguns. Figure that how much money that's worth. If it was a robbery, they would have taken every single gun in that house and whatever else they could have grabbed. They had plenty of time in that hour.
Yeah, so basically, we need Bubba in a blue shirt, wearing the sneakers on his back feet, holding a blackout. Yeah, that's I want to see that meme because apparently Bubba did it. If it wasn't Alex Murdaugh, it was definitely Bubba. They're the only two that were there. Free.
That's totally me, Turtle. Squirrel. That happens to me all the time. That's why I miss some of the testimony sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know.
What was the
Put
other
Bubba on the stand. Like, I don't know. I'm just
something else.
obsessed with Bubba's getting a bad rap. I'm on Bubba's team, man. Bubba gets blamed for everything. Like, and even Alex brought Bubba up in this. He couldn't stop. He even brought him into it.
Yeah. Bubba, bark once if Alex did it. Bark twice if
T1
if Alex did it twice, or stay
Yeah.
quiet to plead the fifth.
T1, that would be no, that did not come out in Buster's testimony. In Buster's testimony, he alluded to the fact that it wasn't such a big deal for him because they all stuck together, and he didn't really get any, like, he didn't understand all the financial problems that were going on in the family, nor did he feel threatened. He knew his mother felt ostracized right? And that Paul was getting some stuff, but he didn't admit to any himself. And he actually kind of backed away from the whole thing, kind of alluding to the thing that he didn't know enough about anything, even though he was named in the case. That came out. But he was like, yeah, I guess so. When they said, aren't you named with your mother, your sister, your brother? I mean, not your sister, your mother, your brother, your father, everybody else. And he's like, yeah, yes, I guess so. But I don't know that much about it. He kept pushing away from that subject.
Yeah.
As much as he could.
It's like he's trying to keep out of as much as he can.
Mhm.
And T1, as far as we know, the only harassment or anything that Buster has had since his mother and brother were killed is photographers outside of his girlfriend's condo and following him around taking pictures of him, which is why I knew where the dog was and where the dog wasn't.
Right. Mhm.
So that's the only way he's been harassed. Is you can see the reporters are out there every day waiting for him to walk in and out of the house so they can take pictures of him and see what he's doing and all that. But besides that, he is not. No, there's nothing. There's nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, you guys, why didn't he immediately call Buster and say, get the hell out of that house? Someone's after the family.
Well, he did call Buster.
He just told him that the
don't
mom and
know what he said,
brother were
but he
dead.
did call Buster.
Yeah.
Yes. I guess that conveyed the information.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
yeah, Buster seems sus to me. I know T1. Buster is a little crink in my craw. He's driving me nuts. He seems like he doesn't care. I know that he's had a year and a half to mourn this, and he might just be numb to it now after all the questioning and everything.
Okay.
But he seems very indifferent sitting in the gallery. It's just it bugs me. It bugs me what's going on with him. I think that he thinks his dad's full of shit, and he's standing up for his father because that's what his family expects. That's my opinion.
All right. Can someone
It's just the way he looks at him.
Yeah, can someone in the chat help me with this one? Because there were several modes of transportation he could have used. There was ATV. There was
he
actually
used
the
golf
truck.
cart.
He did use the ATV, and that matches to being in
which
the
is the
area,
side-by-side.
which is what the print is from on the back of Maggie's leg, if I
Right. So
remember
that was the
correctly.
other thing I said during his testimony. How did she get that mark on her leg if he drove away when everything was fine and nothing? He didn't say Maggie fell down. He didn't say anything. Oh, just got the bird out of Bubba's mouth, got back in the golf cart, went back to the house, headed to my mom's. So how did she get that mark on the back of her leg if the golf cart was up at the house at the time of the murders? That's the other thing they need to bring up. Anyway, so yeah, that was my other thought. I'm glad somebody said something. Oh, T1, the chance of him being on drugs right now is slim to none, and they are probably constantly drug testing him every day to make sure he's not
he's
getting
in
jail.
prison.
I wouldn't doubt
he
it.
wouldn't have access to anything right now.
Well, yeah, he would. It depends on what part of the prison he's in. Let's be honest, Granny. If he's in like a holding area, he ain't getting shit. If he's in with the mass pop, which he is, he could get a hold of any drugs he wanted. All those thieves think he's going to be rich, that they can get money. Oh, he's probably telling them, I'll put money in your commissary. He doesn't have a dime. But, thieves and liars and murderers tend to believe each other. So, in my opinion. Colin said, ask Claire to send you the image from Discord about Buster with a wink. I don't know what that means. Do you, Claire?
Yep.
Yeah, Paul, they were calling it a golf cart and other people called it a side-by-side. As far as we know, it is the same vehicle. Because the only thing we've seen in pictures is a ATV type vehicle. We have never seen a golf cart anywhere on that property. And I don't think they would have a golf cart there. It's too bumpy. It's too whatever. It would make more sense. Plus they are loaded in like expensive things for them to buy the side-by-side, not a golf cart.
I think, I'm not sure.
Oh yeah. Thanks, Claire.
What?
for letting him post that so we can look at it.
Yeah, because it's a really, I did get to see it because I opened Discord for a moment before it decided to like take all my resources, so I had to close it again. But I can't get it to when you're not using Chrome. Like if you're using Chrome, one of the reasons I use it is that anything I open goes right to a tab if I tell it to, so that I can pull it into StreamYards like that. But if you're using any other browser, that's not necessarily the case. And I'm not able to get the image up on a tab without having to save it, relocate it, like do like 20 steps, which I'm not going to do with the resources because I'm not going to kill the feed. You know what I mean? I'm not going to take resources away from the feed with them coming back like within the next 10, 15 minutes.
No,
like,
please don't. If you need anything brought up, just let me know and I'll grab it for you.
Yeah. Well, if he drops it in the link, then oh, that's an idea of something I could do. Wait, from my phone, I think I might be able to work that. If I drop it in your Discord, you might be able to bring it up. There you go. If he can't do it. Hold on. Let me see. I didn't think of that. That was probably what Colton was saying. Why don't you just drop it to the other just drop it the other way.
Grab it and drop
probably,
it.
Yeah, that's probably exactly what he meant, and I missed the reference. Yeah. Because there's
okay, I'm starting up
no
Discord now. I didn't have it open.
Where are you? I know you're in here. Okay, there you are.
In your DM somewhere.
This is a picture of Buster. His image of Buster. This is what he's thinking.
Oh, I agree with that.
He sent it to me earlier.
Castro is.
Yes.
Okay.
Nobody in their right mind can kill his wife and son. Thank you very much. I don't think, if he did it, it does make it a little bit. Okay, share it. No laughing, share it.
Sorry.
Yeah. Because if you bring it up, then I don't have to get rid of the feed. I could just bring the other picture, up.
Fine.
Okay.
I got you. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there we go. Thanks. Okay, everybody, here we go. That is the picture. That is the image of Buster from the galley that Colin sent me.
Sorry, I can't zoom in anymore right now.
No,
Hilarious though, huh?
But that's it. Yes, it does. That's that hair. But yeah, I got hair like that. Very funny.
If his hair was up in the air, he would literally look like that with a mask. No, I'm just kidding. Pretty close though. That's good stuff. Thanks, Colin.
Oh, that's right. Oh, through there we could. Yes, we could. Yeah. Well, but anyway, it's sinister, right? Exactly. T1. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Always. That's what I was saying. They're not like a golf cart. A couple people called it a golf cart, but several of them called it a side by side or an ATV. So I don't think it was a what you would see on a golf course golf cart. I think it was a side by side because it was. It held two people because they used to ride around in it. And that was what they were saying. The friends were saying the ATV is where he would leave his gun a lot of the time when he was hanging out around the kennels if it was down there. So there could have been guns already in the ATV / side by side / golf cart when Alex drove down there. He could have put the guns in it himself. Who knows? That's a big variable.
I don't know. I know there's going to be a little bit of pushback, but Costerwell has actually got one of the opinions that is out there and could be on the jury. That anybody in their right mind would not kill a family like that. And that Murdaugh was a lawyer and had a high education, and they don't think that he could kill. But there's actually a popular concept that he actually could. There's a video that I'm going to self-promote again here, that Bearded and I just did on the Family Annihilator. And what pushes successful white men of some credibility, Cast W, they are all the Family Annihilators, by the way. They're the ones who do it. And it happens more often than not, about ego, about money, about them not looking at them the same way, about loving them and not wanting their opinion of them to change, about thinking of them as things they own. you know? And not that we want to push back, because everybody's entitled to have their opinion. And that is a popular opinion that out there, that the jury may go that way just on the fact that he was a family man. And is that not what the defense came out of the gate with? He couldn't possibly do it. He loved them. Well, here's the thing. If he didn't do it, why did he get rid of evidence? Why isn't he come forward? Why is he lying? It's unfortunate, that he's getting in his own way. Alex Murdaugh himself made a very good case against himself with his own statements and his own actions.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
like
the
you said,
killer.
Claire. His lies and his statements and everything is what had me almost totally convinced, until his car went the same way as Maggie's phone at that time, and then I was just done from there. I couldn't keep from not blaming him anymore.
Dr. Silkman brings up another good point, that they were trying to say that the steps would have been recorded if sitting on a car seat. But
No.
actually, there's evidence to say no. That program is designed not to be that sensitive that way. I don't believe an iPhone will record steps if placed on the flat surface like a seat in a vehicle. It is
No,
reliant
actually,
on detecting up and down movements. After
Yes.
at 8:55:32 p.m., Maggie's phone was sideways.
Yes,
right.
Dr. Silkman, and that's exactly why we think, I believe Claire said this as well, that he was trying to dig through the phone on the way to, getting in the vehicle and leaving and all, and taking that 5-minute. And by the way, anybody that says he didn't have time for a shower, I was in the military. I can literally scrub all of me, minus shaving or anything like that. I can scrub my entire freaking body, be out of the shower, and dry it off in less than 3 minutes. And that's not rushing. My typical shower is 5 to 7 minutes at the most, because I got so used to taking quick showers. So for someone to go in there and say, oh, he only had 15 minutes before he left, he didn't have time to shower. No, he absolutely had time to shower. He absolutely had time to, because you got to remember, during that time period, there was a lot of running going on Alex's phone. His steps were shorter. There was more of them, farther distance, less time. So he was running there for a while. So anyways, I just want to point that out.
He also could have used that hose to clean himself off rather than going back to the house.
Yeah, that's part of the evidence that I'm talking about, being missing. And when I say get rid of,
His clothes were on
I'm speculating that he being the one to get rid of, because he's being the one accused right now. But these are the things that are missing. All of the DNA evidence from blood splatter and blood, and he did touch the bodies, and now he is saying that there was only fingertip blood that he got. He's trying to account for what little bit that he did testify to, in my opinion. There's also the missing clothes that he says are no big deal. Then why won't he put them forward? Okay.
Yeah.
And also there are the guns. The guns are missing. There are Murdaugh property guns, and they are gone. They have been proved to be guns that were used on the property before, that more than likely belong to members of that family. They were the murder weapons, and they are gone too. So when someone says, like, what did he get rid of? Being the only suspect, because honestly, there is nothing from anyone else there that anyone else left anything behind in any way that would indicate any other suspect. We also placed him at the kennels that he lied about until today. Today was the first day that he said that he lied about that. He had a year and a half to come forward under serious investigation. In August of 2021,
And if you want,
knew he was a suspect, and he knew that video existed on that day. They told him he was a suspect. He could have said right then and there, and he could have solved all of this. He could have, if it's such a misunderstanding, it could have been explained away.
Oh, absolutely. And the other part of that kills me, Claire,
a gun
is the fact
randomly in a closet, but it's not the murder weapon. That's what we're talking about. The two murder weapons are the ones that missing. Yeah.
Not just lying for all that time, but why wouldn't he tell the truth so they could concentrate on someone else besides him and go after the actual murderers?
And that's what speaks volumes to me. Only today are we hearing that he asked for this and he asked for that. But please go back to those 3 interviews and somebody show me where he asked for the GPS data and the cell phone data in those interviews, that he directed them to find that. Like, no, he's leaving the
no.
crumbs now to help support his alibi. And I mean, this is only my opinion, of course, you know, and it's going to be up to the jury and it's going to be up to the evidence. But to me, it's what's missing that speaks so loudly, and his own words. His own words have done him in over and over again. And if he's not guilty, he could have very well assisted in finding out who was.
Okay, two things Mandy said. Didn't one of Paul's friends testify to finding a gun randomly in a closet? Yes, he had it in his closet for about a month. Paul finally came and got it. That was way before any of the murders or anything like that. And then she said, what speaks volumes to me is SLED lying to a grand jury to get an indictment. Right? Could you imagine like dozens of people in a professional manner putting their professional careers that they've been at for 15, 20, 30 years on the line so everyone can pick on Alex?
But I think she thinks they did. Do you think they did lie? I don't think they lied at all. I don't think they lied to get a grand jury indictment. I don't think they, you know, I think that him saying that they did, that everybody was just out to get him because of the Mallory Beach case. I don't think everybody organized against him at that point. I think he might have felt everybody did. He obviously feels persecuted. That's obvious in his testimony, that he felt everybody was against him. Everybody has testified that he had issues about this case. And I could understand that because they were at him about it. But to the point that every officer would lie. Listen, they couldn't get Mike Ball, his partner, to lie for him. Nobody was lying on that stand. Like, they were there for the defense and they still told the truth. They still told the truth.
They sure did. It would be stupid for them to do otherwise, to be honest.
Yeah. So, like, I understand what speaks to me when I'm listening to this, and I am really trying hard to see if it's possible. You know, I don't want an innocent man to be convicted. I really don't. I get tired of the ones that have to be exonerated from DNA years later. And these stories are horrifying to me, that people lose their lives for years. But what I don't see is now all of a sudden he's so dedicated to finding the killers, and yet everybody's been testifying he didn't. And what he's telling me is easily provable that he didn't. There are 3 interviews with SLED where he doesn't mention any of this stuff that he says.
Mandy, I didn't think that was a lie. I thought that was an accident.
They didn't lie.
Being a lie?
They said it was a presumptive test that said yes, and they hadn't got the other test yet.
Okay.
And that's why they said that they thought there was blood spatter. And then they admitted that the second test absolutely did not. They tested it further after it was destroyed, and they found another test to prove it and proved it wasn't blood. And they actually put that in evidence that it wasn't blood. So I don't think that they were lying. I think it was a matter of consecutive events that makes it appear very, very bad. And you're right. It does look very bad for the investigation, but they didn't lie to the grand jury. At the time, they had a presumptive test that it was blood, you know, and that's what they reported to. I know, stretching the truth, it could be perceived that way.
You know, but at the same time, how minor is that compared to all the other evidence against Alex?
Exactly.
That's why I wasn't even worried about that. I just let it go.
Totally willing to grant that point, as that's absolutely fair, but you can't ignore the rest of everything that's going on. You just can't. Like, he is adding information today into the story, a narrative that didn't exist. And there was a year and a half and he didn't come clean, and he should have. How can you go around that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you can say he was out in the world working this entire time and not sitting in a jail cell thinking about all this.
Well,
he was already in jail because of the financial crimes, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, and everybody has a different opinion about it. There are people that actually think that he's getting railroaded. I think it's wrong, some of the things that happened in the investigation. I think it looks bad. I think people didn't do the right thing. Obviously, I do. But I also think there's more there that say the narrative was being controlled by Mr. Murdaugh. Okay. And he had plenty of time to come forward with what they were looking for to stop all of this, and he didn't.
T1 asked a question, Granny. I'm going to ask you. Presumptive tests would be just as powerful as probable cause, correct?
They're 2 different things.
Okay.
It could be. It would depend on what the test was for, what you're trying to prove probable cause of. So maybe yes, maybe no.
Well, the point that they had a presumptive test that matched for blood on one of the presumptive from the clothing. They're talking about the 15 spots on the t-shirt that's not into evidence as anything credible because it was destroyed. And because actually when they tested those 15 spots, they went through the trouble to test them later in a more accurate way and found they were not blood. But the first presumptive testing led towards the presence of blood, which made them want to test it further. Okay, but for some reason they didn't do it in time, and the shirt was damaged quite well by the chemicals that they used and made the regular kind of test that they do unavailable. They couldn't do it. They had to do something else, which they did do later, and then proved that it wasn't blood. Okay, but at the time, I think that they went for probable. They used the presumptive test in the probable cause to the jury. Mandy's right. They used those statements of possible blood in the grand jury to get the grand jury indictment. It was listed there, but I must add, amongst much other evidence, a lot of other things were there too, and they did not get their indictment on that shirt. It helped, yes, but it did, but it wasn't the only thing they went forward with.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, but I agree with her that, you know, if all the testing was there, that never would have been allowed in there.
Yeah, I agree always.
Yep, this is the test that he did.
Leniency.
The actual accurate test at the end, the hemotrace was negative, so there was no human blood on that particular shirt. And there were 15 spots. We're talking about the splatter of the 15 spots. In the indictment request, they listed that there was blood splatter, presumptive test, blood splatter on that shirt. Mandy's correct. They did have that in their probable cause when they went for indictment.
Okay, I have a question about that shirt, Claire. As a matter of fact, I totally forgot about this until you brought it up. So the shirt they showed two different shirts. They showed a white one, and then they showed one with a symbol on it. Correct?
Well, they have the one he was wearing that has blood at the bottom of it.
Right. The white
one. And then there was another white t-shirt that they tested exclusively and tore all up and everything like that.
Right. So where did that shirt come from? The one with the symbol on it, where in the hell did that come from?
That one came from the floor. The white one came from the floor. It was clean, though, the one with the symbol on it, wasn't it? Are you talking about the clean shirt that was left on the floor that they made big deal about being on the shelf, but on the floor because he was in a hurry?
No, I was just talking about the one they showed on when they were showing evidence. They showed a white shirt with a big blue-ish symbol on it, like round symbol on the chest of it. Now, in the video where he was wearing that light blue overshirt over a t-shirt, I do not remember there being any symbol on his t-shirt. So I'm trying to figure out where the hell they got that t-shirt from.
Well, maybe that t-shirt is the one that they used to show what a Columbia shirt was and why it wasn't what he was wearing. Because I don't think that's one of the shirts.
Maybe it was a Vinnie
wearing.
Vines. Maybe it was one of those.
I don't think it was one of the shirts he was wearing.
Okay.
You may bring the jury.
I like it when he comes out with that little pleasant, partial smile on his face, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You know nobody's pissed him off recently.
He's always so quiet while the jury comes in, and then I don't, you know.
What
get to
Andrew
time it
said.
well. What did she just say?
Defense was trying to say that because the logo was a fishing brand, that the non-human blood on the shirt could be fish blood. Okay.
Right. Okay. So there you go.
Okay.
And who knows? It probably could have been anything. They are hunters, whatever. What it is that, you know, there was a lot back and forth about that, but it did get entered into evidence. So,
Yeah.
And they are honest about what happened. So whether, they're not trying to say the opposite anymore. Like it did come clean, but they did use it for
Yeah.
probable cause. So Mandy's right there, but that doesn't mean they didn't have a case. That just meant they made a mistake in the case.
Right.
There's a
So
lot
on
more
Jurd,
there
did
than
that
that shirt. Yeah, there's
so
a
on
lot
Jurd,
more
did
there
that
than that shirt.
T-shirt come from the pile of T-shirts in that were the one that was falling on the floor? Like were they checking it to see if he touched it and there was blood on it? Because that's what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. Murdaugh, I want to go to June the 7th, 2021, in your meeting with Jean Seckinger.
Okay.
Do you remember meeting Ms. Seckinger?
I do.
And what was the meeting about?
Jeannie came up to me and asked me, previously Annette Griswold had come to me and asked me about the fee check in the Ferris case. And Jeannie was coming to me and saying that she was following up on that. If she didn't, she wouldn't be doing her job, and asked me some questions,
Well, let me ask you
which I understood.
briefly, the Ferris fee, what originally happened to it? The PMPED portion of the Ferris fee.
I mean, originally,
Yes, sir. Did it come to you directly?
yes,
Should have come to you directly.
no.
Did, when Ms. Seckinger asked you about where the fee was, what'd you tell her?
I can't remember exactly what I told her. The conversation got interrupted very quickly, but I told Jeannie that the funds were in Chris Wilson's account and nothing to worry about. I didn't know where the mix-up came from.
What was your level of concern about Ms. Seckinger's inquiry to you on June the 7th?
There was some level of concern because she's asking me about money that I took that I wasn't supposed to have. So certainly I had some level of concern, but it wasn't a very big concern. As you heard testimony earlier, at some point Annette Griswold had sent Chris Wilson an email, something to the effect of, Alec thinks he has more expenses or something like that, seeking financial documents from Chris Wilson. When Chris Wilson I wasn't copied on that, but when Chris Wilson got that, Chris Wilson called me up and he's like, what is this all about?
Pardon?
I said objection rules 801 and 802, Your Honor.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm not asking for what Chris Wilson said, and I'll move on. I accept the objection. Were you concerned about Chris Wilson opening his trust account records to your law firm?
No, I was not concerned about that at all.
And why were you not concerned?
I knew that one of the people that Chris Wilson, as you heard, Chris Wilson and I were very close. We talked every day. I did work with him all the time. And I mean, he was one of the people closest to me in the whole world. I knew everything about him. And I knew he was going through one of his partners, and he and his partner had split up. A partner and an associate had moved to a firm in Charleston. The partner was going through a divorce, and the wife of the partner was trying to get Chris Wilson's trust documents in that case to find out money her husband got. It didn't have anything to do with Chris and I or anything. It totally had to do with that. But I knew that Chris Wilson was not going to send any financial documents to my law firm at least at that time, and at least not anytime soon. So while I'm sure it registered with me that I got to deal with this, at that particular time, it wasn't anything that was a big deal.
Was there an immediate urgency to the situation on June the 7th?
No.
And I believe there's the second year testified about your conversation with her. You learned that your dad was going back in the hospital.
That's correct. There was a text. I can't remember if that text came from my brother Randy or my brother John, but they were the ones that were taking my dad back to the hospital that day. And whichever one was with him, I believe it's John was with him at the hospital, but I know Randy was with him at some treatments. It's in those documents. But bottom line is, we got a text saying, we knew my dad was really sick. He had cancer and he couldn't breathe. And there was a big issue about whether his inability to breathe was coming from an obstruction caused by the cancer, which was the worst case scenario. And that's what it ended up being ultimately. And that's what he died from. But this particular text was saying, okay, we're putting him back in the hospital. The doctor thinks it's pneumonia, and which was, I mean, pneumonia is never a good thing, but when compared to cancer, at that time, pneumonia, that was a good thing to learn that.
So on the 7th, where the information you had, you believe at that time that the prognosis was pretty positive for your father?
Well, it was better than the alternative. I'm not going to say it was good, but it was better than the alternative and what we had previously thought it was. It didn't stay good very long, but it definitely was better.
Do you know whether or not you told Ms. Seconder that that your dad's condition was terminal on the 7th? Do you remember whether you said that or not?
No, I wouldn't have said that at that time. And what Jeannie, as soon as the thing comes through that my dad's going in the hospital, Jeannie and I, as you heard, she stopped the meeting. We stopped it. It lasted a couple minutes. Now, my dad's going in the hospital, and the very next day, we learned that he's terminal. And I'm just sure that a year or the amount of time that's gone by, Jeannie assumed she was terminal. He was terminal.
Objections overruled.
Mr. Murdaugh, on June the 7th, did you believe that your financial house of cards was about to crumble?
On June the 7th?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely not.
Had you had, and I think there's documented evidence, state introduced, had you had reached out to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank about extending a line of credit on the Moselle property?
Yeah, I had reached out to him. I can't remember the date of that text, but it was fairly recently. I had reached out to Russell.
And on June 7th, did you have equity in the Moselle property or you and Maggie had equity in that Moselle property?
Sure. And Moselle was fully in Maggie's name.
Okay.
But yes, there was equity in Moselle. In looking at the documents that had been used, there was $1,800,000 owed. There was an appraisal for $3.3 million without timber value. And so on 1,700 acres, I don't know what the timber value was, but if you just set $1,000 an acre, that'd be another $1,000,000-something in value over and above the appraisal. I doubt the timber value was that high. I'm just using that as an example, but if it was 500, it'd be another $800,000. So, there was several $1,000,000 in equity in that Moselle property.
All right. And did you have equity in the Edisto Beach House?
Yes.
And around June 7th, how much equity did you have in the Edisto Beach House?
If I remember the records correctly, there was about $250,000 owed on that house and whatever the value was at the time. I think there's a contract for just under $1 million, so 700 and something $1,000.
Did Maggie's death make it more difficult to obtain financing immediately after the murder around June 7th, 8th?
Maggie's, yes.
How so?
Because the entire Moselle property was 100% in Maggie's name. The Edisto property was 50% in Maggie's name. So I was only a half owner. So with Maggie, all I had to do was get her to sign the documents, which she always did. I mean, she didn't question finances. So, I mean, she signed the papers. When Maggie wasn't here, there was estate issues. I couldn't go and sign the papers like I would normally go and get a loan. So I couldn't.
Okay. Was there a hearing scheduled in the boating lawsuit where you were a defendant set for that week?
Yes.
Do you remember what day it was scheduled for?
Well, I mean, I've heard the testimony and I'm sure I knew at the time it's June the 10th, Thursday, June the 10th.
What was your level of concern about that hearing coming up on June the 10th?
About that hearing?
Yes, sir.
My level of concern about that hearing was about the venue motion that was coming up, which
Now, what do you mean by venue?
the venue motion is, venue is where a civil lawsuit is pending. And so there's laws and rules that govern where you can bring a case. There's laws and rules that govern how certain parties, a defendant or a plaintiff, can go about trying to move it from one place to another. So in this case, the plaintiffs, the Beach family, had filed suit in Hampton County. Parker's was trying to move venue to Beaufort County. And I wanted the case to stay in Hampton County. And really, that was my only thought about, I wasn't doing the legal work on those. I was a party in that case. I wasn't. Danny Henderson was primarily representing me personally. John Tiller and Amy Bauer were representing me personally. And Dawes Cook was representing me personally. And those guys were doing the work. So, you know, I wasn't actually doing that work, but what I was concerned about was the venue motion. I had already done what I had to do for the financial motion. And Danny Henderson was on me about getting him a financial statement because.
Let's stop. So there was a motion to compel and seek a lot of financial records from you. Was that correct?
Absolutely.
And were you concerned that your house, financial house, was going to be opened up for the world as a result of that hearing?
No, I've been a plaintiff's lawyer like Mr. Tinsley that sat here. We do the same exact thing. In my law firm, the guys in my law firm are some of the best lawyers that I've ever known. And they're definitely some of the best lawyers in the state, handling some of the biggest cases that have ever gone on in this state. In my 27 years of practicing, plaintiffs always are trying to look and get financial documents of corporate defendants, of, you know, those type things. In my 27 years, I've never been able to get a judge to order anything more than a net worth statement prior to getting into a phase at trial. So early on in the case, I am not aware of, I personally have never, despite trying repeatedly, have never been able to get a judge to order the kind of information that Mark Tinsley was saying he was seeking.
Were you working on a document for that upcoming hearing?
Yes.
And what was that?
A financial statement. A financial statement lists your assets and your liabilities.
And had you reached out to Jeannie Seconder later the day on the 7th to get your current balance of your retirement account?
You know, I don't remember doing that, but that'd certainly be something that I did. And because I know I'd have to have that for that financial statement. And the document that I prepared was what Mark Ball talked about that he found later in my office. And it was it was handwritten, ready to be typed up by, you know, because of the charges against Paul, I kept everything very close in the civil case. It was Danny in his office. It was doing it. And I had that document prepared, handwritten in the neatest handwriting that I could make, because a secretary other than mine, a paralegal other than mine, was going to be the person who was going to put that financial information into the final document. And that's the document that Mark Ball talked about that he found on my desk whenever it was that he found it. Okay. So that was what was going to be, if necessary, what was going to be used Thursday.
Alex, the jury's heard about testimony of you stealing client funds. Did you do that?
I did.
Did you steal or divert that Ferris fee away from the law firm?
I did.
How did you get in such a financial predicament that led you to steal money that wasn't yours?
No, I'm not quite sure how I let myself get where I got, but it came from, you know, I battled that addiction for so many years. I was spending so much money on pills. I got in a spot I couldn't.
Now, what type of addiction are you referring to?
My addiction is to opiate painkillers.
And when
specifically oxycodone, OxyContin.
And when did you first become dependent or addicted to opioids?
Oxycodone or opiates in general?
Opiates in general.
I'm not quite sure of the exact date, but I can give you a time frame. I hurt my knee really bad playing football in college, and I had a knee surgery. And the medical science at the time was such that the surgery didn't work, bottom line. So it just didn't last. So within a couple of years of that, I started having a lot of knee troubles. And ultimately, I had to have a couple of surgeries, but the last surgery I had was, I think, around 2002 or 4. And I think it was around 4. So I would have started taking hydrocodone a couple of years before that. And I took hydrocodone, got addicted to that very quickly. I continued taking that for a long time. I'd force myself off of it, wean myself off of it. I'd go back to it. I battled that for a long time. And after a while, I was taking so much of that, I moved on to oxycodone. And, you know, I'm guessing that was around 2000, that transition was around 2008 8, 9, something like that. And of course, you know, it just escalates, escalates, escalates. And
Did you receive treatment or go to detox on occasion?
I did.
How many times?
That I went to detox or that I detoxed?
Well, let's start with going to a detox facility.
I've been to a detox facility 3 times.
When was the first time?
December of 2017.
Okay. And before December 2017, had you tried to detox at home?
I tried to detox everywhere I could. Maggie would help me. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you went in to a, was it inpatient facility?
The detoxes, the formal detoxes that I went to?
In December 2017.
Yes, it was inpatient. And all 3 formal detoxes that I've done have been at the same facility called Sunrise Detox in Atlanta, Georgia.
And is
very good facility.
Jury's heard a audio tape of a telephone conference with SLED agents. Was that where you were during that meeting with Mr. Harpootlian and I?
That's correct.
First time you went in Atlanta, how long of a stay is that? Did you stay?
7 days is the opiate detox program.
And is there a difference between detox and rehab?
Yes.
What's the difference?
Detox is it's the act of getting the drugs out of your system, getting to the point where, okay, there is no longer a physical dependency, all right? And that's a big difference than the rest of the dependency, but the physical dependency is supposed to be gone after 7 days. So in other words, I mean, there's so many things. Opiate withdrawal is, I mean, it's hard. But supposedly at the end of 7 days, you don't have those physical symptoms like, I don't want to be too graphic, but you're sick, you throw up, you have terrible diarrhea, you sweat like you're running a marathon. You can't hold your legs still. You can't lay down. Now, like what I'm talking about, the legs moving, that goes away after about 24 hours. So, after about 24 hours, you can lay down again and maybe sleep some, but you sweat, you throw up. You just have, there's so many issues, but after 7 days, those are supposed to be over. That's what detox is, the detoxification of your body.
And what's rehab?
Rehab is the period that you go to learn how to stay off. You're supposedly off after detox. Rehab is where you get help staying off.
And before September 2021, had you ever gone to that second stage of rehab?
No.
So in December 2017, how long did it take you to relapse once you got home from detox?
Not long at all. I mean, you're still going through, this physical dependency is gone. You still have, you're still so sick. Is
that something you've been battling for quite some time?
As long as I can remember.
How long have you been drug-free, opioid-free?
535 days. And I'm very proud of that.
I want to ask you questions about Labor Day weekend 2021.
Okay.
You remember being confronted by your law firm?
Sure I do.
And what were you confronted about?
Stealing money.
And did you admit your misconduct to your law partners?
Well, to one of my law partners and my brother and my law partners, Danny and Randy. Yeah, I mean,
Did
admit it, man.
and they learned about a fake forge account? Did you admit to the fake forge account?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell them about your opioid struggles, opioid addiction?
I told him about my addiction. Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, were any of your law partners aware of your addiction?
Not just to my knowledge, I'm certain that they were not aware of my addiction.
How would you characterize your opioid use or addiction? Severe, moderate?
Then or now?
No, in 2020, 2021?
I mean, I don't know how I would have characterized it then. After going to rehab and learning more of the things I've learned, really talking to addicts about experiences. I mean, I will tell you that my addiction was extremely bad.
How were you able to function? Or were you able to function?
Yes, I was able to function.
You were able to practice law?
Yes.
And were you successful practicing law while you were addicted to opioids?
On some level, yes, sir, I was successful. I mean,
After you were confronted on Labor Day weekend 2021, did you resign or were you forced to resign from a law firm?
Absolutely.
And then on Saturday, September the 4th, do you remember what happened that day?
Saturday, September 4th, yes, sir, I remember.
And what happened?
Start when I woke up.
You met with Chris Wilson. Did you meet with Chris Wilson?
I met with Chris Wilson at my mom's and dad's house in Alameda.
And did you lay it out for Chris Wilson, your opioid addiction and your misconduct?
I definitely laid out my addiction. I definitely gave him some details about monies that I had taken. I didn't give him, we didn't go into all the details about all of it, but I certainly was very candid with him about the things that involved him.
Had you already just contacted the detox facility before you met with Chris Wilson on the 4th?
I believe that we had already, at that point, I believe that we had already spoken to the guy that I knew from Sunrise and made arrangements for me to go there on Monday.
Okay. And
I know we had arrangements for me to go there on Monday, and I'm sure we had to have had it by then because I went to the hospital shortly after that. So yes.
And did you reach out to Blanca to get your insurance information?
I did.
And for what purpose?
Because I was going to use my insurance at Detox and Rehab to help pay for it.
And what was your immediate plans after? I mean, for the day after you met with Chris Wilson, did you have plans to do anything? Have any other meetings on that Saturday?
I wanted to go and meet with Corey Fleming, who was another lawyer who was affected by the things I did.
Okay. And did you?
And a good friend.
Did you go meet with Corey Fleming?
No.
What'd you do instead?
I'd given when I gave my pills to my brother, Randy and Danny, I think I gave them to Randy, but I'd taken I took a lot of pills because I knew I wasn't gonna be taking anymore. So Randy had my pills. I had to get some from him the night before, but I only got a small amount. I could tell, you know, I wasn't taking anything near like what I had been taking, so I knew it was coming. And I called someone to bring me more pills. And I believe before I met with Chris Wilson.
And did you meet did the person you called bring you more pills?
You know, I don't know if he brought me more pills or not, because by the time I met with him, after meeting with Chris and after the start with
And what was the change in plans?
not to get pills from him anymore. And instead, I asked him to shoot me.
Ask him to shoot a sympathy ploy, or did you want
As a sympathy ploy?
Why ask him to shoot? What was the answer?
I'm for him to shoot me so I'd be gone.
And did he in fact shoot? And where was that located? Not your gunshot, but where were you shot in Hampton and Colleton County? Where were you?
It's Hampton County. It's right on the border of Salkehatchie Road that runs right along the Salkehatchie River.
And why did you want to be gone?
I mean, I knew all this was coming to a head. I knew how humiliating it was going to be for my son. I mean, I'd been through so much. At the time, in the bad place that I was, it seemed like I don't think that would now, thankfully, but
right.
I did at the time.
Did you have life insurance on you?
Oh yeah, I had a lot of life insurance.
Who was the beneficiary?
Maggie was the beneficiary.
Life insurance you have?
I had $12 million, $4 million policy, $12 million, and an $8 million policy, a total of 12.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Maggie?
No, never.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Paul?
No.
Alex, will you tell this jury about Maggie and your relationship with her?
Y'all saw a picture. She was just as beautiful inside as she was outside. And I mean, she was so adventurous. I mean, you couldn't tell her something was good or bad. I mean, she wanted to find out for herself, do it, see it, experience it on her own, and form her own opinion. She was devoted. Those two boys, Buster, Paul, me, she made sure we didn't want for anything ever. Fun, playful. She had a laugh that you have to know what was funny. If you heard her laugh, you would laugh. She had this little playful look where she'd smile at you and bite her lip. I can't do it, but when she would just do it, it just melted you. She was such a lady, such a feminine person, a girl, but then she had two boys, and she didn't grow up in the swamp and in the country, riding four-wheelers and hunting and fishing, and she changed everything. She became a boy's mom. Her life became ball and riding four-wheelers and doing those things. Now, don't get me wrong, she was 100% girl, and you heard Marion say, she loved to do those things with her nieces, but she threw herself into her boy's life. She never took not working for granted. She might not have worked, but I promise you, she worked. And she worked to make sure me and Paul and Buster had everything. She wanted a big family, and pregnancy just didn't suit her. Her pregnancies were so hard. I would leave her in the mornings and she'd be sick. I'd come home and check on her and she'd be sick. I'd come back at the end of the day and she'd be sick. She was so sick all the time with both those boys. And when we had Paw, Maggie got in trouble and Paw got in trouble. And just pregnancy didn't suit her. So we decided that, we would just have the two boys. And, I just think how hard it was on her, just made her love those boys so much more. And she did. But she was the kind of person, Maggie, she could put on the most elegant ball gown and go to the governor's mansion and hang out with, the most affluent people, whatever. Or she could come down to, she could go to like in Hampton or Walter. Did everybody Aces would say when she left, and that Maggie, she's a good one. She's just a special person.
Alan,
Very special person.
Would you ever do anything to harm Maggie?
I would never hurt Maggie. Ever.
Will you tell the jury about Paul, please, and your relationship with him?
Paul. Paul was just the brightest, He was bright. He's the most inquisitive young man. He wanted to be a part of everything. If you were working, I can remember as a little boy, you'd be working on something. It didn't matter what it was. His little head was going to come in there, his nose in there to see what you were doing. He was a man's man. He was 100% country boy. He was tough. I mean, he could hunt anything. He could catch any fish. He could run any piece of equipment. He could use any tool. I mean, he could do anything. At 22 years old, he could do so many things. I mean, he took care of so many, and he was so tough. But on the other hand, he had a side to him that was just so sweet. I mean, he wouldn't come home where he wouldn't go check on his grandparents. He wouldn't go near Somerville where he wouldn't go out of his way, check on his grandparents. You know, to be such a tough person, he would get all of his buddies and get on a boat and go watch a sunset. How many 22-year-old people you know do stuff like that? I mean, he was such a special boy. He cared about people, was fiercely loyal. He was so misrepresented in the media. I mean, never an accurate story told about what he was. And I would challenge you right now. I would challenge everybody in this room to go find somebody that knew Pawpaw, who really knew him, that did not have an ulterior motive, that would say something negative about him. And I challenge everybody who can hear me now to do that. I mean, Paul was that kind of person. If you knew him, he would help you, and he would be glad to help you. You know, I thought Mark Ball made a good point when he said, you know, Paul might not have quite found his place yet. Paul was ADHD, and so he would jump around from thing to thing a lot. But there's absolutely no question in my mind whatsoever that Paul would have found whatever that thing was that he was going to do. And whatever that ended up being, he was going to be one of the best at it that you've ever known. And I'll tell you one more thing. I didn't even know this when Paul was alive. But, excuse me. When they were doing his eulogy, I gave the names of some of his friends, and had a real cute friend that they were just friends, but a cute little girl that Maggie adored. I didn't know her very well, but Maggie did. Maggie adored her, but they talked to her, and we learned this from her, Julianne. And at 22 years old, learned Paul would tell his friends, be present, appreciate where you are, the things you have, and the people around you. I think a lot of that came from it hurt Paul so bad when Mallory died. But I mean, 22-year-olds, do you know that think that way? Be present. Appreciate things around you. At 22 years old.
Alex,
He's the most special boy.
do you love Paul?
Did I love him? like no other. He and Buster.
You love Maggie?
More than anything. I love Maggie from the first time we went out.
Did you kill Maggie?
No, I did not kill Maggie. I did not kill Paul. I would never hurt Maggie, and I would never hurt Paul, ever, under any circumstances.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the state may have.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Gentlemen, we'll take a we'll take a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case.
I know, right? I hear you growling, man. Heck. Yeah, but cross after the break. What we've been waiting for. So I don't. I hear you.
Pete said,
I
and
hear
how
you
often
all.
did you visit Satterfield at the hospital for the 21 days she
During the
lived?
recess,
0.
10 minutes.
How many times did M visit? Once. At least Maggie went to visit her once. Yeah, he is always. BCE is ready to get on that shit. I think he's going to be the one crossing him. What do you think? Uh-oh, Claire's doing something in the background. It's okay. I will entertain you guys while she is muted. Oh, there
I'm
she is.
back. I just needed to take
Okay.
care of something. Yeah, okay.
No,
I
it's
know.
cool.
Always grateful. I saw that. He's ready to go. I want to know what you all think. I want right now, y'all are stretching, right? Have something to drink, get ready for this. But I want to know what you think the first thing is going to come from the cross. What is the first question that comes out? There are so many things to address here. There are so many things that they need to straighten out, that they need to point out to the jury. There was a lot of play here, we have to say, on sympathy. I myself am wondering, why don't I feel bad for him right now with all of that? And I'm just like, I'm feeling like a crappy human being because I don't have a lot of empathy for the man who was so upset there because he recovers so quickly. And I might be a little bit biased about the things I had heard. I wonder if the jury's feeling like that. I heard part of the jury was half asleep. Part of them are not even paying attention. Some of them seem riveted. Some of them putting blankets up over them that they don't want to look.
Yeah.
Like, I have to say the tears in the snot are actually getting to me. They're quite offensive. But
it's gross, but it's not getting to me otherwise.
They're going to have to sanitize that whole seat.
Jesus Christ, right? I hope
Yeah,
he never got
I know.
COVID. Always said when you hear the Satterfield 911 call, Maggie just seems so blasé, almost as if she was placing a to-go order. Really? I've never heard that. Oh my God.
Yeah.
See, that's the problem with these Southern, I'm not picking on Southern people. I'm picking on Southern rich people, but all rich people are like this. You know, they see their help as servants and not people.
All right, but
That's the fucking problem.
I understand it, but that doesn't have anything to do right now with the case because those actual servants came through and gave honest testimony.
Yeah, no,
one
they
way
absolutely
or
did. They
other,
were
saying
great.
that they were loyal. And actually, the Satterfield 911 tape, like, I understand that is part of the evidence because Tony Satterfield has actually testified, but not the 911. That can't even be considered by the jury. So, although we find it amusing to go back and forth about it and very interesting, as far as right now with what's going to happen in this courtroom this afternoon, okay, I want to actually focus on where are the issues that they have to address. Seriously, people.
Seriously, that is, I mean, there's a lot to that. There's a lot of ways that Waters could take it. He could avoid some stuff. He could aim directly at the crime scene and just because right now Alex is saying everything that BCE doesn't want to talk about. So it's perfect. He's getting it out of the way. Now, he might bring up a few things like, what about this part of your lie? What about the fact that the reason you've been clean for so long is that you've been in jail almost this entire time, Alex?
Can I ask you something about the beginning of your statement? What is it you think BCE doesn't want to talk about?
Oh, I don't think he wants to talk about the bullshit that doesn't matter. That he's talking about palm trees and, how nice Maggie was and how sweet Paul was. Well, that's great. That has nothing to do with the fact that somebody killed them.
Exactly. But
All
what
you're
he
doing
did
is
do,
telling me there's less likely of a chance for someone outside the family to kill him because he was such a great person. That's all I'm
is
hearing right now.
I want to see the prosecution ask several poignant questions. I want to ask, when was it that he contacted SLED about data for the phones? When did he actually ask them for it? I do know that he talked about it in the last interview in August because he wanted to know what they found. He did not request any information, nor did he lead them, nor did he. I don't believe he was the one that gave them Maggie's password, although he's testifying under oath right now he had it. And I want to see that brought to forth. And if he did, why didn't he give it so that they could get it and solve this? And if he knew he was lying, why did it take 1.5 years until today to hear that? All along,
Because
they
he
don't have to
wasn't
be in
threatened with
court.
murder completely until this trial. That's why he thought he was going to get away with it, and it's
No,
starting to look like he's not to him. So now he feels like he needs to.
No, my
to
point is
confess.
August, whatever the date in August of that interview, was it August 11th of 2021, when SLED announced to him that he was a suspect in the murder? Why didn't he then, when he found out, that was the day he found out about the kennel tape? Why
Yep.
didn't he say, oh, obviously I was there, I must have misspoke? Perfect
I have no
opportunity to
idea.
get yourself off the hook. Why not? Why not?
Well, because he thought he could still get away with it. He didn't think that.
But that's what
he
I want to
didn't.
hear. Yeah, I
Yeah.
understand what you're saying, Beck. This is
Oh,
what I
you're
want the
saying you want him
prosecution.
to say it? Yeah.
I want to hear the prosecution push him on that. I want
I
to
agree.
hear why. I want that in the jury's head. Why not? Why not? If all of this is true, why not? Because you've been clean for 535 days. 535 days with a clear head. You could have come forward and straightened all this out. Where is the clothes? Where are the shoes? Where are the guns? The guns are gone. You're saying the perpetrators took them with them, but they sure didn't take your clothes, Alex Murdaugh. You were wearing them. Where are they? If you are innocent, why are you making it like there's so many loopholes here? If you are innocent, why did you say you went the opposite way? But then say, then when the GPS proves that you went the other way, oh yeah, well I asked them for the GPS. I wouldn't do that if I was innocent.
Oh,
That's not
I
true.
was just wrong. Yeah, whatever.
Mm-mm.
If you go one way out of your house every single fucking day and you take the other way, you remember taking the other way for at least a little while.
Right. There are
You
two
know?
things that became really evident to me in his testimony, that from the start he felt persecuted against because he knew everything was coming to a head. He knew what was going on in the Mallory Beach suit. He's trying to act like only his lawyers did. That's not true. We're watching him in his defense, controlling everything. We see those big files. We know Alex Murdaugh was in control of that too with Mallory Beach. We know that he knew everything that was going on. It is unbelievable that he didn't. However, when it comes to that, okay, he knew that everything was going on with that. He also felt persecuted because he also knew the rumors around that he was controlling it behind the scenes, that he didn't let Paul come forward and confess, that he knew Paul was driving, that they were blaming other people publicly to being the drivers because someone had died. That from the start they started covering up. This testimony at the hospital of them having conversations in the hallway already about it the day it happened. So, like, he's making it like they were out to get him and to persecute him because they had good reason. There was lots of scandal around that case. And so now he's trying to lay the groundwork that he didn't trust SLED and he's not going to trust anybody because they already think he's a bad man, because he already knows he's a bad man, because he knows what he's guilty of.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And how do you feel about him admitting cold out that he is guilty of fraud?
Well, first of all, like you said, just sealed the other case up, didn't it?
It
Because
sure
they're not
did.
even done with that case yet, are they?
No, that hasn't come to trial. Not the criminal case, anyway.
That's what I thought. Okay, so what I'm hearing is, send me to jail for financials. Don't send me to jail for murder. That's what I'm hearing right now.
But that's going to speak loudly to a jury. If he did it,
absolutely.
would he care? But he does not want to be convicted of the murders of his wife and his son. Why? He loved them. He did. I don't think there's any doubt that he actually loved them. But to
No,
what
I
level
don't.
did he love
Yeah.
them? Is it the way Bearded explained to me that some of these men who do family annihilation to get out of trouble and they don't want people to look at them differently, do it because they look at their family as a possession? The way he talked of them in the glowing terms
Yes.
that there are no better than those two. Could it be? I'm just saying, I'm just speculating here. This is not evidence, okay?
Yeah.
Obviously, any
Yeah.
conversation that Bearded and I had about family annihilation is not in the evidence for the jury. It's not anything that came up. But what I'm saying is, what is that going to play to a jury for him? You know, I think there's a lot here in the defense's court right now.
Yeah.
Because Alex thinks he can manipulate the jury, and obviously he knows what they're looking for. He knows what the jury is going to be looking for in him, and he made sure they got it. I watched him do it. No
So
one
we
could
need somebody
doubt
to.
that he was playing to that jury. They gave
Yeah,
him
we need somebody to.
everything they need.
We need somebody to write a list of all the stuff that he just corrected, and watch how fast Waters tears it apart.
Yeah, but that's pretty easy to
much as
do.
he
We don't
can.
need the list. Go just remember the testimony. What do we need a list for? Just
Yeah,
remember the
well.
testimony. He's
Oh,
going
I
to go for
remember
the
it.
kennel. He's going for the kennel video right out the gate. He admitted he lied right out the gate. Now he's trying to go for the cell data and the GPS by saying, I asked for that. Why would I do that if I was guilty? I'm the one who pointed them there to go get all of that. And he's saying that he had Maggie's password. He didn't need to walk away with her phone. He's saying you can't prove those two phones were together. And you know why? Because he deleted the data on his phone and he turned it into airplane mode. And we all know he
Yep.
did that because his phone says it did that. But now
Yep.
he's trying to use that evidence as that you can't prove those two phones were ever in the same place because there are steps on her phone that happened after she died because that phone was in his pocket or in his hand as he walked away.
Uh-huh.
But it's not registering on his phone at the same time because his is off.
Well, he also said, I mean, that part is kind of insignificant because he had said that someone said that his phone was at the house. I believe someone said that, or he would leave it at the house or whatever. So
He
that's not
said
even the
until
big
he
deal.
left,
But
yeah.
what the movement on Maggie's phone? Oh my God. And of course he turned on airplane mode. You wouldn't want the steps and everything to match up perfectly, would you?
No, you wouldn't. And Godless Granny makes a very valid point. The prosecution made that list already, the one you're asking for. We just have to
Oh, I
watch
know
and
they
play
did.
it out.
Oh, I
But,
know. And they've been adding to it
yeah.
during this testimony.
And I don't like, there's two ways to go. They could go and hit every single mark, or they could just come up with 3 questions and like that's it. And just make it like this doesn't even matter to the jury. Like, I'm wondering what they're going to do. There's many ways to play this. But I do believe that if it is Creighton Waters that's doing the cross, it will be this afternoon and most of tomorrow morning, because I do think he'll hit every issue.
Yeah.
I just
Good
hope
point,
he's
Liam.
not antagonistic like then David Fernandez was. I don't want to turn the jury against him.
Yeah, no. We don't need that again. You notice there was a totally different attitude from him.
They
very
didn't contest. And you know why they weren't objecting? Because you don't want to piss off the judge and you want him to hang himself with his own words. I agree that. I think Godless Granny had mentioned that. They definitely want him to hang him with his own words. It gives them plenty to go against. And I think they did that. He did give them enough, and they're back. Okay. Okay. You don't have to mute until the jury comes in. Oh, but then.
Yeah, then we'll mute.
Mhm.
Liam's right. Waters will look like shit if he like a shithead if he goes in hard against a grieving husband and father. I don't think he'll do that. I think Waters is way too smart for that. He's gonna, because normally what I've seen from him is he'll come in more gentle, and then all of a sudden, bam, he's got your ass. So
it's true.
I think that's what he's gonna do again.
I think that Dr. Silkman has a valid point here. All 3 phones lay out the crime as it happened in real time.
Yep.
He's cooked if they can prove that and get the jury to understand that. And I agree with you, Doctor. The whole case was solved by a phone, period.
Do you guys think that Waters should bring up the timeline for Alex's phone with everything and
right? No,
Maggie's,
this is
put
good.
it all next to each
Here.
other and go, what do you think of this?
No, wait. I like Pete's idea. Emergency
Brandy
witness. I would like to call Brandy Churchwell to the stand, please. She's the one who did the chart, the time frame chart.
Oh, that's
before-
what I
Yeah.
thought when he wrote it. I wasn't sure it was the same Brandy. I didn't know her name. I
Yes,
thought
oh,
that's what he
yeah,
was saying.
yeah. Oh no, Pete helps me with the details. Like Kim, always grateful. They are on it. They are on this case like I don't know what. If I miss a detail, they're right there.
MC, no, they did not ask if it was an accident. They
No.
asked him about 6 times total, 3 for each. Did you kill? Did you kill? No
And he
one
said
said,
no.
well, could this have been an accident? No,
No one
nothing
said
like
that.
that. They don't want anybody to think it's an accident because he's still guilty of it if it is.
Mhm.
And he's been lying this whole time,
Mhm.
which will get his ass thrown in jail. He's lying about in court. He's lying. You know, there's
Yeah. Okay.
perjury charges, all kinds
Mhm.
of shit.
Mm-hmm. And MC, I'd like to say hi. Hope you're having a good day. I miss your voice up here, but I
Yeah,
hope
where
you're
are
having
you,
a good
bro?
day. No, he working. He working. He's hard
Oh,
working,
he's working
man.
today.
He's work hard. Yeah.
Good to
And
see
we're
you
on.
pop in, Wrecker.
We are on totally different time zones. For him, it's the morning. It's like early morning there for him right now. Like maybe
Yeah,
8,
something like
8,
that.
9 o'clock.
Thank
Like,
you.
yeah.
Cross-examination.
Please, court.
All right. Mute, please.
Mr. Murdaugh, let's start with a few things I think we can agree on.
All right, sir.
You agree that the most important part of your testimony here today is explaining your lie for a year and a half that you were never down at those kennels at 8:44. Would you agree with that?
I think all of my testimony is important, Mr. Waters.
Would you agree that that's an important part of your testimony?
Sure.
All right. And would you also agree that the first time that law enforcement officers that you've talked to and the prosecution and here in open court ever heard you say that you lied about being in the kennels was today in this court?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. All this time later, this is the first time you've ever said that.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that for years you were stealing money from clients
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
and that you were stealing from your law firm,
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
and that had been going on since at least 2010.
I'm not sure the exact date, but it's been going on a long time. I'll agree with
All right,
that.
what's your best guess of the date?
I'm not sure. I have.
You don't know?
I don't take a dispute with 2010. I just don't know that for sure.
All right, sure about a lot of things, but you don't know that. Is that correct?
I'm fine with that date, Mr. Waters. I don't have any reason to dispute it. I'm just not certain of it.
All right. Let's just keep on things that we may be able to agree about. And let's talk first about your family's legacy here in the legal profession, okay?
Talk about anything you want to.
Good. Tell me about your great-grandfather. Was he the solicitor for the very circuit that we're in?
Yes, sir.
And what was his name?
Randolph Murdaugh Sr.
All right. What did he go by? Do you know?
Randolph.
Randolph? And did you ever get to know him, or did he pass before?
Oh, no, sir. He got killed in 1940.
And how long was he solicitor?
20 years.
20 years?
Yes, sir.
And then your grandfather, who was that?
Randolph Murdaugh Jr.
And did he go by, what did he go by?
Buster. That's who Buster is named after.
And was he
my
solicitor?
granddaddy. Yes, sir. He was the solicitor for 46 years. From 1940, he took over when my great-granddaddy got killed, and he served until 1986. He was
Okay.
the longest-serving prosecutor in the country.
And you knew him obviously well. He was your grandfather, correct?
Oh, I knew him extremely well and loved him dearly.
Idolized him, did you not?
Yes, you know. I
So he
loved
was the
him
chief
dearly.
prosecutor for all that time as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then your father, Mr. Randolph, he became solicitor not long after that. Is that correct?
When my grandfather retired, because you weren't allowed to be solicitor after age 72, my dad took over, filled his unexpired term, and then he ran.
And he became the chief prosecutor for this area right here as well?
Yes, sir.
And how long was he solicitor?
From 1986 until 2006.
Till 2006?
Yes, sir.
I actually worked a case with them about a guy who killed a trooper.
He's a fine man.
Yes, he
And an
was.
excellent lawyer.
Yes, he was. And he was an excellent lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a big part of your family legacy and your heritage that's so ingrained around here is that history of being the chief prosecutor and being part of the central part of the legal community. Is that correct? Would you agree with that?
That my family's been a central part of the legal community. Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And not only just a central part of the legal community, but the chief prosecutor for this area since 1910, I think, up until 2006.
1920,
1920.
2006, 1910 is when my great-grandfather started the law
The
firm.
law firm.
Yes, sir.
All right. So 1920 to 2006, correct?
That's correct.
An unbroken chain of being the chief prosecutor here, correct?
That's correct.
And then you went to law school as well, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when did you graduate from law school?
1994.
1994. And did you ever become a full-time solicitor?
No, sir.
And so you went into private practice, I think, with Mawson Coon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you
1994.
went to the former law firm that no longer exists because of your activities, correct?
I started in
Answer
1994.
my question, if you would, please, first.
What was your question?
My question was that you started first with Mawson Coon. Go ahead and answer that one.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you went to the law firm that doesn't exist anymore, that started in 19, but it doesn't exist anymore because of your activities, correct?
That's correct.
And as part of that, of your practice, you were a trial lawyer, correct?
That's correct.
Successful trial lawyer.
I don't know about your adjective, but I was, I guess so. Yes, sir.
Did you make millions of dollars in legal fees?
Yes, sir.
But you won't tell this jury that's successful.
Well, if that's the criteria, yes, sir, I was successful.
Okay. Well, you won cases, correct?
I did win cases.
Settled cases?
Sure, I settled cases.
Okay. Heard your former law partner say that you were a successful lawyer?
I did hear some of them say that.
I think you even became president of the Trial Lawyers Association. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when was that?
I'm not sure of the exact year, but it would have been in the 2015 range, 2014, 15, 16, somewhere in there.
And in that role, you were kind of the president of the Association of people who do trial plaintiffs work, right?
Yes, sir.
Who do jury trials, correct?
Well,
That's part of it, right?
Yes, sir. That's part of it.
It's part of it. Sitting down, looking jurors in the eyes and giving a closing argument. Is that right?
Yes.
And what kind of cases did you normally do? What just generally what subject matter?
I did all kinds of cases. I did cases that, I handled some very big cases. I had a lot of cases where, somebody, their cable company was billing them $20 more than they should have been. And I handled everything from that to the big cases and everything in between.
All right. So the big cases, tell me about those. Those were typically plaintiffs' work, all plaintiffs' work, correct? For your big cases?
Yes.
Okay. And plaintiff's work is where, or there would be, say, for example, automobile or truck accidents, correct? Were that some of it?
Every big case I ever had was an automobile. No, no, sir. Not all of them were automobile wrecks.
Were many of them?
Sure.
And if they, let's say, your plaintiff collided with like a UPS truck or a tractor trailer or something like that, you've had cases like that, correct?
I have. And
they led to very big recoveries. Is that correct?
The UPS case that I had?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. And as a part of that, developing those types of cases, you were involved in investigating the facts of the case, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you were involved in gathering, let's say, telemetry data from automobiles, correct?
telemetry data like you presented in this courtroom this week?
Yeah. You never did that?
I've never had a case specifically where the type data that y'all have presented in this case that I've used, but I've had data from automobiles. I've had
From their, essentially their computers.
OnStar
correct?
data. I've had data from the black box, but specifically telemetry data, I don't believe that I've ever had one of those.
But OnStar and black box data, correct?
More so the black box event recorder. I mean, many times in a wreck, the event recorder will go back and tell you things leading up to the wreck.
Sure.
So, and I've been in numerous cases where those were involved.
And you've had cases where cell phone evidence was relevant to your case?
Sure.
People's call logs were relevant to your case?
I have had those.
Cell tower location was relevant to your case?
Yes.
Computer evidence was relevant to your case?
I'm sure I have, yes.
And when did you start with the law firm?
August or September of 1998.
And you've been doing essentially that kind of work, more or less, up until September of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
To the point where you rose to be the president of the Trial Lawyers Association.
I was the president of Trial Lawyers Association in around 2015, as we discussed.
So can we agree now on successful?
I mean, by those criteria, I was successful, certainly. I mean, we talked about a lot of my flaws here today, too. Do I feel like I was successful? No, sir. Not sitting here today, I don't. But if you want to use that term and on those criteria, I don't have any problem with you saying at that time it looked like I was successful.
Do you think people viewed you as a successful lawyer?
I'm sure there were a lot of people that did.
Do you think people viewed your family as very prominent?
I believe that there were a lot of people that did. Yes, sir.
And did you think that a lot of people viewed you and your family as very prominent in the legal community here?
I never thought of myself as
I
prominent.
asked you if you thought people viewed you that way. Let me ask you
At the
this.
time, did I think people viewed me
Yeah.
that way?
Yeah, prior to everything happening.
No, I don't think that I thought people viewed me as prominent. No, sir. I mean, like a big shot? No, sir, I don't think that.
What about your family?
That my family thought we were big shots? No, sir, I
People
definitely
view
don't
your
think that.
family as prominent in this community.
Prominent?
Yeah.
As in,
It's not a hard question.
well, I'm just not sure, I think my family was very well thought of. I think my family was respected. I think my family helped a lot of people.
I'm not challenging you on any of that. I'm just getting you to agree what seems to be a basic fact. Would you agree with that?
With what? That my family helped a lot of people and was well thought
Very
of?
prominent.
If that's what you mean by that, yes, sir.
And that your family had a very long association with law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And you had a long association with law enforcement.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
By association, I assume you're talking about friendships. Yeah.
But not only just friendships, but also professional as well, correct? Associations with law enforcement.
As a prosecutor or as a civil attorney?
Okay, let's talk about civil. Did you have associations with them in civil case?
Sure. I mean, as we discussed, might be a train wreck, a tractor trailer, but there were a lot of highway patrolmen involved. There were a lot of local law. So yeah, a lot of enforcement.
And then you also mentioned that you were a prosecutor as well, correct?
I was a volunteer assistant solicitor.
Did you or your family or your law firm ever have events or parties or social affairs in which the law enforcement community in this area was invited?
I mean, sure, the law firm itself didn't really sponsor things like that.
Right.
But there would be occasions where one of us in the law firm, and certainly we all had a lot of friends in law enforcement, and they were always invited.
Okay. And it's a simple point. You had a lot of friends in law enforcement. Your family and you had a long association with the law enforcement community in this circuit. Is that?
Associationships and working relationships, absolutely.
All right, well, let's talk about being a prosecutor. When did you become an assistant solicitor?
I believe that I became an assistant solicitor when I moved from Beaufort to Hampton.
Right.
So that would have been September, sometime around September 1998. Might have been a little bit after that, but sometime.
Did you get a badge when you became an assistant solicitor?
At some point I did, yes, sir.
And who gave you that badge?
My father.
Mr. Randolph?
Yes, sir.
And over the years, did you prosecute criminal cases, much as what's going on here today?
Yes, sir. At times I did.
And
I believe that I prosecuted from 1998 to 2001. I believe that
2001? Keep going. I'm sorry.
2021. I'm sorry. Until 2021. From 1998 to 2021, I believe I was involved in 5 jury. I believe there were 5 trials.
5 trials?
Is the best that I can remember. And
You had-
all with my dad. That was really the purpose of me being assistant solicitor, was get to spend time with him, do things with him.
Sure. And you, 5 jury trials over all that time, but you had a badge that entire time. Is that correct?
I had a badge for a big part of that time. Yes, sir.
You actually had 2 badges, right?
I had 1 badge, but when my granddad became an assistant solicitor for my dad, when my dad became the solicitor, he had an assistant solicitor's badge.
Right.
When he passed away, I had his badge, and that was one of, at some point in time, we were asked about badges, and that was the other badge.
I got you. You said you did 5 criminal jury trials as a prosecutor, correct?
Assisted in those, or was doing them, yes, sir. I believe I was actually the lead lawyer in one of them. I helped my dad in the other 4.
Still a part of preparing the case?
Yes, sir.
Still part of gathering the evidence and putting it together for trial?
In a criminal case, we didn't do much of the gathering of the evidence. We took what law enforcement had gathered, but
putting it together for the criminal trial, correct?
yes, sir.
Presenting evidence in court?
Yes, sir.
Giving jury argument?
I did the closing argument in one of them. Yes, sir.
Did you ever have any cases that you prosecuted that went short of a jury trial, either pled out or were dismissed for some reason?
I'm sure that at some point between 1998 and 2021, that I took some plea, but as we sit here today, I can't specifically remember that. And I don't ever remember working a case up for trial that didn't go to trial. But I'm sure at some point in time, I was involved in some level on a guilty plea or guilty pleas.
And you'd agree with me that civil system and the criminal system have a lot of differences, right?
A lot of differences and a lot of similarities.
And a lot of similarities, and that's where I was going next. That fundamentally, it's about analyzing the evidence, preparing for trial, presenting that case, and making your argument to the jury, correct?
That's a big part of it.
Okay. And would you agree with me that as cases go on, or as you are preparing for trial, that you analyze the evidence that's been gathered by law enforcement and present the evidence that supports your case, correct? That's just part of it.
Presenting evidence that you deem favorable for your position?
Yeah, that you analyze the evidence and then you put in the evidence that supports your case. It's an ongoing process. Would you agree with that?
That's part of what you do.
And same thing in civil case, right? As you go along, you may have evidence, but you ultimately analyze that evidence, and some evidence makes the cut and some of it does not. Is that fair to say?
As far as you're trying to, I think
It's a
we
simple
agree on
question.
that.
We would agree on that.
I think so. I'm not exactly sure what your question is, but I think I understand it.
I'm just asking you that as a lawyer, as
Sir.
you've been
since 1994. Is that right?
That's correct.
It's a simple question. You analyze the evidence that's been gathered, whether civil or criminal, and then present that in court. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
that's part of
And
what
that
you
is
do.
an ongoing process as you prepare for a case. Is that correct?
An ongoing process as you prepare for, in criminal courts or civil courts?
Either one.
Well, I mean, but there's a distinction because in civil court, you have the deadlines. And so you aren't allowed to gather evidence during a trial or a week before trial. Or, you know, for instance, if this was a civil trial and we found that OnStar data during the third or fourth week of trial, you wouldn't be able to use it because you're past deadlines. But in a criminal case, you are able to use it.
But you would agree that none of that was the fault of anyone on this side of the table, that GM initially responded they had nothing and then responded all of a sudden that they did.
I don't have an opinion, and that's certainly not anything I'm intending to convey.
You talked to this jury a lot about that, but you know nothing about that particular part of it. Is that what you're telling us? You talked to the jury a lot about the GM data, but you're telling me that you're unaware that GM initially responded to law enforcement's timely request and said they didn't have that, but then in the course of the trial, all of a sudden came up and said, you know what, we found something, and that's the reason why it arrived late. You're saying you don't know anything about that after talking to this jury about that?
I don't know a single thing about that. I know that y'all represent that to the court, and I don't have any reason to doubt it. But I don't.
And you would agree that that's generally consistent with the telemetry data that the FBI did, correct? The OnStar data.
The OnStar, I think the OnStar data and the telemetry data are totally different.
All right, you don't think they're generally consistent with one another. Is that what you're telling this jury?
No, I'm not telling the jury anything about that. I'm just saying, do I think they're consistent? I think the OnStar data gives you one set of information, and the telemetry data gives you another set of information.
Okay. But you don't think they're consistent?
I mean, you talked about it to this jury. I think we're struggling on what seems to be a fairly simple point. Don't you agree?
Ms. Warden, I'm just trying to answer your question.
Right.
And so I'm not trying to be difficult. My understanding of what you're referring to as the telemetry data is when a car goes into park and drive and that sort of thing. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And the GPS information is telling you where a vehicle is on a certain path.
Correct.
And what direction it's going. So I think that they're two different types of information.
The question was, were they consistent with one another?
I guess so. I don't think they contradict each other.
All right. Thank you. All right. You were the breadwinner for your family, correct? For your immediate family.
Yes.
And that included obviously for Maggie, correct?
I'm sorry?
That included for Maggie, correct?
Absolutely.
And in large measure for Buster and Paul as well. Would you agree with that?
That I was the breadwinner.
The primary
in large measure?
breadwinner, yes.
No, I was their source of. I was the source of income for Maggie, Buster, and Paul.
Okay.
I mean, I guess as they got older, I mean, there's some point where Buster had a job, but I mean, I would still consider myself the provider for them at that time.
Okay. Again, there's no trick here. I'm just trying to ask a simple question.
Mr. Waters, I don't think that was a trick.
Okay.
So.
So you were the primary breadwinner. We can agree on that.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as state
case 570 and see if you recognize this particular item. You can go ahead and take it out of the badge, the bag.
Yes, sir.
70.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then I'll show you what was in the bag 570. Can you tell me what that is?
I can.
All right. What?
All right. 570 badge.
All right. And then what is this one right here, which is 570?
Okay, 570 would be the one I told you about, was my grandfather's badge after he retired, when he became an assistant for my dad.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 571 and 570 in the evidence.
Yeah, I admit it.
All right. Where did you keep 570, the one that was your grandfather's?
It didn't have a single place that it was kept.
You know where it was recovered by law enforcement?
No, sir.
Would you dispute if it was recovered out of the Mercedes you were driving on September 4th, the day of the side of the road incident?
No, I believe that.
Yeah, the Elmo, please. Now on the screen, please. And 571, where'd you keep this one?
Usually in my car.
Where in your car?
It could be all over. It could be on the dash, like you were talking to Mark Ball about. It could be in the center console. It could be in the cup holder. It could be on the seat. Usually in the front seat, but in my car is where I tried to keep it.
All right. And when you had it in your dash, would you have it face up or face down?
I didn't have any particular manner in which I stored it anywhere.
There was no rhyme or reason to it, is what you're telling the jury? How you had it in the dash?
There may be occasions where I had it in the dash for some particular reason, but there were a lot of times where it probably was in the dash for no particular reason other than that's where I put it. Just like I might put it on the seat or in the cup holder.
You said there were particular reasons why you might put it in the dash. What would those reasons be?
I mean, it could be any number of things. If I'm going somewhere where I want somebody to see it, then I would put it in the dash. If there's another reason for somebody to see it, like for instance, if I get pulled over, I might have it in the cup holder so an officer could see it when he walked up.
Why would you do that? Why would you have it in the cup holder? You're not saying you were on official business, are you?
No, I'm not saying I'm on official business.
Why would you want it in a cup holder if you got pulled over?
Because I found that law enforcement oftentimes is friendlier when you're in law enforcement.
When you're law enforcement. So you considered yourself law enforcement?
No, sir. I can't say that I considered myself law enforcement.
Well, you carried a badge on you as an assistant solicitor for 2 decades, roughly?
From around
Sometimes-
98, so
is that
yes, sir, for
correct?
2 decades.
And you would ride with it sometimes sitting in the front dash facing out, correct?
That's correct.
And you would put it in the cup holder so that law enforcement would see you if you got pulled over, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so but you didn't consider yourself law enforcement.
I personally didn't consider myself to be law enforcement. No, sir.
All right, so you were just using having this badge to your advantage and taking license with it, is that correct?
I guess in some circumstances that is accurate.
See if you could use it to get away with something, correct? Get better treatment if you got pulled over.
Get better treatment if I got pulled over. I mean, that's probably a fair statement. That, yeah, if somebody in law enforcement saw that, yeah, I'd say that's true.
Did you have to take an oath when you got that badge?
No, sir.
You didn't?
Not that I remember. I don't, I certainly don't recall taking one, like, so going somewhere and raising my hand.
Raising your hand and saying, I promise to do my duty fairly and with integrity. You never had to do that?
Mr. Waters, if I did, I sure don't recall it. I mean, it was a very informal process when I became a volunteer assistant solicitor for my dad. And then when I continued with Duffy, I mean, at some point, you know, if I took any oath at all that I can remember, it would be on some paper that I may have had to sign, but I don't specifically remember doing that.
All right. Well, let's talk about it. Let's go back to 571. And on the inside of it, what are those right there? Those the an ID card with your picture on it?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right. And at the top, on that top, leave it in there if you would, please. Can you not see it?
I can, but I was just going to see what's on the back.
Okay.
All right, sir.
All right. And it's got your picture on it, got your name on it?
Yes, sir, that does have my picture and my name.
All right. Good. Put that one back for me, please.
All right. So you want to
All
look
right.
at this top one?
Look at the top one.
Okay.
What office does it say that you are on that top one right there? Up there at the top.
State of South Carolina Solicitor, the Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit. It says that I, as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do hereby certify that, and it has,
Your name.
right?
Mhm.
And it has all that data.
What position does it say that you're appointed to?
As the, okay, it says that as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do certify that Richard A. Murdaugh was on July 1st, 2013, appointed as the Deputy Solicitor of Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties in and is authorized to enforce the laws in the 14th Judicial Circuit of South Carolina.
Oh, awesome. Can I hold it back?
And it's, yes, sir, signed by Duffy Stone.
Signed by Duffy Stone. So Deputy Solicitor, is that correct?
I was never a deputy solicitor, Mr. Waters. That's what that says, but I've never been a deputy solicitor, unless deputy solicitor is, I was a volunteer assistant solicitor. And as far as I know, Sean Thornton has been the only deputy solicitor that Duffy Stone had.
And it's a simple point. It says Deputy Solicitor, but Deputy Solicitor is a higher rank than Assistant Solicitor, correct? To your understanding?
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And that was Sean Thornton. I've never been deputy solicitor, even though that does say that.
All right.
I agree with. And that was signed by Duffy Stone, not by me.
I understand. This is what was given to you.
That's what was given to.
I went through this whole long thing at the beginning about whether or not you had an association with the law enforcement community, but this was given to you not by your father, but by a successor, correct?
Well, no, sir. I believe we got to this because you were asking me if I took an oath, and I don't remember taking the oath. And then you started asking me about these things.
Okay. And you agree that this card says Deputy Solicitor, right?
I agree that card says deputy solicitor.
All right. Would you agree with me that it says on the back that it is reposing special trust and confidence in your ability, care, prudence, and integrity? Is that what it says on the back of this?
I mean, if you're, no, sir. I mean, I trust, if you're reading that off the back of that, I assume that it does. You were reading off of the one that Duffy Stone gave me, correct?
Yeah, and then the one at the top, where did that one come from? You want me to bring it back to you?
No, sir, I think I can see it. That
It's
would
not
be,
focused very well.
that's okay. I mean, I know what it is. I looked at it when you handed it to me. So the card on the bottom is what I got from Duffy Stone. The one on the top, and the one on the top should give you a better. There we go. All right. So the one on the top was what came from my dad when he was solicitor. The one on the bottom is what came from Duffy Stone when he was solicitor. And Duffy Stone took over after my dad retired in 2006. Duffy Stone filled my dad's the rest of his unexpired 4-year term, much like my dad filled my granddad. So, and then Duffy became the solicitor.
Did you ever have lights in your vehicle?
In the particular vehicle?
No, in any vehicle.
Yes, sir, I did.
Was that a government vehicle?
No, sir, it was not.
When did you have lights, like blue lights and stuff?
Yes, sir, I had some blue lights.
When did you have blue lights? And let me remember, you did 5 cases over 20 years, and you had blue lights in your vehicle, but it was your private vehicle, correct?
Well, it was the vehicle that I drove. It was law firm owned vehicle.
The law firm's own vehicle. So how'd you get blue lights in there?
I had them installed.
And who installed them?
I believe that Eddie Gibson installed them.
And who was that?
He's the guy who apparently does blue light work for most of the sheriff's departments in the 14th Circuit and a lot of the police departments.
And when did you have that installed? Do you recall? Was it one vehicle or more than one vehicle? Let's start with that.
I believe I had blue lights in one vehicle.
And when did you have that installed, do you think?
I'm not sure. It would have been
5 years, 10 years?
No, here I can give you a time frame.
Okay.
The vehicle that I was in on that got taken in on June the 7th, I got that vehicle sometime around late December or January. So I'd had it for 6 months. I would have had the previous vehicle for 5 years. That's how long we kept vehicles in the law firm. So I would have had it for 5 years. And sometime during that 5-year period, I had lights installed.
Did you ask the sheriff at the time if you could do that?
I did.
Who was that?
I believe it was T.C. Smalls. And I believe in Colleton, it was Andy Strickland.
In Colleton, it was Andy Strickland.
And I believe in Allendale, it was Tom Carter.
Were you friends with Andy Strickland?
Yeah, I was friends with Andy Strickland.
And you said, hey, I'm going to get some blue lights installed in my vehicle. And he said, that's cool. Or words to that effect.
I mean, that doesn't sound like the words that he would have used or I would have used, but I certainly asked him and he certainly said it was okay.
It was okay. All right.
Along with Sheriff Smalls and I believe Sheriff Carter. I'm not positive about Sheriff Carter, but I believe so.
I'll show you just real quick what's been marked as States 507. See if you recognize that.
I believe this is my Suburban. Yeah, this is my Suburban that y'all have.
Okay. Does that look like where your badge was on the day of the incident?
I have no idea.
You don't recall putting it there?
No, but I don't take issue with the fact that it's. I don't take issue with the fact that it's there. If that's if that's how they say it was, found it. And that's a picture.
Your Honor, it also States 507 in the evidence.
Judge. Submitted.
testified some about the boat case, and we'll talk more about that
Boat
later.
case being, I'm sorry.
The boat wreck case. Can we agree that that's what we're talking about when we say the boat case? February in 2019?
Well, there's two things. You referring to the civil case when you say the boat case.
Okay.
But when I think about the boat case, I think about the charges that y'all brought against Pawpaw.
Okay.
So, but there, also the civil case.
All right.
Paw, that was your new name for Paul?
I mean, I called him Pawpaw. Maggie called him Pawpaw. Bus calls him Pawpaw.
Sure.
Roro calls him Pawpaw. I mean, that's
Roro.
not.
Who is Roro?
That's Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And this jury, of course, has heard multiple recorded statements of you during the course of this. Did you ever refer to Paul as Pawpaw during that?
I don't know
You don't? Do you recall?
how I referred to I can say Paul if you prefer that.
No, you can call him whatever you want. I'm just asking you if you ever called him that during the course of that entire investigation, or is that also the first time today, at least publicly?
Is today the first time I've called my son Paul Pawpaw? No, sir, that is not correct.
Have you ever called him that on all the recorded statements that this jury has heard?
I don't know.
You ever called Rogan Roro?
I
In
called
all
him
the
Roro
recorded statements.
all the time.
In the recorded statements, did you ever call him that?
I don't know. I mean, I called him Rogan also, so I don't know. But I'm happy to call him Rogan, and I'm happy to call Paul Paul.
All right, well, let's talk about, and I'll be specific with the boat wreck criminal case and the boat wreck civil case, okay? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we've talked a little bit about your badge. Did you have your badge with you on the night of the boat wreck?
On the night of the boat wreck, did I have it with me?
Yeah.
When?
Did you go to the hospital that night?
I did go to the hospital that night.
Did you have it with you then?
I don't know, but I don't believe so. But I really
You
don't
don't
know.
believe so?
But
When you went to the hospital on the night of the boat wreck, were you acting in any official capacity?
the night of when I went to the hospital, was I in an official capacity?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as States 569. And do you recognize the person on the right in that image?
No, sir.
You don't recognize that?
I don't recognize him.
No, I'm asking about that.
Oh, me?
Is that you?
Yeah, it looks like me.
All right. What's hanging out of your pocket in plain view?
Looks like a badge.
You didn't recall that until I just showed you that picture?
No, sir, I did not.
Your Honor, it offers States 569 in the evidence. Okay.
Admit it.
That's you in the white shirt, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this is the badge hanging out of your pocket. You remember which, is that correct?
Looks to be, yes, sir.
Which badge is that? Which one of the two, do you remember?
Nah, you can't tell from here.
Okay. And why'd you have it hanging out of your pocket like that?
I don't remember having that. No, I don't know.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember that, no, sir.
Did you generally walk around with your badge hanging out of your pocket?
Generally speaking, no, sir, I did not.
Or only when you wanted some advantage from it?
Did I
want some advantage from wearing it like that?
Did I hang it out in my pocket when I wanted an advantage?
Yes. Then?
I don't even recall this, Mr. Waters, but if I was wanting some advantage, as you say it, I guess, and I don't remember this, but I guess I would want, You know, as I said, a badge has a warming effect with other law enforcement. And so if I was seeking any advantage, as you say, then I guess that would be what it was.
Did you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah, there was a time period where I did.
Did you ever want to be the solicitor? The
Yeah,
elected solicitor?
there was a time period when I absolutely did.
When was that?
Prior to around the time prior to my dad retiring.
Prior to 2006?
Yes, sir.
How long did you explore that?
I mean, I really wanted to be a solicitor for a long time, but you know, at the time when my dad retired, I was already struggling with pills, and I knew I couldn't do it.
In 2006?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk more about the pills in a bit, but you say you're already struggling with pills in 2006, correct?
That's correct.
But over that next 15 years, you still were able to maintain a lucrative law practice. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified that all your law partners had no idea of this pill problem that you had all that time, correct?
I'm testifying that I believe, in fact, I'm certain that none of my partners knew I had an addiction.
That night of the boat wreck, you say you don't remember putting your badge out, correct?
No, I don't remember. I don't even remember having my badge.
Do you remember going around talking to the kids, the other kids that were on the boat?
Yeah, I talked to some of them.
You remember going to do that?
Yes.
And was your badge hanging out when you did that as well?
You know, I wouldn't think so, Mr. Waters, but like I say, I don't think so.
All right. So it just comes naturally to put your badge out when something like this that you don't even remember why you did that.
No, I don't even remember having my badge. And I specifically know that I didn't use the badge. You know, did I mean to do this? I'm not saying that I didn't, but I don't know if I was putting it in my pocket and the flap, you know, you notice that that flap is not Velcro down. I don't know. I don't have a specific memory of that. And I never went around, you know, acting like I was on official business.
So you're saying it might be an accident that your badge was hanging out there.
I'm saying that I have no memory of that whatsoever.
All right. Well, you never used these badges as like a wallet, right?
No, I did.
You did?
I did.
So you're saying you had your credit cards and all your stuff in there?
No, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that on that night. You just asked me if I ever used it as a wallet, and there were times when I used it as a wallet.
Were you using it as a wallet that night?
I don't remember, but I don't think so. I didn't use it as a wallet very often, and I didn't use it as a wallet for very long when I did use it as a wallet.
So let's see if we can get back to what we agree on. So you would agree that you had to make a conscious decision to grab that badge and when you went into the hospital, correct? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, at some point I had to make a conscious decision to pick it up.
But you're saying you don't know if you hung it out like that on purpose while you're talking to that law enforcement officer, or if it's just an accident that is hanging out of your pocket in full view of everyone.
Well, I am saying that because that is not how I would normally carry a badge. And even if I wanted to give somebody an impression, to me, that's got kind of an obnoxious look to it. That's just not something that, I mean, that's not something I would typically do. But I may have done it that night. I have no memory of that.
Okay. All right. So you're saying that just could be an accident that it's hanging out like that?
I'm saying it could be, or I could have put it there like that.
All right.
I don't remember.
Did you generally just walk around with it in your pocket? Or would you only carry it when you wanted to use it for something?
No, I wouldn't generally carry it around in my pocket just any time.
Okay. All right. All right. So we got the badge that may be accidentally hanging out of your pocket. You won't concede that you did that purposefully.
I mean, Mr. Waters, if you want me to say I did that on purpose, I don't have a problem with that. I'm saying I don't remember that. All right. So can I tell you that I did that on purpose? No, sir, I can't. Can I say that this happened by accident? No, sir, I can't. What I can say is I don't remember it, and that's not how I would normally, that's just not how I would normally, you know, that's just not, that's not something I did. That's not a normal thing. So I don't know.
That's fine. You
But-
won't concede to this jury that there was any intention or purpose to you doing that at the hospital on the night of the boat wreck.
I'm saying I don't remember using that badge.
Fair enough.
And I specifically remember, you know, I'm sorry, go ahead. You can ask
You
that
specifically remember what?
that I, like when I went into the room with the kids, did I pull my badge out? And I know that I did not do that.
No, because it was on your pocket like that, correct?
It's on my pocket like that right then.
Did you use that to get into areas that shouldn't be accessed by non-official personnel?
No, absolutely not. I mean, there was nowhere that I went that, that was not truly public domain. I mean, basically, the places that I went to were, when I got there, I went to Paw Paw. When I left Paw Paw, I went to Morgan Dowdy, who was like a daughter to Maggie and I, had dated Paul for a long time. And I went to Morgan. Morgan had an injury to her hand that was bad. And she was very upset about Mallory. And they were working on her, so I left her room. I went back to Paw Paw. At some point in time, I know that I went to Connor's room, and I believe those are the only rooms I went to. But again, I can't tell you that with certainty.
While you're wearing that badge like that, did you tell any of the kids who were in the boat wreck not to cooperate with law enforcement?
I never told anybody not to cooperate with law enforcement, whether I had a badge hanging out my pants, didn't have a badge, or any point in time did I tell anybody don't cooperate with law enforcement.
Did you become aware in March or April or May of 2021, shortly before June, that an investigation into the investigation of that night had begun, as well as your conduct?
Yes, I did learn of that. I don't know the status of that investigation, being that I've been charged with so many things and haven't been charged with that. I'm assuming that there may not be charges.
Whether or not you were aware that that had begun in the spring of 2021.
Yes, sir. I was aware. Well, at some point in time, I became aware of it. Was that the spring? Was it, February, March, April? I know it was after I know it was after that night, and it was before June 7th.
Before June 7th.
I'm pretty sure that I already knew that.
Did
on June the 7th.
You mentioned Andy Strickland. Do you know what happened to him?
Do I know what happened to him when?
How he lost his job as sheriff?
I believe that when he was charged, I don't know if he resigned or he was suspended.
Okay. Do you remember if that was a few months prior to you becoming aware of an investigation into the investigation of this boat case?
What?
His job, was that a few months prior to you becoming aware of the investigation?
A few months prior? I don't really know this for a fact, but I believe, as I'm sitting here today, I believe that Andy was charged back in the fall. And like I said, we learned about when I've testified about when I understood there was an investigation into whether or not I was acting in a public manner or whatever it was y'all were investigating, public corruption or that. So if it was a couple of months, if it was a month or two when Andy Strickland got charged, then if you show me that, I'd be surprised, because I think I think he was charged before that.
All right. But this was a friend of yours, correct? The guy who you asked if you could put lights in your car in a private vehicle, correct?
Well, I mean, Andy, yeah, I considered Andy a friend. I considered TC a friend, and I considered Tom Carter a friend, all of whom I asked if I could put lights in the vehicle.
All right. And
so, yes, sir. I mean, and I considered Andy a friend.
would you at least agree with me that in at least the fall of 2020, your friend Andy Strickland was indicted and lost his job for a financial and corruption investigation?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Response.
Your Honor, I think there's a link between his knowledge of that and what he's admitted, that there was an investigation going on in the months prior to the murders.
Anything further?
I mean, the question is something about Andy Strickland being indicted. I just don't see the relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
We can at least agree that you were aware prior to the murders that there was this investigation, correct? The one on the screen. The one related to the boat, the investigation into the boat case.
Was I aware that y'all had started an investigation into what I did in the hospital prior to the June 7th?
Yes.
I believe that to be correct.
All right.
It wasn't for that, only after it.
You testified that you've had a pill addiction for approximately 20 years, correct?
I think that's about right.
And so when you start money from Colleton, how long did it take before you started doing that?
I'm not. My days.
No,
Sir,
not about that.
Oh, sure, I've thought about it. Be able to sit here. I mean, you got to understand, I've been in rehab and I've been in jail, and I don't have access. You know, all my telephone calls were put on the media, so I haven't had a lot of phone access. I haven't had a lot of access. So as we sit here today, I cannot tell you the exact time. I don't deny that I did it, but I can't tell you the exact time that I first did it.
And you told this jury that's the cause of your financial problems?
Did I say that
Your opiate addiction was the cause of your financial problems?
It was certainly a cause, yes,
A
sir.
cause, not the only cause though, correct?
I wouldn't think it was the only cause, but certainly a cause.
You recall testimony in this courtroom about how you had some land deals go bad around the time of the recession in 2008, 2009?
Sure.
And you recall testimony from your law partners in this courtroom that you had some big cases that they thought cured those issues, correct?
I heard them say that, yes, sir.
Do you disagree with that?
Do I disagree with what they thought? No, I mean, I don't have any
No, do you
reason
disagree if that was true?
that they thought that my partners thought that that I gotten past my financial difficulties. I have no reason to dispute that, Mr. Waters. I'm not
Was
trying to
that true?
frustrate you.
Was what they thought true?
That I was past my financial difficulties? Is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
Was it true that I was past my financial difficulties? I mean, they were certainly better after that, but I mean, no, I don't think I'm past them. No, sir.
All right. What was the first big case after the recession that you had?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you what the first big case was.
You remember
What date?
All right, well, let's go with the Pinckney case. Do you remember when that was?
I remember generally speaking when it was, yes, sir.
What year was that? 2011? Would you dispute that?
2011, when it ended?
When you got recoveries in that case?
I mean, if you're looking at something that tells me that, I have no reason to dispute that. But I can't remember off the top of my head, but that's certainly in the time frame.
It's fine, Mr. Murdaugh. We'll go through it. Let's do it.
Mr. Waters, like I said, I take you at that. I just don't know off the top of my head.
All right.
I don't have a reason to dispute that.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as states 331. Let's go with, actually, 332, 333, and 334. Do you recognize those documents? Just generally, do you recognize them?
I do.
All right, and just generally, what are those? Those are disbursement sheets. Can I have them back, please?
Yes, sir. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, take your time.
Just trying to see which ones. I mean, there's some things about it that I'm curious about, but
Yeah, we'll
you
talk
ask
about that.
questions.
We'll talk about that. All right. Let's talk about, let's start with Natasha Thomas. Do you remember her?
I do.
How old was she when she became your client?
I'm not sure. She was young.
She was a teenager?
I'm not sure, but I know she was young.
She was underage, correct?
Yes, she was underage. I do believe that.
All right.
In fact, I know that.
And can you tell me what she was injured in this wreck with, in an automobile wreck, correct?
Yes.
And the company Michelin, that was one of the defendants for an alleged tire issue, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And do you remember how much Natasha Thomas got in that particular case? And I can show it to you on 334. Do you remember how much she got?
As a gross settlement, I believe it shows
No.
$2 million.
$2 million. All right. And how much were your or PMPD's fees that would be attributed to you in that out of that $2 million?
$800,000.
$800,000.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. All right. And so that would be $800,000 in fees that would get attributed to you. That has nothing to do with the money that you subsequently stole from that teenager. Correct?
The $800,000 is different from money that I stole?
Yes.
That's correct.
All right. So you got $800,000 attributed to you with the firm, but that was not enough. You also stole money from that teenager. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. When you did that, did you sit down with her much as you sat down with this jury and explain to her what was going on while you were stealing her money?
That would be the normal process, but I certainly don't remember specifically doing that.
That would be the normal process, correct?
That would be. It may be a little different with a teenager, but certainly, I mean.
You would sit down with them across the table and go through these documents, correct?
If that would not be abnormal, yes, sir.
All right. And then you would explain to them what was going on and how they were getting everything they were entitled to, correct?
If I was the one doing it, yes, sir.
And you would look them in the eye while you did that, correct?
It wouldn't be unusual for me to look them in the eye.
While you were doing some fast talking to a teenager, correct?
I certainly was not telling her the truth. I don't know if I was talking fast or slow, but I wasn't telling the truth.
All right. Well, you ultimately convinced her that there was nothing amiss here, right? While you were stealing her money, correct?
I don't know if I convinced her that nothing was amiss or I misled her, but I admit candidly in all of these cases, Mr. Waters, that I took money that was not mine and I shouldn't have done it. I hate the fact that I did it. I'm embarrassed by it. I'm embarrassed for my son. I'm embarrassed for my family. And I don't dispute that I did it. I
understand that. But
And
you
so-
understand that we have to ask about these things because we've heard about it in a very academic paperwork manner. But every single one of these, you had to sit down and look somebody in the eye and convince them that you were on their side when you were not, correct? That's what you did in every single one of these.
I mean, every time.
Answer my question, yes or no, and then you can explain. I'll let you explain all day long.
Well, I mean, no, sir, that may or may not be true. And Mr. Waters, just to try to get through this quicker, I admit.
I know you want to get through it quicker, but we're not. So answer the question, please.
What I admit is that I misled them, I did wrong, and that I stole their money. Now, this is something, what's the date on that one?
I'll bring it back to you.
Well, you can tell me. I trust you to tell me accurately.
All right. Well, you know, it's kind of funny. It doesn't have the date on it, but I'll let you take a look at it.
All right, I'm just looking at the date of a check. So that's December 20, so that goes 2011. So that gives us a ballpark. So that's 12 years ago. For me to sit here and tell you specifically that I remember sitting down and talking with Natasha Thomas, I can't tell you that. But what I can tell you, and I can tell you that I didn't do right by Natasha Thomas. I took money from Natasha Thomas that didn't belong to me, and I was wrong for doing that.
Okay.
And I admit that.
And I know, Mr. Murdaugh, that you would like for it just to be as simple as that, just to say, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I stole money, and have that be the end of it. But in every single one of these cases.
To the comment, Your Honor.
You just testified that you would like to just admit that. And make this quick, correct? Isn't that what you said? Isn't that what you implied?
No, sir, Mr. Waters. You have charged me with murdering my wife and my son, and I have sat here for all these weeks listening to all this financial stuff that I did wrong, that I'm embarrassed by. I'm happy to talk to you about as much of that as you want to talk about. I'm required to talk about it as much as you want to talk about it. But the fact is I cannot specifically remember sitting down, the details that you're asking me for, I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is that in all these financial situations, I stole money that was not my money. I misled people that I shouldn't have misled, and I did wrong. I can tell you that. And I may be able to tell you specifically in some instances what I did or didn't do.
All right, well, good. Well, we'll do that. But the point that I'm asking you is, it's not just as simple as some paperwork. You had to sit down and deal with these people and convince them that you were telling them the truth in order to steal this money, correct?
That may not be true, because in some situations, I may not have had to do that. They may have just trusted me to do it.
Okay.
So that's my point, is I misled them. There's no question about that. But did I sit down in each particular instance and like you're breaking it down step by step? I can't say that. I can say I did wrong. I stole money that wasn't mine, and I shouldn't have done it.
All right.
And it was terrible what I did.
All right, well, let's look at States 330. This is Arthur Badger in the UPS case, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Do you remember what the total recovery was in that particular case? There were multiple plaintiffs. Let me ask you that first. There were multiple plaintiffs in that case, correct?
That's correct.
And do you remember what the total recovery was in that case?
Not exactly, but I mean, I know generally.
All right. Was it $12 million? Would you disagree with that?
Is it $12 million? I mean, if you tell me it was $12 million, then I believe you, but I thought it was a little bit more than that.
All right. And if ultimately, if you have multiple plaintiffs, how do you decide as the plaintiff's lawyer, or how does it work out that amounts of that total recovery get allocated to individual plaintiffs?
I mean, different cases are different ways.
Is it true that often the defense attorneys, the civil defense attorneys, will ask the plaintiff's attorneys how you want that allocated?
Sometimes, yeah.
sometimes? Is that what happened in this case? In the Badger case?
I can't remember exactly how we came to that.
Who was the deep pocket in the Badger case? Do you remember? The defendant that had the money that you ultimately recovered from, the vast majority. Do you remember?
Well, it was UPS, and I believe it was, I can't remember if it was corporate or if there was insurance, but it was certainly UPS was the major defendant.
Okay.
But I believe Arthur Badger was a defendant. I can't remember. I know UPS was.
Did you sit down with him and explain this paperwork that you were using to steal his money?
I believe I did sit down with Arthur Badger.
And managed to convince him that nothing was amiss while at the same time stealing money?
I believe I did.
And did you allocate millions of dollars to Arthur Badger personally while only telling him that his recovery was going to be around $300,000?
I believe that I did. Yes, sir.
And on this exhibit, sat down and looked him in the eye with all this stuff on here, fast talked him past these figures so that he believed you and left thinking that you had done him right.
I believe that and I know that I led Arthur Badger, and I'm sure at some point during that conversation that I looked him in the eye.
Going back to States 333, you remember Hakeem Pinckney? Do you remember him?
I do.
What happened to him?
He was injured in the same wreck that Natasha Thomas was injured in.
Was he badly injured?
He was.
How badly injured was he?
Yes, I mean, he was terribly injured. He became a, I can't remember what level, but he was a quadriplegic.
You remember what the total recovery amount was for him?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
All right. Well, let me show you States 333 and see what the total, if you recall, what the total recovery was in that case.
It looks like it was $10,245,000.
And that was for Hakeem, correct?
That's correct.
And how much of that was the attorney's fees that would have gone to PMPED that would have been attributable to you?
$4,098,000.
$4 million in legal fees that you would have gotten from this settlement. Is that correct?
$4,098,000. Yes, sir.
And in the end, that wasn't enough for you, correct? Was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me in that case?
Yeah.
I mean,
Was over $4 million in legal fees that you received that would have been attributable to you through the law firm at the end of the year, whatever it worked out to be, but you would have been credited with $4 million in fees for that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me?
Mm-hmm. Or did you take more?
Oh, no,
from...
I monies from Hakeem Pinckney that did not belong to me that I should not have taken.
Been rendered a paraplegic.
No, sir, he was a quadriplegic,
Quadriplegic,
unfortunately.
thank you for correcting.
Yes, sir.
You ultimately take money from his mother, Pamela, as well.
I believe that I did.
You remember how much money you took from Hakeem?
No, sir, not off the top of my head. I do not.
If I told you it was over $370,000, would you agree with that?
If that's what the records show, I don't dispute that.
Do you remember how much you took from the teenager Natasha Thomas in addition to your legal fees?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If I told you it was over $350,000, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Do you remember how much you took from Arthur Badger?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If it was over $1.3 million, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Around the time that this was going on, did you have some land deals that were going bad? That had gone bad?
Which
2008, 2009, 2010, 2011?
I think I think those had happened a little bit before. I had some land deal that certainly had problems.
And that had something to do with money you were taking as well, didn't it?
The whole picture had things to do with me doing stuff I shouldn't have done. I mean, I would agree that, I mean, that certainly would have played some role in it.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
A wealthy lifestyle?
Mm-hmm.
Probably. I mean, we were living whatever lifestyle, probably.
Would you characterize your lifestyle as wealthy?
You know, that's not how I would characterize it, but
You wouldn't
I'm not
characterize
gonna-
it as well.
I'll take issue with it.
Okay. Around this time, were you making more than $1 million a year?
Around what time?
2011.
Yes,
2012.
yes,
And you were still stealing money as well, correct?
yes.
Can we at least agree that that's a lot of money?
Over $1
Never
million.
mind, it's fine. Okay.
I think there's no question that's a lot of money.
Okay, good. We can agree on that. That's a lot of money, correct? I feel like we're struggling here. Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
Statement, Your Honor.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
I just don't know what you mean by wealthy.
Is this a hard question, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, it's hard for me to know exactly what you want, you know, and it depends. I was spending money that wasn't mine, that I shouldn't have. That, you know, we lived a lifestyle. I don't have an issue if you want to call it wealthy.
All right. Would you concede with me that not all of this money was going to pills at this point in time?
No.
All this stolen money?
No, I doubt that it was.
Okay. And it was being used to support your wealthy lifestyle?
Well, I haven't looked at all these documents to know exactly what was spent where, but here's what I do know. I know that I was making a bunch of money, and I should have had more money than I did. And I know that I was spending a bunch of money on pills, and I know that, you know, I don't remember in 2011 if I just can't remember those land deals, but, you know, if I spent money on other things, I don't dispute that either. I just haven't looked at the records.
Okay. But you would at least concede that the money you were stealing was going to support your ever-expanding wealthy lifestyle. Would you concede that?
Did all of the money I stole?
Any of it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Any of it? Yeah, I would certainly agree that there was money that didn't go to buy just pills.
All right. And you would concede that even though you were generating millions of dollars in fees, that was not enough for you. Would you concede that?
If by concede that, you mean was I also stealing money that I shouldn't have? Yes, sir, I agree with that. I've said that repeatedly.
Who were the Plowlers?
They were two young girls from Columbia.
They were underage when they became your clients?
Yes, sir.
Did they suffer a loss in their family as a result of an accident?
They did.
What loss did they suffer? Who died?
Their mother did.
And did you get a sizable recovery in the case, in that particular case related to that?
Yes, sir.
You remember how much that recovery was?
I don't.
Got any idea?
I know it was a significant settlement. I know it was a very good settlement, but
Millions of dollars?
oh yeah, it was millions of dollars. But whether it was, 2 million, I know it was significant. I don't know if it was 8 figures, but I know it was a significant settlement.
And was there a conservatorship for them because they were underage?
There was a conservatorship for them, but I don't think the fact that they were underage is why there was a conservatorship.
You don't think it was because, at least in part, they were underage when the settlement was received?
No, that's not what I remember. But for purposes of your thing, Mr. Waters, I agree there was a conservator appointed.
Well, what is your memory of why the conservator was appointed?
My memory is that the father in this case, who was the beneficiary or a big beneficiary in this, and who was the PR of the mother's case, was an undesirable witness. And there was testimony that he had hit his wife. And it was clear, we felt like we didn't want him to be the face of the lawsuit. So we appointed a conservator.
Who was that?
For that purpose, is why I believe we appointed a conservator.
Okay. And who was that?
That was Russell Lafitte.
At Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And after that, did you get Russell Lafitte to start loaning you money from the Plower Girls account that he was conservator for?
He loaned me money from the Plower account. I don't know if I got him to do that.
Oh, you didn't talk to him about it? Y'all didn't talk about that at all?
No, we did talk about it.
I mean, there's emails to that effect. Are you disputing that to this jury?
Mr. Waters, I'm not disputing. I'm just telling you that Russell Lafitte gave me a loan from the Plowers. Your question was, did I get him to do that? And I don't necessarily believe that to be accurate.
Well, who came up with the idea?
I don't know that it was come up with an idea. There was, I think that Russell felt like that it was a sound investment for those girls to charge me a higher interest rate when they weren't getting but so much interest somewhere else. So
What was that interest rate that y'all thought was such a good idea for these girls? Do you recall what it was?
I can't remember.
The reality is that you needed the money, and this was a convenient source to keep your massive cash flow going as early as 2011, 2012. Isn't that correct?
Well, this was a loan. Yes, sir. But exactly why it came from them versus the bank, I can't tell you the details without looking at all that. I can't tell you that off the top of my head.
And despite all you were earning, you would even send Russell emails saying, hey, transfer over $75,000 from the Plower account into my account, correct? You remember emails to that effect that you would have to him?
Do I remember an email to that effect? No, I don't remember that. But
dispute that there were emails to that effect?
not if you say there were, Mr. Waters. I don't dispute that. I don't dispute any of this, that I took money that didn't belong to me, that I misled people.
I know that you want the answer to be that simple. That's not what I'm at. We agree on that. We've agreed on that.
Well, no, sir. I don't necessarily want the answer to be simple. I just want everybody to understand I do not dispute that I stole money that was not my money, that I misled people to do that I misled people that trusted me to do that, and that what I did was terrible. I don't dispute that. It's just the way you're asking these questions, and, I mean, there's some things in there that I do take issue with.
Okay. Which part of what I just asked you about the Pliers do you take issue with? You take issue that y'all didn't conspire to do that, you and Russell? You
Yes.
take issue with that? You take issue with that? Okay.
I can tell you that Russell Lafitte never conspired with me to do anything. Whatever was done by me.
Okay. So you told the Plower girls that you were borrowing money from their account?
No, I don't know. I don't know that I told
Tell
them that.
Russell to tell them?
I don't recall. I don't believe so, but I can't sit here and tell you what I told him however many years ago.
Did you tell Russell he could borrow money from that account too?
I don't remember having any discussion with him about him borrowing money.
Was the supposed interest rate you were paying far lower than anything you could have gotten anywhere else?
I don't even know what
You don't
interest
even
rate
know?
I was paying.
Okay. One
But
thing's
I-
clear, you never told this to the Plower girls, did you?
I would have thought the interest rate that I was paying was a little bit more than what a bank loan would have been, but I don't know that. I don't know that. I don't know what the interest rate was, so I don't know that for sure.
When you stole the Badger money, how much did you steal from Arthur Badger that we talked about before, the UPS guy?
I don't remember the exact amount.
Over $1.3 million, would you dispute that?
I don't dispute that.
And that was in addition to the $1.2 million in attorney's fees for his case alone that would have been attributed to you through the firm?
What I stole from Arthur Badger
Let me ask you this.
inappropriately was in addition to any fees that I legitimately earned. I shouldn't have stolen money from Arthur Badger. I misled him, and I was wrong.
Did you speak with Russell Lafitte once you stole this money from Arthur Badger about structuring that $1.3 million that you stole in a manner so it appeared to be payments to the Plyler account? You understand the question?
No, sir. Say that again.
Did you have any conversations with Russell Lafitte about structuring this $1.3 million into multiple payments and then applying it to the Plyler account?
I've heard the testimony and I've seen some of
I'm
those
asking
records.
if you did. Did you have any conversations with Russell about that?
I had to.
Okay.
I had to have.
All right. You even asked him to recut the check, correct? To have Jeannie recut the check.
I've seen, I believe an email or a text to that effect.
So you don't dispute that?
No, I don't dispute that. What I dispute is if you're insinuating in any way, this was stuff that I did.
Okay.
I mean, this stuff that I did these things wrong. Russell Lafitte didn't do anything.
I'm not here to
And-
talk
and
about
what-
that. I'm just talking about
but-
what went on.
And I know, but you keep talking about what I did with Russell Lafitte. And what I want to let you know is that I did this. And I'm the one that took people's money that I shouldn't have taken, and that Russell Lafitte was not involved in helping me do that.
Asked you a simple
Knowingly.
question.
If he did it without knowing it.
All right. So you sent him an email and then asked him to recut the check and have the check made out to various amounts short of that, and then applied those over time to give the illusion of payments to the Plyler account. Is that correct?
Mr. Waters.
Is that correct?
I don't know, but I'll tell you this.
Okay,
I
you don't
don't
know.
dispute what's in those emails as far as, or text, as far as what I told Russell and as far as what I did to again, take money that didn't belong to me, that wasn't mine, and that I was wrong for taking. It's just the specifics of that you want me to give you details on, and I can't do that. I do not dispute what's in those texts or emails.
And did you steal that Badger money because you had to pay back the Plyler girls' money before they turned 18 and reached the age of majority? And Russell would then have to be held to account for that money that he had loaned to himself and to you.
First off, I don't know anything about any money that Russell loaned to himself. I only know about what he loaned to me. And I don't believe that me stealing Arthur Badger's money and taking that money that did not belong to me, that I wrongly took, had anything to do. I don't remember it having a relationship with having to pay back a loan, or there being some time pressure to pay back a loan that he gave me on the Plyler conservatorship.
You don't remember that?
No, and I'm not saying that that didn't happen. I'm saying that I don't remember. That's not the way I remember it, and I don't remember it.
Did you ultimately borrow $1 million roughly from the Plowler girls without their knowledge? Does that sound right? About $1 million in total?
If you tell me that's the number, I mean, that surprises me, but I don't dispute what's in the records, but I didn't believe I had a loan for, are you saying $1 million? I didn't believe that I had a loan. Mr. Waters, if that's what the records say, I don't dispute it, but that's not what I thought. I didn't think I had a loan. But if that's what the records say, I don't dispute that. But I can tell you this, if I had $1 million loan from them, I don't remember that. And I may be confusing it with what a loan from the bank. But again, if that's what's in the records, I don't dispute it.
All right. So you have no memory whatsoever. And so for all you know, it's just a coincidence that the Plowlers were about to turn 18 when you stole this Badger money and you applied a significant amount of it to pay that off before they turned 18. You don't have any memory of that.
No, I can tell you that was never an issue or motivation for me. Again, taking Arthur Badger's money that I shouldn't have taken, that didn't belong to me, and that I was wrong for. I don't remember a loan from the Plowler conservatorship as being motivation for that.
So for all you can remember, it's just a coincidence.
Why I stole Arthur Badger's money, just being a coincidence?
Why you applied it to the Plowler loans right before they turned 18.
No, I'm not saying is a coincidence or not a coincidence. What I'm saying is I don't remember that.
Okay.
And so I don't remember that being the motivation. If it was, I didn't know I had $1 million loan from the Plowler conservatorship, at least as I sit here today. But, you know, I would have known I had a loan from somewhere. And if I took Arthur Badger's money and applied it to that, I mean, again, I stole money that didn't belong to me. I misled Arthur Badger to take that money, and I was wrong.
How many times have you practiced that answer before your testimony today? Because you
I've
keep
never-
giving the same one over and over again.
I've never practiced that answer, but you keep asking me these questions, and I keep using that answer.
Let me show you what's been entered in evidence as states 321. You recognize generally that document?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the disbursement sheet on the Dion Martin case.
What happened to Dion Martin?
He got in a wreck.
Do you know his family?
When he got in the wreck?
Prior to him getting in the wreck.
I knew who his family was, but prior to getting in the wreck. But after he got in this wreck, I became very close with his family.
Became very close with his family. And Dion suffered some pretty severe injuries, correct?
Dion was hurt bad. Yes.
Including an injury to his head.
You know, I heard you say that the other day. I don't specifically remember Dion having a head injury. I believe Dion had more orthopedic injuries, but he may have had some injury to his head.
You met with him on a number of occasions?
Yes, I met with him on a number of occasions.
Met with his parents on a number of occasions?
About Dion?
About the case, while the case was going on.
I don't know if I met with his parents about Dion's case, but I know I met with Dion, and I may have met with his parents if they say that. I mean, his dad's one of the most honorable fellows that I know. If he says I met with him, I certainly believe that.
But you said you became close with them, correct? Close with the parents?
I consider Dion's, yes, I consider I think the world of his dad and his mom and Dion.
What was the recovery that was obtained in Dion's case? I'll show it to you.
Let's see, it looks like recovery, $2 million. Actually, this is, let's see, I know it was $2 million, but I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I believe that I said it was $2 million. I can't remember exactly what the recovery is, but I know it was less than $2 million. And I know that I misstated it as $2 million.
So you falsified the paperwork, correct?
It appears that I put inaccurate information on the paperwork. Yes, sir.
You put inaccurate information. You falsified it, right?
If you like that word, yes, sir.
All right. And that's that right there where you put that $500,000 on there, correct? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I have the envelope, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Waters, what was the question?
Let's get the Elmo up and then I'll show you. Right there, that's the $500,000 that you falsified this document with, is that correct? Where it says structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn?
Yeah, that looks like one place that yes.
Why did you do that?
Why did I?
Yeah, why'd you put that $500,000? What was your purpose in doing that?
It appears that I was stealing his money, $500,000.
Were you not inflating your fees with that one?
I mean,
You don't remember?
I know that I inflated the fees like I just talked about, but I believe go back to that top of that thing, I believe what I must have done with the structured annuity is I had that $500,000 check and I must have had that made to forge, as you've heard, to steal that money from Dion Martin.
All right, down at the bottom.
That I shouldn't have.
Is that your signature down there?
It is.
Is that Dion Martin's signature on the other side? You dispute that?
No, I don't dispute that.
So you would have sat down with Dion Martin, and gone over this document with him and convinced him that there was nothing amiss here?
You know, again, I don't know if I went over the document with him or not, but I certainly misled Dion Martin. I certainly lied to Dion Martin. I certainly took money from Dion Martin that did not belong to me, and I shouldn't have done it.
You don't specifically remember talking to Dion. There was nothing in you that causes you to remember talking with Dion, sitting there with this document in front of him, as you looked him in the eye, knowing that you were lying to him the whole time. You don't even remember that? Nothing in you that causes you to remember that?
To specifically remember, I'm not sure that I did sit down with Dion Martin, but I certainly, Mr. Waters, I misled Dion Martin. I lied to Dion Martin. I took Dion Martin's money when I shouldn't have.
Well, let me ask you this. Of all the people on here, all these exhibits, do you have any independent recollection of a time where you sat down and looked that person in the eye and you were lying to them and convincing them that everything was okay while you stole their money? Do you remember it, even one of them?
I'm sure I do.
Okay, well, tell us about one.
I mean, you have to show me, you have to give me.
I'm asking you if you remember one time where you're sitting there in your heart, looking somebody in the eye, knowing you're stealing from them, and you remember it.
I remember stealing from people. I remember lying to people, and I remember misleading people. For me to tell you that I sat down with each one of these people.
I'm asking you to tell me about just one conversation One time where you recall looking somebody in the eye and convincing them with your lies that nothing was amiss. One conversation.
There were plenty of conversations where I looked people in the eye and I lied to them. There were plenty of times where I took money that I shouldn't have taken. There were plenty of times where I stole money. For me to sit and tell you a specific time that I sat down with a specific document and what exactly was said, if you ask me questions, but I can't remember sitting down with Dion on a.
They certainly remember it, don't they, Mr. Murdaugh?
I don't know if they do or not, but I would assume so.
But you can't tell us one time where it just sticks out in your memory where you're like, I'm pulling a fast one right now.
Oh, no.
Or anything, whatever reaction you had. You
Oh,
can't
no.
remember a single one?
No, sir, that's not correct. I can remember a lot of times where I lied to my clients, I misled my clients, and I stole money from my clients in conversations. But for me to sit and tell you that I had a conversation about this particular document, I don't dispute it.
I know you don't dispute it, Mr. Murdaugh. You've said that 100 times, haven't you? But you can't recall for this jury one of these people looking them in the eye while you lied to them. You can't recall a single one. I've asked you this 3 times now.
Oh, I promise
Ask
you.
and answer.
Your Honor, asked and answered 3 times.
Well, here. Here you go, Mr. Waters.
Point's made, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
I don't know if your point's made or not, but
Okay.
here's.
You don't know that either, do you?
Here's what I will say again. I remember lying to clients of mine. I did it on more than one occasion. I took their money when I shouldn't have taken it. I'm sure that I looked them in the eye. I'm sure that I misled them. But I can't tell you exactly when those occurred 12 years ago is the only point. I don't dispute that they occurred. I don't dispute that everything about what I did was wrong. But I can't sit and tell you the specific details that you're wanting me to give you.
We could just write that answer down on a sheet of paper and you could hold it up each time you want to say that, couldn't we, Mr. Murdaugh?
Objection is overruled.
If that's what you want to do, Mr. Waters, but I'm trying to answer your question.
All right. These were real people you were dealing with, right?
Absolutely. They were,
I
you know what?
know you want to give that answer, but these were real people, aren't they?
Nah, they're very real people. And you know what one of the saddest parts of this whole thing is, you know, they're people that I still care about, and I did them this way. You know, that's what I was meaning in that text that you made an issue about to Annette Griswold. And it was a lot talking about my partners, but it was a lot talking about these people. I mean, I know the people that I did wrong and that I hurt, and that I stole from. I mean, they're people that I think a lot of. And
they didn't know.
hang on. I want to say one more thing. And there's no question that the actions that I did, the things that I did wrong, hurt a lot of the people that I care about the most. And I did a lot of damage. And I wreaked a lot of havoc. That I'm.
Damage and wreaked a lot of havoc. I hear you.
There's no question about it.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 315. See if you recognize that.
I do.
Which case is this?
This is Elise Mallory.
And what happened in this case?
I stole her money.
What happened, though, with the underlying case? Can you tell the jury that? Do you remember that?
I believe it was Miss Taylor, Miss Mallory's. I believe it was her daughter. It might have been her granddaughter, but I believe it was her daughter. Was in a wreck.
Did she die?
and she got killed.
And Miss Mallory came to you for help?
She did.
You remember that one
I
at
did.
all?
I remember.
Okay, we remember one now.
Oh, no, Mr. Waters, I remember all of these people.
Okay.
It's not that I don't remember them. You're just asking me details about conversations.
Okay, great.
I can promise you, I remember all of these people that I did wrong.
Right, and you stole all of the money, didn't you? In this case?
I stole all of the money, most of the money that I've been accused of stealing, I stole.
No, I mean, you stole every single dime of the recovery. She didn't get one dime. Isn't that right?
I have to look at the records, but if
You
that's.
credited yourself with legal fees and then you stole all the rest of the money, correct?
I don't dispute that.
All right.
If you
Tell
let
me
see
about, first of all, tell me about Miss Mallory. So she lost her daughter, correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
And she came to you
It
for
was a
help, is
daughter,
that
a
correct?
granddaughter, but
All right.
one.
All right. And she came to you for help, correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with you on that.
Very, very sweet lady, correct?
Very sweet lady.
All right. Tell me about your conversation when you looked her in the eye and lied to her while you were stealing every dime of the money.
This is a perfect example, Mr. Waters. I stole her money. I did her wrong, but I don't even believe that Elise Mallory was there when I stole that money. If you look at that disbursement sheet, I don't even believe I ever showed that to her.
Okay. You don't remember having any conversations with her when you lied with her about this case while you were stealing all her money?
I don't think I did in this case. I don't think I had any meetings with her. I think I stole her money, and I don't believe that I had a meeting with her.
So again, you can't tell us one conversation you have with any of these people when you look them in the eye and convince them that you were doing them right, that you were telling the truth.
That's not true, Mr. Waters. I remember a lot of those conversations. I remember a lot of them.
Okay. All right. You just testified you remember a lot of them. I've been asking you now for the past 10 minutes to tell me about one of them where it's stuck in your heart.
There are a lot of
stuck in your brain.
There are a lot of conversations I had where I misled my clients and I stole their money, where they trusted me. And I remember them.
Okay. So
But you
can you tell me one? Tell me how it went down, what you said, how you convinced them, how you looked them in the eye, how you made them believe, how you used your skills as a trial lawyer to convince them. Can you just tell me about one of those? What was going through your head when you did it?
Your Honor, objection under Rule 403. We've been going over and over and over this.
Objection is overruled.
All right. What's your question, Mr. Waters?
Can you tell me about one of the conversations you had with all of these people? Just one.
I can
where
tell you
what was
excuse
going
me.
through your head and how it went down when you sat there and looked them in the eye and convinced them that you were doing them right while you were lying to them and stealing their money.
Yes, sir. I had a lot of conversations with a lot of my clients that I cared about. And so I will tell you that I had conversations with them where I misled them and I lied to them and I took their money. And that was a number of times.
Okay.
But you're asking me.
Just one specific one, Mr. Murdaugh?
Every single one of these clients, I would have had conversations with at some point.
Fine, it's
But
fine.
this particular, like Mr. Waters, that disbursement sheet, there was never a sit down with Miss Mallory about the dispersing the money.
You don't recall talking to her about the status of her case and telling her lies and convincing her that you were on her side. You don't remember that.
No, I definitely remember that, but that's not what you
Tell me
asked
about
me. I had numerous conversations with Miss Mallory, about this case. But the fact is you were asking me about me sitting down with this disbursement sheet, looking her in the eye and convincing her. And I'm telling you that didn't happen in this case. Now, I had a lot of conversations with her where I misled her, Mr. Waters, where I lied to her.
Tell me about one.
Tell
me how it went down.
Where
We're going to recess for the day and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Everyone remain seated while the jury leaves. case.
Oh.
We'll see you all 9:30 tomorrow
Oh.
morning.
We're gonna have to talk about why he's doing this because some people aren't quite understanding what he's
Yeah.
doing here.
Yeah, we will, but let me
Yeah.
let's wait and see what I think there's something coming from the defense also.
Me too.
They're gonna bring up the repeated questioning, I'm sure, and ask the judge to go on it. I agree, Dr. Silkman. He also did lie to SLED. He has lied repeatedly, and I think that's what Creighton Waters is trying to show. That if he would lie to everyone, and he just
Adjourned for the
admitted.
day.
From state, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, we have.
I knew it.
Here we go.
2 experts we brought in. Basically,
Oh.
one of them last night, and another one came in today.
And we don't want Waters to finish in the
Not
morning.
complicated. One's pathologist, his testimony perhaps take 30 to 45 minutes on direct. I don't believe there's going to be much cross. The other one is a crime scene analyst who's testifying not about the whole crime scene, but specifically based on the pathologist testimony about what happened in the feed room. Total, they should not take more than 2.5 hours. I wonder, since this apparently is going to go on for a while, if we might put them up tomorrow. Either first thing in the morning or at the morning break. That's I believe his cross is probably going to go into Monday anyway at the rate we're going. It's just an accommodation. They're not controversial. They're not going to opine on who killed who, when, and how. Just the mechanics of what happened.
What says the state?
Your Honor, and I think the defense would have to concede. I've been very as accommodating as I can throughout this, but I do not want to interrupt my cross.
Yes.
They took a very long time today, and the state's entitled to the same consideration without interruption.
Can you project how many more hours you have?
Well, I'm actually didn't think it would take this long to get this far, but I think I've got some more financial to move through, and then we'll get to the other evidence. So
4 hours, 6 hours.
I'm so bad at that, Your Honor. 3, 4, something like that. And if that's out at the outside.
So perhaps tomorrow afternoon we could
Your Honor,
get to 1 or 2.
Again, we could probably do this fairly quickly. If You're Honor, just leave that door open. I'm going to keep them here. But if I have to keep them here over the weekend, the financial impact of that is huge.
Not the judge's problem.
The dilemma, but I'm not going to require the state to
Newman
break up the cross-examination of this witness.
That's right.
As I sit here and listen to this, I could have sworn this was a murder case. For 2 hours now, we haven't heard the word murder once. And not criticizing the strategy.
For
denigrating the
6
character
hours, I
of
didn't
the
hear you
foul.
say murder either.
Really not relevant to the issue of
Credibility is an issue and as relates to all witnesses in every case. But we'll adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
In other words, not hearing it, Mr. Harpootlian. You had your play. You had your play, and the state gets theirs. Can you believe that audacity? Oh, George, you're hurting my practice here because my witnesses can't come on because, like, Creighton Waters is onto something here, sir, and we need to give this witness a break because when he comes back in the morning, it's going to be obvious that he's shaking. They're like shaking him like freaking pork chops here in shake-a-bake. It's going to be rough tomorrow, and they're going to move on to the crime scene, and he's not ready. And look at that man. He knows this is a problem. The entitlement of Harpootlian to, like, can we have a break in this testimony so I can do my witnesses because it might cost me money over the weekend?
Yeah, no, that's not, and of course we know that's not why he's doing it.
No,
trying to get Alex a break so they can reconvene is what I think it is. Oh, and by the way, I watched the other feed and watched the lawyers' faces and shit, right? He was on his phone showing stuff to Griffin and looking not happy and then looking happier. So it must be that one of the witnesses could make it or something. I don't know. But he was up to some he was definitely on his phone almost the whole time. Messing around,
you know
talking
what?
to people and shit.
And that's just fine because they need to do what they got to do. I'm just like, I just can't. I mean, I know they've got to, like, try to get the first, but I've never heard of anybody actually asking for a break in testimony so that their financial health of their practice can be taken into consideration, because it might cost them a few extra dollars to have their testimony. They're flying in the witness. They chose the witness. They knew they were going to end on Friday. They know that there's a good chance that it could go an extra day. Like, if they didn't make arrangements, I mean, fine. Why not just bring those witnesses for Monday? Fly them in Sunday night.
Yeah,
That's all I
exactly.
got to say. Why is that the judge's problem? And why does the prosecution have to step back from their questioning and take less time than you did, sir? You took almost the whole day. Right? Why does
Right.
Creighton Waters not get the same? Like, the entitlement, it just like, whoa.
And he's right. Waters is right. He has been very patient, very accommodating. He has pretty much let them do anything they wanted. And he's like, nope. Because we all know they're just trying to distract. They're trying to give Alex a break and all that crap,
No,
get a
because
break in
Alex was
between,
getting
talk
angry.
to
Did you
him.
hear it? Alex was getting angry
Yes.
because
And I loved it.
he knows what Creighton Waters is trying to do. He's trying to get Creighton Waters to say, you lie on the regular and you won't even admit it. You're trying to tell me you don't remember what you said to those people? Of course you did, because you say it all the time. 'Cause
Well,
you
no,
know
he
how
might
you
not
manipulated
remember.
them.
Think about how many people he robbed, how many people
No,
he's
the
lied to in
exact
20
no.
years. He's not going to remember all those lies. Now, do I
Beth,
think he knows the money part?
wait.
Hell
Beth,
yeah, he
the
does.
point is he lied so often, it's a routine. He knows how to manipulate them, and
Oh,
he's
yeah.
doing it here. The point Creighton Waters is trying to show, not the exact words, but the fact that you lied so often,
Yes.
you won't admit that you had a pattern to do it. You won't admit that you had catchphrases. You don't admit that you targeted these people and knew how to manipulate them. This is
Yes.
what he doesn't want to admit to. It doesn't matter about the exact words. And I'm sorry, I don't go with you. I don't believe he doesn't remember, because he remembers amounts, he remembers disorders, he remembers what the case is. I sure well know he remembers conversations. This man has a fantastic memory. Period.
He really does. He
What
really
will he
does.
not
And the
admit to?
bottom line is,
What will he
the
not
bottom,
admit to? Any behaviors that the jury can use that he just used on them
yep.
in his testimony. That's the only
And that's
thing
what
he
I was
seems to
trying
be
to tell
forgetting.
people. That's what I was trying to tell people in the chat. It's not about the financials. It's about making sure and getting him to admit that he can look people in the eye and fucking lie to them. And he's done it for years, because he just looked the jury in the eye and lied and said, I would not, blah, blah, blah. So
He
the
did
point
lie
of it
to their
is
face.
he can get right up there and lie to the jury too. He doesn't give a shit. And that's what
I
Waters
got a
is trying to
bigger
make
point
sure
than
everybody
that.
knows, I think.
I got a bigger point than that to make.
Oh,
And I
go.
think everybody missed it. Now, if you just give me a second here. He got him to admit on that stand that he cared about those people, and he did it anyway. That he cared for them. He regarded them as human and in need of assistance, and that they came to him for help, and then he manipulated and lied to them. So how much weight does that put on a testimony that says, I could never hurt someone I care for? Well, I'm sorry. You got a 20-year history of doing it, and you just
that.
admitted it in court. You
Yeah.
just told us you cared for those victims, but you took their money. Not only did you take their fees, you took their settlement. Some of your fees were in the millions, but because the settlement was 8 million, you just took the other 6. Just cuz you care
Yeah,
for them.
exactly.
You care for
Ox,
them and stole everything from them. There's
oh
no
yeah.
way. How this like he can't say now, I would never. The term I would never can never come out of Alex Murdaugh's mouth again and be believed.
About pretty much
Including
anything.
And that's the point.
Yep.
Including the murder of his wife and his son.
Yep. Great point. I have to say something before this comment disappears. It gets too far up. Ox said, well, I mean, asking Alex, how many times did you sit and tell these people you're ripping them off? That is not what he said. He said, how many times did you sit there and look these people in the eye and tell them it was all okay while you were ripping them off?
Exactly.
Not the same question.
That you actually
no, you shortened that,
manipulated
buddy.
them.
You must have missed part of it.
That was the point. And no, he didn't miss part of it, because that is actually what Alex kept saying back. So he didn't miss it. That's what Alex kept saying back. That's what you're trying to do. And Creighton was
No,
like,
he said, how
"Nope."
many times did he? Wait a minute. I'm confused. Did I?
No,
read it wrong?
I'm saying don't tell the person in the chat they're wrong. They're not, because that is exactly what Alex was trying to get everybody to believe, that Creighton Waters was only asking him repeatedly to prove that he stole money. That wasn't the point. The point was you looked him in the eye and you lied to them repeatedly. And Creighton Waters was pretty clear about that every time he came back. The person's
Okay, maybe
correct.
Ox
They were
just
going,
worded it weird for me. My
he's
brain
wording it
cannot
different.
comprehend that any other way.
Yeah. He's not challenging it.
Sorry.
I'm pretty sure that most of that chat gets it. And I know Godless Granny caught what I did. He got him to admit he would absolutely lie to someone he cared about. He would lie to their face. There's no reason for the jury to believe he's not lying to them right now.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Defense should, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, Ox. I get it. I got you. I don't know why. I just cannot read that message. It must be stuck in my, I just can't read it any other way. But I mean, it's fine. I believe
that
you
was
guys.
the point.
It's just my head.
Stealing money is not murder, and that's not the point that Creighton Waters is making. Although he is stitching up his other 18 accounts and doing a good job of getting an indictment and getting a pretty much plea in all of his other indictments right now because of his testimony. But
somebody
that's
said
not the point.
Waters is getting him on all 3 cases right now.
He is. He's got all these other indictments, and he's actually, if he could do it with both. And even Erica Gray says, I was thinking the same thing. I'm telling you, this was very successful. As tedious as it was, it needed to be to get him to the point where he would break down and say he cared about them, because this is a very crafty man. There's no way he would willingly say that until he did pretty much badger him. I will admit, I'm surprised the judge didn't intervene on multiple occasions. But what he was trying to do was break down that veneer and try to get them to say, he's saying it's all about the money. It's all about the money. Creighton Waters wants the jury to see it's not about the money. It's about the manipulation. It's about the man we're dealing with that's lying to your face. That's what Creighton Waters tried to do. While he settled up his other cases, I will admit, quite nicely. He did ask quite a few poignant questions, which put a nail in the coffin of those cases for Alex Murdaugh. You don't have a defense of, I didn't do it, the money was just misplaced, when you just told the whole courtroom that, yes, you stole it, and you did it every time. You stole it,
and
you stole it.
And he did admit, he said that Dion and his parents, he adored them. They are great people. He thought highly of them and stole from a freaking quadriplegic.
Listen, and corrected you when you said it was just a plegic, and he said nope, it was a quadriplegic.
Let's just make it. No
let's just make it worse. Let's just make it worse. Right?
Like, shut up.
Yeah. So tell me now how he doesn't remember the conversation, Vic. Right?
No, I know. I'm just. I mean, honestly, I just can't have an opinion about that. I do not know him well enough, or what he knows about it well enough for. I feel like I'd be prejudging.
Let's just take judgment out of it, and let's just use what we do know. We do know he remembered all of the money in the case. We do know he remembered the particulars of a case, who he was up against, and who the players were in the case.
Yeah, but now he's trying to act like he doesn't remember how much the money was.
No, and we remember that he understands the injuries that they had and what the settlements were, and that he did win. Okay, so you're going to tell me he doesn't remember talking to the client?
Oh, I'm sure he does. I wasn't saying that.
No,
I was saying.
That's what we're talking about
I was
here.
saying that
he's claiming
he probably doesn't remember exactly which ones he lied to or not, because he lies to everybody. Is all I said. Because he literally lies to everybody. How would he even keep track?
He's not even saying he didn't lie at all. He's saying he did lie.
Yeah.
But what Creighton was trying to do is to get him to admit any conversation. But he won't do that, because that would prove that he actually cared and actively manipulated. And he was trying so hard not to admit that. But Creighton got him to anyway, even without remembering a single conversation, which he claims to not remember. And I'm telling you, you can't remember everything else in not talking to the client. He dealt with that client all the time. He had to lie right to their face.
Yep.
There's no way. He doesn't.
And he's lied to every single one of them. He's lied to them on the phone. He's lied to them to their face. He's lied to them through paperwork. I'm sure emails. I mean, he was lying to that kid about the settlement for his mom for 2.5 freaking years.
So let's just put this aside, because we're all in agreement on that. But let's also say what else Creighton Waters did. Creighton Waters came out of the gate with privilege. Came out of the gate with a man who manipulated the police, who loved to pretend that he was part of it all. He actually put a big hole in the thing that I was afraid to talk to them because they were all out to get me. No, you knew what they could use against you. That's why you weren't doing anything. You only talked to them when you wanted to give them information and steal them. And when you saw that they were leaning the other way, you stopped talking to them and tried to make it like everybody was out to get you. Because at the time, there was enough evidence there. So you were playing it smart. But here he is. He did walk around with a badge. He kept it on his dashboard. He had lights. Now, that doesn't mean impersonating officer. He is an officer
Does
of
if
the
he
court. No, he is an
No,
officer
I said
of
a
the court.
police officer. I did
Right,
not
but
say
he
an
didn't. He
officer of the
never,
court. I
never
said police
claimed.
officer. And if
He
you use those
never.
lights at all, you are impersonating a police officer, is what I
No,
was saying.
because all people use those lights in that county. Also, there's the EMS, so does the coroner, so does a lot of people, including officers of the court. He's not. That's not the point for that they were trying
I
to
mean, I
make.
don't care
Point
about it. He can do whatever he wants with that point. I don't care.
exactly, but you missed the big point. The point was he used privilege on a regular basis to be considered something he
I didn't
wasn't,
miss that
and
point.
to get ways. No, but you're concentrating on this other little thing that doesn't apply at all as far as Creighton Waters is concerned in the case. He could have cared less. He could have
Oh,
said
yeah,
he
I
was a
know that.
police officer and Creighton wouldn't have cared. You know, well, he's not. It's not entitled to the badge, but like that thing he was showing up. I didn't say they were entitled to a badge, godless granny. I said that a lot of people use those blue lights, and it's true. And that's not the point. My point is, regardless of the badge, regardless of anything, Creighton Waters was trying to prove that he used privilege to get into scenes, to pull his weight, that his family was well known and connected, that is the way the man lived. He started with it coming out. You guys can comment me about the badge and the lights all you want, and that is not the point that Creighton Waters was making. And I'm gonna keep saying that, because that is not. He didn't go anywhere about it. He didn't accuse him of anything about it. He was showing privilege. He made Murdaugh talk about that privilege extensively before, and then proved that Alex Murdaugh used it on a regular basis as commonplace. Made him fumble over why it was in his pocket. And he's trying to pretend he doesn't know why or this and that, when it was his commonplace to do things like that. When he knew it could be. He got him to admit that having that badge hanging out of his pocket gave him the influence that people could infer he was something he wasn't. He got him to admit that on the stand. Even though he was saying he doesn't understand why it was open and it could have been an accident. That wasn't the point. He got him to actually admit that this man craftily and cunningly used his privilege and perception of other people against them.
Yep.
Just like
Constantly.
he's doing to the jury. I actually think that was so crafty of him.
Yep. Oh, he's
Thank
not
you,
stupid.
Pete,
He's
because for
I
you
think that somebody in
you
the
know-
right the chat is right, and he is neurodivergent. I think he's highly fucking intelligent, and he's brilliant. He's like an idiot savant.
Wait, please. We are not going there with that
But
on him.
he's
all.
still
No,
a piece of
no.
crap.
Listen, Beck, I'm
What?
not going to do that here on my channel. We're not going to talk about his status of his any kind of thing like that with mental health or neurodivergency with him. at all.
I said someone mentioned it in the chat.
I know. I'm
So
just saying.
I was just
wanna,
saying.
Yeah, and I'm just
I
saying.
agree with them because I am neurodivergent and I can see it a mile away.
I'm saying I don't want to talk about that on my channel, and I wish you would respect that, please.
What?
I don't want to go there with the defendant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's not part
I
of.
was just saying that that's why I think he's so intelligent, is what I was saying. Anyways. So no, I do believe he can remember all. I'm sure he does remember almost all of it. He's got to be, if you're going to be a good liar, you have to keep track of every step you make, or you're going to step in it and it'll come back on you. And the fact that he did that for 15, 20, whatever amount of years shows that he definitely keeps track of his steps. And there's no, oh, I don't remember with him. No, I don't believe he forgot shit.
Right,
But
exactly. That's my point.
I can't say that for sure. So
no, but I
just
think
wanna
Creighton
stomp
Waters proved it. Do you not think that Creighton
Oh,
Water proved
I
it?
think that he's in the
I
middle
think
of
he
doing it right
absolutely
now.
proved it. I think
Yeah.
he's proved it pretty well.
Yep.
Waters is
Exactly.
amazing. Yeah. Either way, Shield, it's not something I'm going to go there. I'm never going there on this channel when it comes to true crime and legal. Not doing it. That is a whole nother thing, you know, and it needs a whole nother caliber of person to talk about it, which I don't feel qualified with, and I don't really feel that anybody without the credentials should, because it's a slippery slope. It really is. Dr. Silkman, I do agree with this one, and I'm putting this one up. Yes,
100%.
Alex believed he was bulletproof, and his authority never would be questioned. And he thought wrong. And this is what Creighton Waters is trying to prove, that he acted in a cunningly manipulative, and contrary to societal acceptance way on a regular basis. So he can't sit there on a stand and cry to a jury that he would never do something. That is the point of the last 2 hours, as far as I see it. Anybody got anything else? I think that's what Creighton Waters just proved. He took away that sympathy that I could never do this. He just proved that the man acted on a day-by-day basis in a totally different fashion. He just proved over and over again that his standard operational mode was to lie to people's face and do whatever he wanted and get away with it. How are you going to believe somebody like that when they look you in the face and say, I could never do that? The never doesn't exist in the playbook of Alex Murdaugh anymore.
If I had a
Because
choice
he's
of
been
believing
doing it.
him or punching him in the face, I'd go punch him in the face. There's no way in hell I could believe him. Ever. Never, ever.
I can't believe you're still awake, or Dr. Silkman, but I'm so glad you were here. And I sent you an email. I want to talk to you. I think we're going to have to talk soon. Soon. I do believe that in this case, he is actually being portrayed as a predator. And if you're a predator, you've got a certain kind of a mindset that, how are we supposed to believe you treat your family different than everybody else? I'm not going to say that it's not possible. You could. And I would never say he didn't love his family. But when push came to shove and they were more of a liability than a positive, I'm not going to say he couldn't do it. I'm going to say he's actually proved he can. He's just said he cared about what happened to these people, and he remembers everything that happened to these people. And he did it anyway, repeatedly. Repeatedly. And it was much more money than drugs. We're talking millions, and he did not take millions of dollars worth of drugs.
No, if he took millions of dollars worth of drugs, then he would have been dead a long time ago. Even if the 50 to 60K a week, him saying that's what he was spending or whatever, or somebody saying that is just, I don't even know. He'd be dead. Oxycodone is not that much money on the street anywhere.
This is true.
You can spend up to $50 on a pill in a big city, but in a smaller town, you're looking at $20 to $30. I know this because I know people who are ex-druggies and they know how much the stuff costs because they still have druggy friends. But anyways, so it typically would be $20 to $30 a pill. So if he's taking, let's say he's taking 2 at a time, 4 times a day.
The amount of
that still
money
doesn't add up to 60 grand at the end of the week.
and it's just the amount of money he stole repeatedly. He had $1 million worth of a settlement and stole another $5 million. He had $1 million worth of fees on his settlement and stole another $5 million on top of it, just cause. He had a $2 million settlement in fees, $8 million to the client, and just stole that $8 million anyway, just cause. We're not talking small dollars here, just cause he did. Right. And there's no, he didn't even, we're not even talking split it with them. We're not even talking lie to the client about how much you got. Get split it with them or something. No, not even that. Take it all and just leave them hanging.
Hey, do you think he had a piece on the side and he was paying for everything for her?
No, but I'd rather talk about the kind of clients that he ripped off. How about quadriplegics? Mothers that lost their children. People
a father
that lost
left with 6 kids because he lost his wife. Oh my God.
And couldn't feed them or put them through college because the settlement was absconded with. 6
That's why
kids
when
to
he
put
says
through
he's worried
college.
about Buster, I don't fucking believe he doesn't give a fuck about anybody, in my opinion.
No,
Like, how could he? He has no
I'm
feelings.
just that is what Creighton Waters is trying to prove. If you can do that, why can't you do this?
Exactly.
That is why he picked those cases. Look at the type of victims he just put out there.
Yeah, 2 teenage girls.
I think this
parentless.
oh wait, and that was the only one he tried to settle before they became legal and could sue him. Let's be clear. That
Yep,
was a
because they
valid
would have
point
gotten all
too.
the paperwork at 18 and they would have known everything.
And they would have known everything. Exactly. Yes, always createful. That was a big one. That was big. And Turtle Moves puts it right. Alex Murdaugh. Believe me, jury. BCE. You lie
You
to
lie
their
to their
faces.
I know, I saw that one.
Yes, that is great.
It's true.
Like, simply replace money for murder. That's where Waters is going. Exactly. And that's why Harpootlian had a big bunch of nerve hanging out there to say, you haven't mentioned murder once. Tell me where you mentioned it, Harpootlian, and anything you said. You said all love and fairy dust and he's a good guy.
Yeah, I don't remember you talking about murder.
I don't
think
believe
they even use that word because you don't want to put it in the jury's brain more than it is. So why would they use it?
They do like to make their digs, but they can't help. Listen, did anybody notice Jim Griffin's face during his direct? That was a man who was uncomfortable. If I ever saw a lawyer be uncomfortable about worrying about what comes out of a client's
AM's
mouth.
direct? Oh yeah. Oh god.
Yeah. Jim Griffin looked like he had some issues. He looked like he was standing on a field of glass in bare feet.
Yeah, he also looked defeated, like I tried to get you to not do this. That's how he looked to me. He looked uncomfortable and defeated. And then when he went and sat down and they showed him and Harpootlian, they both just had looks on their face like, oh God, you're an idiot.
They told the judge clearly they didn't want him to testify. They put that on the record. You know why?
To save their own asses.
Nope. Appeal. Nope. They don't care. They don't care about their butts.
Appeal. No. You can use that for an appeal?
He went against he damaged his own case going against his lawyer's opinion. They tried to advise him against it. Okay, and here they are. And so if it gets too damaging, they could just say, like, and also you're right to cover them because they would be, put up for like, why'd you let him do it? You ruined
Yeah,
everything.
you always want a CYA, right? Damn, I didn't know they could do that. That's horrible. But
Yes, one of
maybe
the
that's
lawyers-
why Waters is so like hell bent to make sure the jury understands that this guy is a piece of crap. So even appeal wouldn't work later,
Well, I don't know. There's plenty of grounds here. Well, first of all, just having 404B testimony in is pretty risky. But Judge Newman did a really good job of listening to the testimony first and trying to walk that line. And he has been successful in not having 404B testimony turned over or cases, just retried because of it. He's had this issue before. I looked at some of the cases. He's pretty strong on it. So he was pretty confident that as long as he knew what the testimony was going to be and it didn't cross the lines, it was more probative than it was prejudicial. And he has in his favor the fact that the defense keeps bringing it up themselves first. It was not Waters that did it. But now Waters is allowed to defend himself against it.
yeah.
Okay, so there is that. That's risky right there, because when I'm looking at cases, that's one of the reasons I got kind of interested in this. It's not because it's like one of these big popular cases out there. It's the fact that some of the legal issues literally make me drool, people. They literally make me drool because they are very important issues that have to be settled regularly in a courtroom, and there needs to be better legislation and guidelines and things like that. Several of my issues are consent, statute of limitations. This new one with 404B between prejudicial and probative is like, especially when you've got a high profile case like this, it just comes to light on what you allow in. In a criminal case, it's really important. I saw it mostly in civil cases, like Depp Heard, where what are they allowed to put in? What is more prejudicial than beneficial to either side? It was nuts. It was absolutely nuts. Yeah. Well, Dr. Silkman says, once I heard his remarks on Mallory Beach the night of the accident, I knew that he was no moral compass. Yeah, he got there pretty quick, did he not, Dr. Silkman? But here's the thing. Unfortunately, the jury doesn't get to know that. But they do get to know that he was wearing that badge and he went in there to influence people immediately. Okay? We know that Morgan didn't even want him in the room. He's making it like he was Morgan's best friend. Okay?
No, she
We know
actually asked the
Morgan
nurses to,
to keep him away. Because, Morgan has already put in a deposition that often Alex was on pills and the family dropped him off at his parents' house to stay because Maggie and Paul and everybody didn't want to deal with him that night. There is an actual affidavit to that in the case. But they don't get to hear this kind of stuff. We do. We can be prejudicial about it. Mm-hmm. I agree with you, Recker. I'm not going to put up your comment, but that I do not do that in regards to legal cases or true crime. I won't, unless we're talking about a serial killer that's been diagnosed.
With it. It's driving me nuts that everybody's saying that.
They're bringing it up. They're not saying you, Beck. Why are you saying you? Like, you need to stop that. Like, not every comment in there is addressed. It doesn't say, yo, Beck. I'm reading
No,
it.
you originally were like, I'm not going that way. I wasn't even trying to go down that road. All I said was, I think he's super fucking intelligent. And that's why I think he's super. I wasn't trying to talk about anything about it.
Beck, go back and listen to it. Beck, go back and listen to it, because that's why I stopped you, because everybody else would think that. Now stop, please. I'm not trying to put you in any situation here. I said we wouldn't.
You were.
Okay, but if you go back and listen to it, you did use those words, spectrum and neurologically and all of this. It was going there. I have every right. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I don't mind that you said that. I was not going any further than I wasn't going to go down a rabbit hole. I wasn't going to discuss it. It has nothing to do with a murder trial.
Beck, I hear you, but I'm not a mind.
That I thought he was really intelligent.
Beck, I hear you, but I'm not a mind reader. And so when I hear those words, anybody up here, I would have said the same thing. Anybody?
No, and that's why I was trying to explain it. That's all. I just didn't want a misunderstanding. I don't like any misunderstandings, no BS between people. I'm deadly honest, so I just wanted to clear it up.
Listen, I'm out there with everything. There is no issue about it, except for that it doesn't apply as far as I will address here ever on this channel in regards to something
and that's
like
fine.
that. Unless I've got a psychologist up here, a therapist, or the person themselves. It doesn't get
or even a panel that somebody's learned on it, or I mean, we talk about it, but we don't say we're diagnosing them because that is ridiculous. But no, I get what you're saying. I totally respect that, and I really wasn't trying to derail it or anything.
No.
I apologize to anybody if it came out like that. I was not trying to do that.
No, true. And there's other things, that we couch it for. I don't even call myself an advocate for the issue, because I don't do enough, but I do call myself an ally. And I do think that I have enough people around me as adults, as children, as people that work with them to know when we shouldn't just casually do anything like that, because it does get in the wrong way. And I just don't want to be on the firing line for it, nor put my channel.
No, I don't blame you. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Turtle asks, do you think Harpoo will try to get AM to throw in the towel, even though he still thinks he can win? Do you think he'll try to get him to stop? Well, it's too late now. He has to finish, right?
I think, no, I think he could actually change his plea. I don't know. Godless Granny may be able to, if she's still here, to answer that. But I do believe he can change his plea. He could petition. They could contact the state and say that they want to go to the judge with a change of plea, stop the trial, and go forward with a sentencing and settlement of some type.
Oh, okay. So that's what he means. Okay. You don't mean stopping. He doesn't mean stopping the testimony. He means just that's it. We're just going to take a plea and end this shit. Okay. Got it.
Right. The judge already said he's not stopping the testimony because it's not fair. And they didn't ask for a stop in it. They asked for a break. They wanted Creighton Waters to wait till Monday to cross-examine him, give him the whole weekend off while they brought their 2 witnesses in for Friday, like they planned, because Creighton's going longer They want to purposely give the jury a break from the testimony.
Yeah, and Waters doesn't want that because you don't want an interruption in the middle. It'll distract the jury from where he's going. It'll distract the jury from all of the cross testimony with Alex, and it'll split the beginning of it and the end of it in their heads. You know what I mean? You want to make sure that connection is there between what he was saying about the line and the deception and how he is to the crime scene and what might have led up to it, kind of thing. Yeah, so you don't want to separate them. I agree. What else? Somebody else said something. Where'd it go?
We do all
who's
agree that
Mr.
he could-
Kratz? That's what I was going to ask. Who's Mr. Kratz?
Dr. Silk, that's in another case that Dr. Silkman is following. Correct,
Oh,
Dr.
okay.
Silkman? That is totally Mr. Kratz is very bad in another case. And I'm going to tell everybody to go over to that channel, Foul Play, and follow those cases over there, and you will learn about. We should use that as the hook. If you want to know what Mr. Kratz is, go over to Foul
There you
Play
go.
and subscribe and start watching their shows, and you will learn. You will learn about Mr. Kratz. Okay, I'm not. We no secrets. We're not going to divulge their secrets. That's the hook. Okay.
Hey, can we get a mod to throw his link in so everybody can go sub to him?
Yeah.
Because he is amazing.
Can Chill always somebody? I don't think Wrecker can because he's probably at work. Okay. But yeah, maybe. You know what? I can take down this other stream now because it's done, and I can do it actually. Hold on here. Oh, I could actually take care of that myself. I should have thought of it already.
Okay, what was the name of the channel again?
Foul Play. I got it though.
Foul Play.
No, I know what the
Okay.
logo looks like. I'll get it.
Yeah,
it's
that's why I
easy
didn't
enough.
want to look because I have no idea. And
No,
yeah,
no, I got it.
sometimes
I
there's
got it.
20 of them.
No, that's good. I got it.
Thanks.
I got it. Just Rhonda
Appreciate
was
it.
having a live stream already. She left here to start it if anybody wants to join over there. But that's on her channel. But you'll find in Foul Play's Discord links to everybody that deals with the group, all of their channels. But that is the Foul Play channel. On the back is information about all of their Twitter and their Discord and everything else. It's a great team, and you'll find out about Mr. Kratz that way. You know, and also Just Rhonda is also going live now, and I think that she posted that on Twitter. Let me just see if I can get her link up here.
Sam Webb said Alex is innocent. I would love to hear why you think that, Sam. I seriously would.
Okay.
Because I tried to stay impartial, like Claire and I really did. Everybody was trying to stay impartial as we could, but
The
he
second
has just
link is
damned himself with everything that's come out of his mouth. So I don't know how you can think that he's just.
You know
I
what?
mean,
That's fine.
if he didn't kill him, he paid somebody to do it. Either way, he's involved. Bottom line, he's involved.
He showed true emotion on the stand. We could say that yes, but that emotion could also be guilt, and it could also be that they're not here anymore. It does not make him innocent.
He's been
Guilt-
crying every day.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sam, I understand where you're coming from. He did show some emotion, and I agree with you. The jury could believe that. But I'm also going to say that there are many serial killers that have also cried when caught. There are many people who have annihilated their whole families and felt guilt later and cried. There are
Exactly.
documented cases, unfortunately enough. It is not outside of the realms of possibility that he did it. And it does appear that the type of evidence that is missing clearly indicates he did something about making it missing. And an innocent person doesn't do that. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. And you can totally believe that. And if you're looking at the evidence that way, there are plenty of people who also believe the same as you. And that's good. But I don't think it's just about him crying on the stand that makes him innocent. There needs to be more to convince me, because unfortunately, the rest of the missing evidence in his own words have convinced me otherwise. You know, I
agree.
I do think that there was genuine emotion there. I do. I mean, that is his son and his wife, regardless of what condition he was in on June 7th with the drugs and all. He's sober now. He's been dealing with this for over a year and a half. That could absolutely be 100% true emotion that he showed. That doesn't mean he didn't kill them.
Nope.
Because Creighton Waters just proved he could lie to anybody's face whether he cared about them or not. He said he cared about a mother who lost her daughter and he took her money anyway. He said he really cared about the condition of the quadriplegic and he lied to his face and took his money anyway. He said he truly cared for these clients and then said he lied and sold their money anyway. And I realize financial crimes isn't murder, but the ability to lie to somebody's face when you're saying you care about them, that's a thing.
Yeah.
And it proves that he
he
could be
said he
lying to
loved
the
his
jury.
wife and adored her, but he lied to her for years about taking those damn pills when she thought he
And-
had quit.
Mhm. I think the
Oh,
motive is
Sam.
hard to understand, Sam. I agree with him. It's hard
No,
to
I'm just saying there's
understand
a
a motive.
lot.
It's hard to understand a motive because it's not clear cut, because like there was so much coming down the pike at once.
Yeah.
And it's hard to understand what could have happened in those few moments that made it turn that way. We're just saying the possibility is there that he did, and we're not actually sure about the catalyst. As hard as Creighton Waters has tried to prove his motive of financial crimes, I'm kind of with people when I think money doesn't actually make you murder like that when it's somebody that close to you.
Mhm.
So there was more going on. It was the pills, it is the finance, it was everything all at once. It's the way that he loved them, even. If you take into consideration what you believe about how he loved them, and you add on to that the disappointment of a family heritage coming in that you're the worst thing that ever happened to a family, because that's what's going to come out. Generations of Murdaughs are going to be smirked upon because Alex Murdaugh is like the biggest criminal that ever hit that county. And that came from a very prestigious family, a law firm that's in their blood, judges, politicians, influence, and money, all being turned into a big black mark because of Alex Murdaugh. That's a lot to deal with. And especially if you're looking in the eyes of people who actually love you. And I got all of this from the psychologist, from the forensic psychologist, Bearded, when we talked about family annihilation. If you I'm going to self-promote and tell you to go watch that video. He brings up
Yes.
good points. He brings up that pressure alone can make somebody snap. Having your loved ones think of you differently, you can't deal with it. So you actually think you're doing them a favor by eliminating them from the earth so they don't have to.
Yeah. Yeah, see, that's the thing though. It's the money, it's the boat case, it's the being sued, it's the son got kicked out of college for plagiarism and now everybody
Yeah.
knows that and he's humiliated by that. It's a lot of humiliation. It's a lot of I don't have any money now because I stole a whole bunch of crap and now they're taking everything from me. And he knew that day that he was busted because Jeannie Seckinger came and said something to him. He knew that day that his wife didn't want to come see him and he had to convince her to come by Moselle because she
Mhm.
didn't feel comfortable with it.
I would
Um,
like everyone in the chat to answer these. Besides motive, Beck, do you think the prosecution proved he pulled the trigger and beyond reasonable doubt?
So far, no. So
I don't
far,
either.
there is still some doubt. I think at the end of his testimony, it'll all be cleared up.
I don't know how they're going to prove he pulled the trigger without the gun and without the DNA. But what I think they have proved is that he was at the crime scene close enough to know more than what he's saying. If he's not the killer, he knows who did it, and he's not saying.
Exactly my point.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'm done for the night.
All right.
I don't know about you
Yeah,
guys.
I'm
but-
done. I'm tired.
Mhm. Mhm. Well, thank you, everybody. Please like, share, comment. Go check out Foul Play for Dr. Silkman, that lovely group that he started over there with all those wonderful people looking at all kinds of wrongfully convicted cases. And also, Just Rhonda may still be going on. We did go a little long. I'm not sure if she is, but she also has a small channel doing the same thing from that group. Just looking at different cases. If you're interested in it, they do it well. They really do.
Yeah, go show her some love for sure.
And then just like, share, and comment. And if you haven't already, please subscribe. And also for all of you who are green and members, could you do me a favor and go to the community tab? About 3 posts down, there is a members only voting on the channel proceeds for the last quarter, which I really would like to disperse before the end of the month, but there's not enough votes on there for me to comfortably do it based on the amount of members I have and the amount of votes. So if you haven't already, please take a moment and look at the different places that we're going to be donating the money to. And or if you don't like any of them, give me a suggestion in the comments of that post as to where you would like to. All options are open as long as it's an accredited site that is nationally or internationally known. I'm not doing local, states, or personals at this time. Okay, so that's the only criteria, but it can be on any issue. And on
And
that,
Dr. Silkman, Dr. Silkman, you have another sub. I just went and subbed, and I'm hoping a lot of other people did too.
Good. And thank you for
Yes,
joining
yes.
us, Dr. Silkman. And I hope we can get together soon. And we'll work out a day because this was some crazy defense testimony that's been going on all week. And I can't wait for tomorrow. And then we're going to have 2 more witnesses from the defense. And oh my. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to everybody. Thank you for all continuing the conversation all day. Thank you, Beck, for joining me and
Thanks for
continuing the
having me.
conversation. And
Love it.
thank you, Godless Granny, for your input in everything. I know she gets busy too. She may have to step back out. But anyway, I want it out there. So we'll see you all
Yeah.
tomorrow. I'll try to be on time again. It should be lit. I might even be early for some BCE. I can't help it.
Ooh.
I love that energy that guy.
I
That guy's
know. I
got
love
energy.
him. He's great.
He definitely has some energy.
Yeah, he
Yep.
is.
I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night.
Peace out.